Okay, so this is the last chance we get. Try to take it really seriously. So mathematically, I do have enough time, but what I would have to do, like, assuming that each game takes about an hour, which it can, right? It would take me like all day, and I'd have to win basically every single one, though. And I'm not even going to shuffle the playlist this time in tradition. Like, we'll see how far we get in the playlist based on how long this takes. Because it's like 300 songs. I don't know how long it actually is in terms of number amount. So I didn't do too good yesterday. I'll blame the fucking blue pieces. But yeah, there really is nothing I could blame in this experience. Like, I really didn't think 1200 would be this hard to get. I'm just so confused. I don't like how thick that black is. Let's see. Let's find a fun set here. This one's boring. This one's boring. Yeah, we'll do blindfold too. Make it truly hardcore. Bubblegum is cute, but let's go with something a little more serious, classic. So many of these I feel like I've just seen so much that I don't like them anymore for that reason alone. Like even this one I like. Glass, Gothic, maybe I should just rotate every game a different one, as if I'll blame. This is a cool idea, but they're so blurry. Like, I can't play with that. I don't know. I kind of just want one that is going to be good to... This one isn't bad. Yeah, tournament. This is basically a tournament. And it seems almost silly, like, to say, like, oh, this is a hard mode, but anything can be a hard mode because it's relative to, you know, like, you could do the same challenge if you're a GM for 25 to 2600 or whatever, you know, 2800 on these websites. It's just like, it's still challenging because you suck so bad. And chess is one of those long-term study, try-hard type of games that I even underestimated how much. But the whole claim that I made, which I still stand by despite my inability so far to do this, is anybody with half a brain who just looks at the board and just calculates can easily get to 1200 or 1500 just from that strength alone. I just don't apparently have that ability myself, but you theoretically can do that if you really think about it. And that's why I like the 30-minute format so much, is because you take the time out of it. And the downside is, of course, the opponents play better too, but that normally, it like, my opponent goes like at the same rating. If I was to play a 10-minute game versus a 30-minute game, my opponent goes from a, let me think, like, they go from like an 1100 to a 1500, but I go from like an 1100 to an 1800 or something. That's how it feels like on the chess or something. Like, they get a little boost from playing 30 minutes, but I get a huge boost, so it gives me much more of a chance. Or like, no, it's more like they go from 11 to 15, I go from like 8 to 15, like that. So I wouldn't have a chance in the 10-minute, but I equalize, or I'm sometimes better than them, or at least I have the patience to use my time, which I have to do. So I don't think I won a single game yesterday. Draw, loss, draw, loss, loss. So I lost like 24 rating, which is not the end of the world, but even if I had gained like 20 and I got to 1150, I would feel better about it. You do one opening, Andy, the only opening we ever do. Win, get 7. There is no, like, if I win, like, I have to win every single game. That's it. Like, you can't even play for draws. Not just because I'm too principled to do that and I hate draws as a concept. It's like I literally mathematically do not have enough time, depending how long these games take. So just, it's gonna be a long journey. So let's take our time every move, reinstitute the 30-second rule, which means you should just take at least 30 seconds every move, even if you think you know what you're doing. So you come here, he comes like this. I would take, he would take, I would take. He's gonna bring the horse, but I could also bring the horse. So I guess it's okay for the time being. Then if he staggers the pawn, I don't actually know what to do at that point. Don't expect an easy win. Don't expect anything. And my biggest thing yesterday was I kept getting winning positions, but then I couldn't capitalize on them in the end game or whatever. I just started to get kind of bored or tilted or whatever you want to call it. In fact, I think these are matching sets, right? Tournament board and tournament for whatever reason, this is a tournament thing. So if we go like this, he would take, I could take. But the real reason why I do that is to try to take this. Right, so you kind of distract him, take this, and then I could still take this. And then we have a good diagonal. I'm gonna do it, even though like what could the downside be? What else would he do? Dark Square Bishop isn't relevant. Light Square Bishop could pin this down, which would actually both prevent this from taking and this from taking. Let's just do a normal move. How about that? Normal boring moves are the best. Want to learn some openings? Once I complete this challenge, I will, but I deliberately don't study, and I wanted to just see how far I can get without studying anything ever, even as much as I played. I'm sure I've learned things just from picking them up, but I kind of like doing it as a blind playthrough. So basically this is a mistake that I always used to make too, like just where you allow the king to be open because the horse can be such a stupid liability. I always stop bringing it there now. Yeah, I think I know openings in a reactive sense, like how to play against them, but I wouldn't know how to do them. Just blind playthrough, speedrun to 3,000. Yeah, I don't know about the 3,000 part, but it is a exciting way to do it. So we just take, we open the king. Yeah, I already am at an advantage where I should just win the game because of that alone. Because clearly at this level, a minute little advantage like that should be enough to carry you. But so this I don't like, so let's just do this. It would be nice if some of these games went quick, but I can't play with that in mind because then I'll play worse. If I can just speed run to 1150, then I'll feel comfortable in the next few hours. I should have done that yesterday, though, is the point, and I didn't win a single fucking game. So we won't be able to cop out with draws today. What is the point of a move like that? He's going to try to cancel queenside, which is fine with me. It messes up his pawns, doubles the pawns, splits the pawns. Is it alright if I say moves that could have been better? Yeah, you can do that. I might not read them, though, right away, because it might still give me unfair ideas. But yeah, you can say that. I like how much I trigger people like that. Yeah, everybody always wants to say like what I did wrong. So we come like this. Gotta get in a, it's all psychological. It's all in my head. Like you gotta get in a mindset. Like I'm gonna be doing this all fucking day, even if I play perfectly. So I'm not in a rush, but all you want to do here is just castle. Developing the horse doesn't really take priority, but it's not bad. I don't really see anything he can do with the light square bishop at all. So, you know, this is kind of a sexy thing here. You wouldn't even need the queen to do it. In fact, he could still just castle there, but why would you really? Yeah, maybe I'll read them. Maybe I'll read them after, just because I don't want it to possibly give anything away with the position, too, in a more nuanced way. The king would have been more truly open if I had done something. But still, I consider that to be like a +1 or at least like a +0.5. I always enjoy doing that. That's like an amateur mistake that you shouldn't be making at this rating, even, right? Like, nobody does that. Or not only would they not do it, but they wouldn't leave it there after a move. So that's a pretty good move for him. That's a good way to kind of turn the tables and turn a bad position into a good attack. But I think the obvious move would just be to move the king. Move the king. He can't take. In fact, I can't really think of anything else that would work. You can't really cover it with any piece on the board. So that's it. Now, if he takes, I just take, which could still set up for something bad, allowing the queen to come in and maybe mate. Right? All he would have to do is like get rid of the dark square bishop. Then if he takes, I take. And then he still can't come in right away, but I'm still a little bit worried about that. The good thing here is I can move the rook now, so that also gives me extra support. So you bring this, not that I'm much of an offensive player anyway, that I would want the king to be open, but I don't think I've listened to this playlist like this in a long time, unshuffled. It's just when I assume I'm going to be going for such a long time that we'll actually get through a meaningful amount of it. Or like I would continue from where it left off. So now is where it starts to... See, this to me is like when the middle game has begun, because you're pretty much developed, even if I feel like that's a bit early. Pretty clear black has something, an advantage. Okay, this is an acceptable move either way. I don't think there's a reason to do that. You kind of want to go here because this is always an annoying spot, especially if you queenside castle, so I'll do like that. This guy plays weird. Yeah, most of the people I've been playing, though, even at this rating, are insanely good. Like, I'm seriously playing at it. I don't make a single blunder and they still beat me or something, or they draw me. Like, I really don't think I've been playing that bad, but these guys are just fucking insane. Just for comparison, I'm like 1600 on Lichess. Not that that's that good, but... And that's not provisional. That's like over hundreds of games. So what the fuck? That's chess, but not 1200 rated chess, right? That should be like 1500, 1800, 2000. So if I take, he takes, and then I go here, and then he pushes, and then I take. That's 1200. Not on most websites, at least. Maybe in real life, like FIDE 1200. So he can't actually do anything from this, but it almost makes me want to go like this so that I can go like this. But then again, I'll let him do it first. So I come here, he pushes, I take. I'd be happy with doing that, I guess. But then it might guarantee that I don't have any horses left. He would take, I would take, he would take. At this point, maybe I should start moving pawns. You're barely 1300, I'm just carried by the opening. Really? You can be carried that much just by the opening? I almost feel like openings don't even matter half the time, but I just find them so boring too. Like, well, it says the guy who does one all the time, but so you can draw 1600 and 1700. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean too. Yeah. So these people could be worse than me, but they just, nobody wins, right? It's like a moral victory to draw somebody. I don't actually know what to do here. Let's see. If I take it, double stacks the pawns again, 2 double pawns, you should just resign right there. I know it's not the right move, but where the fuck does the horse go then? You know, if I have a chance to get rid of 2 horses and double stack, like, why would I say no to that? Why would I ever say no to that? There's no way you can tell me that this is a good pawn position for him. Now, I'll come like this, threatening the bishop, I guess. Or let me rethink. Let me just rethink the whole position. I could bring it to the other side, but I'm assuming he's going to queenside castle. But I can't come there, can't come there. So I can either come... See, this is where you want it to be, but it doesn't work because of this stupid pawn. So... But, you know, I could do it, threaten, and then segue to here. I almost want to keep the horse. But who really gives a shit? Because he does have a bishop pair. If he moves the bishop, I can keep it here for now. If he doesn't move the bishop, I can take it, I guess. Just don't make any obvious mistakes. Take my time. I'm always down on time, but always up on material, always down on time. That should be your motto. Yeah, I definitely blew a lot of chances to make this a lot easier. Right, like I was 1130, I could have been 1150, and then still 50 rating is a lot, but 91 at this speed is very daunting. So it's important not to think about it. Right, you can't get overwhelmed by the enormity of the task. Just do one game at a time. Here's the thing about doubled pawns. If they're on the edge, they're bad. If they're isolated, No other pawns, one file between. That's terrible. Isolate split pawns, like I call them. But double pawns near the center are better than, well, but see, you say that, but I think most of these people don't know how to use even regular pawns, so how are they going to know how to use that? It might be objectively true, but chances are he's not going to, you know, he's not going to do anything with it. That's the assumption that you always have to take comfort in, is knowing that these people don't know what they're doing. But neither do I, apparently. He's obviously going to castle queenside 100% right now, and I can't really stop it. Now you got to make some cheeky little threats maybe to delay him. You could come like this, but it doesn't do anything. But you could, I would take, actually it does do something, because if he castles, I would take, he would take, I would take. But what would actually happen is I would take, he would come here, then I wouldn't be able to move it, and then he would take. If I come, oh, you know what, this is beautiful, because now you can take this too. Trying to see if he has any threats. He really doesn't. You got to see the first move that like you would get baited into, but then you got to see the other layer to it. What the fuck are you doing? Stupid ads. Go like this. This has got to be a good move objectively. So it discourages the castle, and it also threatens a pawn. Minor piece trades all depend on pawn structure and time. Knight and bishop are minor, rook and queen are major. So you won't castle this turn. You could move the rook to the thing, move the rook to f8. Then I take the pawn, which is fine. I'm not even up any material, but doesn't it just feel like I'm up just because his position feels so awkward? But yeah, this could be annoying because I would have no, I guess I could still do this. He would take, I would take. He wouldn't be able to take. Yeah, forget about double pawns. Let's do a tripled pawn. That's where it's at. You don't know why I think that? Just because that's what I would maybe do to try to cover the... Because then he would want to castle after that to allow it to be covered. That's the only thing I can think of. You could come like maybe like this, because it blocks it too. I guess that would be even better. But he gives it up for that. Now, the queen is not pinned down, so you can just... You could take either one. You could take either one right now, but he has to address the rook threat. But then I can't keep it there. Dude, this is a tough decision now. Which one's better to take? Doubled pawns are dog shit, but this is also a split pawn. So now I do this. He comes like this or this or this. All of which let me escape. This is a tough spot. This is a tough decision to make. Why would this be better? It'd be better because I could also... No, but then he'll go like this. I don't know. This one seems somehow more annoying. Closer to the center, I guess, could be the rationale. Now, you can't do the cheeky little pin down play. I can just go back. Think about if it creates a pass pawn for you. Oh, I guess that one did. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that at all, actually. Yeah, that would be the only way to look at it, too. The king pawns are always kind of shit because they get kind of canceled out. Or, like, at least if they're in the same vicinity, same castle position. If you give a check, he would just take. Give a check, he would just take. Okay. You know, this is a familiar spot, but then I have a tendency to fuck up in the late game. Get off to a good start. We're threatening both the rook and the pawn, but the good way to do it would be to turn it into a threat, so then I can't take because I have to react to that. You come here, nothing, nothing, good. Although maybe not. Maybe I should go all the way and then open this. You don't really have a whole lot of choices. You could either go here and let him take, which is stupid, or... Okay, that's not quite what I expected him to do, but that's fine too. Rooks are better. Yeah, I know that, dude. Well, it wouldn't have been a sack though, right? He would just double take it. If I leave it there and take, or no, even if I don't take, can't he just double take it? He would take, I would take, he would take. So I think, let me see, go here, come back all the way. This is a little bit dangerous how much he's loading up on the king side here, because that is the point of queenside castling, that you rook f8. Oh yeah, that was earlier. Yeah. So if he double stacks, this could actually be a little bit scary. Come like this. I kind of like where the king is now, though. That's kind of a worthwhile move to make once. He could actually force the queen trade, but I don't know if you would think that would be to his benefit. But if he really wants to go super aggressive, maybe. I'm not a very aggressive player, but sometimes you have to make them think you are, just so they don't take advantage of how passive I am. Look at those fucking streaks of time. This is what I like to see, the big little chunks. That's how you know that you're actually trying, at least. You can't take the pawn. He's creating some good double stack opportunities. It might be worth it for now just to go like here and here. Even as, again, passive and stupid as that is, I know it's not going to be the right move, but what can I do with... You know what? I could force the queen trade. Even if it don't... See, this is the kind of stuff that I do. This is the kind of shit that I do that I probably shouldn't do. It would make it a passed pawn, technically. Then I have doubled passed pawns. It is in my nature to do this, because it simplifies it. I don't have to worry about the threats that he seems to be able to be posing. But what a better player would say is, oh, the threats aren't really that good. You just have to make this move and this move and this move to neutralize them, which I won't know how to exactly do. That's what kind of annoys me. Like, yes, it just looks scary. Maybe it isn't scary, but how would I know that, right? Unless I already know the solution. But he has to take. Even if you block, I just take for free. So now I have to protect this pawn, and at this point I guess I don't have to worry about like keeping the king safe as much, because once the queen's gone, at least that's my rationale. So one of these two passed pawns probably should work. One of the best moves. Okay, apparently. Yeah, this just looks kind of daunting. He would take, I would take, and then I would have no choice but to do this, because there is no other way to cover it. That's what kind of... These double pawns are going to be annoying, because the rook actually won't do anything here. Because it's like just... You're going to end up actually losing this pawn, probably. Or something else is going to go wrong with it. Because there's no... Or I could bring the rook like outside and then do it, but that's usually not a good thing to do. To bring it like above your own pawns like that. From my extensive experience. So this looks fine. Okay, that I didn't see at all. Doubling on the E file. This one I did not see, so maybe that's a reason not to do what I just did. Not the end of the world, but that also removes the possible cover. So this pawn is pretty much garbage now. And now he can unleash. He can unleash take something like, okay. See, my desire, my lust to trade the queen was unfounded there. In fact, not only could he take it, but then I only have here to go, and then he could do it again. Or this might actually be no, because then he'll just check again. I was gonna say that at least I could take this, and I don't really have much of a choice. You could unleash again after you check again. Okay, dude. Wait, what? What did he do? Okay, that's fine. So what I should be trying to do now is not allowing him to check again, so that... Oh, but the other rook now is going to come too. This might still be fine. So, like, he comes here. Those kind of moves are just demoralizing because it shows you, like... It's conceivable that I missed something like that, but that he would see it and see it that quickly and just... Okay. If I come here, then I come under. He comes, he gives the check. And then I can still move, and then he won't be able to do anything in the immediate aftermath at least. So I think it still would be fine. Oh yeah, my bishop. If I could have come, give a check. If he takes, I take. It's a pass pawn either way, too. The check isn't gonna happen, but even if it did, it would be fine. You can't do this. You check, you take. I don't see what the point of a check like this would really be, but I guess it does kind of seal off the open file a little bit. And there's not much you can do to the bishop at this point. Well, I guess you could put your own bishop there. But then I still don't have to take, but then he would double take. I almost want to do something like this, but I can't. I could double stack on this here. He checks from here. I can't come behind because of my own stupidity there, I guess. But then you would be safe here. Or he would just take this. Maybe I should do this first. And then do it. So now if I double stack, we can try to promote. I really don't think it's going to work, but this will have the bishop cover. We'll have the two rook covers. His king will be too close, though. That's what's going to probably stop it. We had two pass pawns, but the fact that they were doubled kind of fucked it up a little bit. That makes me -1 now. I want to double stack. That's the only thing on my mind. His double stack seems kind of meaningless in a way. I could even put the bishop there just to block it. But then he might force me to take it, like... Because then if he takes, I take, he just takes. I don't see what that double stack does, honestly. It would force me to take, check. Which doesn't even bother me that much. Let's just see. But he would probably take a pawn out of it somewhere too. Even this was looking like it should be an easy-ish win, but it's just not. None of these wins are easy ever. The guy blunders his queen, but then he still comes back. Like what kind? That was like a previous game. Like who are these people, dude? This site never used to be like this. Because I was much higher with much less effort, and that also wasn't provisional. I don't understand. I mean, obviously, the fact that you're playing 30-minute games is what allows that, but... The biggest point is... There's nothing he can do, but the light square bishops kind of cancel each other out. But the fact is, the king just can't be stopped. The king will come in, and the king will take it. Like, I already know that. I don't know how I could stop that. I go here. Let's say he goes here. Or whatever. Like, I'll go here. He'll go here. I'll go here. He'll move it. But then he just leaves it there, blocked by the thing. I guess I'll rely on the bishop cover, but here's where I should spend a little bit more time, because I don't take endgame seriously enough. I think they're, oh, you know, there's so little on the board, it should be so simple. There is a way to still win this, especially against a clown like this, but how? Give the check. I can't switch the thing, though. Maybe if I get rid of it. See, this could hurt me because I already have that covered. But give the check. He comes. I take. He takes. And then I just keep going. But then the king is in there anyway. That could be one of the worst possible things to do. I just don't know. It blocks his file, so the rook can't come in. But then that's easily resolved. I just don't know, man. You go like this, double attack it. I find openings and endgames to just be so fucking annoying. It's too much like a binary thing. Like, oh, there's a right answer, there's a wrong answer. It's too narrow. Right, and even Bobby Fischer agreed. Okay, that was pretty fucking good, though. So I probably should have done it now in retrospect. Even Bobby Fischer hates openings. But you can't attack it here with the light square bishop, so you wouldn't ever be able to, well, with the king. If you come like this, he end pizons, I take, I come back, but then he'll take this. Never that simple. There's almost nothing the bishop can do now. Allow his pawn to undouble, I guess, but come like this. He would take, I would take, he would take. Maybe there's something with the rook now, like this. And so what that would allow is that he can give a check. But so what? It would allow him to go like this, and then I'd have to go like this, and then he'd go like this, this. I don't know whether trading a rook now would be okay or not, actually, but we're double attacking that. Gives a check now. Like, we could recreate the same exact thing if we just did this. I can't imagine moving the king would be the right play here. Although maybe. Let's say I didn't want to trade rooks because the double stack is so all important and valuable. Then he would take, I would take. Then we could recreate the double thing. But then if I was to do it, I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would take. Save from the light thing. Come like this. Oh, shit. He can... Okay, I fucking can't. He's gonna do it now because I don't have the bishop there anymore. I hate these kind of positions. This is where I'm losing every single game. You got to build up a even bigger lead than I have, so I don't have to worry about it, but you can't really just do that. So this is still there, though, so he can't mate. But now he comes like this. I don't fucking know. I probably should have... I should always just err on the side of trading, because it always... Wait, why didn't he do it? Couldn't you just come like that? Well, first of all, you should just do it now, then. Fuck everything. Because then if you take, I check, and then I can still try to promote or something. He has more time than me, so he really shouldn't be missing anything now. I'm also attacking this, so you really have to do it. So we can still do this, and we can threaten, and then he's going to take it with the king, so I don't know what the fuck to do about that. Whenever there's a trade, I'll just take it. That'll be my rule for the day. Well, not... There are some that might be bad, but... Like, sometimes I'll even lose a pawn just to trade the queen because it would be worth it. And now that kind of is stupid because this might get his rook caught out in such a way that the promote would be possible, but it still won't be because he can just block the fucking thing. Wait, I can just take the rook first of all. I don't know. What the fuck is probably part... Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. He would take, I would still take. So why don't we just keep pushing? It's certainly invincible here, and then we're one move away. He would take and check. I'm just going to go for it. Yeah, see, this is so fucking stupid. Now you could try to reorient like this, but the king is already there. I don't get it. At least his rook is far enough away, so I don't want to give him the chance to come in. He would take, I would take, and then he would take. But I would check. I would check, so he can't take. I almost want to bring a rook here, but that doesn't work, like, to stop the king, but... Let's solve this fucking endgame like it's a puzzle. You take the bishop, he takes with the rook. The rook can't really come in right away, but it doesn't matter because he can just sit there. You want a rook to be here, and the reason why is because you don't want the king to come in. But that's hard to arrange because he'll take, I'll take. If I go here, he'll take, I'll take, and then he'll take. There is a fucking solution, but I don't know what it is. Let's see. Come like this, come like this. He takes. If I take, the rook comes in. And then it'll be too flexible. He'll be able to do whatever he wants with it. Whatever. Alright, maybe now is the time where you try to just trade it, but then you'll still lose on the... Yeah, I just said, like, whenever there's a chance to trade, you should just trade. Not because it's objectively good to do that, but because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so the less pieces there are, the better your chances are. I could give a check, which allows the king to come in, which is obviously stupid. If you block the king, the rook is still going to be active. If only these two moves were somehow usable together. then you could not only block the king but also come in and take, but you have to do that like from the other side. So you come like this, so like he takes, I come here, he comes in, and then I go here, but then he just takes, but then I just take, but then wait, oh, he wouldn't be able to initiate the take with the king. Well, first of all, he's stupid because he should have brought the rook in. But that might give me a little more time too. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I can't read everybody's messages when the game's going on because then I do feel like sometimes it's unfair. I try to only read ones that don't seem like they're gonna help me too much, because I wouldn't want my opponent to do that either. Like, you know, I'd be, although they probably are for all I know, they could be fucking cheating and still losing. If you come here, the king comes in, the rook comes here. If he takes, I take. If he takes, it's fucked. If he just takes with this, he's already there. He would take, I would take. What the fuck? I just don't get this fucking stupid ass position. My king is way too far away. His king is way too close. I could come. I'm just going to start taking other pawns. Like, I just can't fucking do it. The king will come in. He'll just take the pawn. I give up. I could try to make it this one instead. Try to pass that one. But the king is just going to be a liability then. Even without the other rook being there, I still can't do it. Because the king just has way too much impact. Even if I come there, it's like, I can't do anything then. Literally, you would just sit there. Or you would do it and then let the king come in after. I don't care. Why wouldn't you just have come next to the pawn if you were gonna do that anyway? I mean, his rook is pretty much out of the game in a certain sense. Maybe I could do it from here now. Like, come like this, comes in, come like this, but then he would still just do the same thing. It just doesn't work. I would probably have to actually bring my king in. I can't think of another way to do it. It's actually mathematically impossible. Or I should do it like in such a way that... Actually, this one's kind of free to move. I should start pushing the other one too. This is what it'll take to fucking do this. He's gonna start taking my shit too. I could take this and check. But if he has any sense at all, he would just come here. But then it forces me to commit both. So now he'll have to worry about this one too, which I'm sure he can easily do. Or more to the point, if he just ever got his rook back there somehow, he would be able to just take it outright and there's nothing I could do. My king can't come all the fucking way across the board to try to save it. He has a ton of pass pawns. Or no, he only has one. I just hate this aspect of it, honestly. Which kind of shows you why, like, the whole, you know, I don't like to study. I like to play like just a fresh whatever experience and try to figure it out, which is more fun. But chess isn't meant to be fun. It's meant to be, oh, study openings all day, all night, study endgames all day, all night. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's why I just wouldn't even want to fucking be that good, like 2,000 whatever fucking people do, because the whole embarrassment that they wouldn't want to admit is, oh yeah, I studied like fucking more than you've done anything in your whole life, like any one activity. But then that's why everybody's so egotistical about chess. Like, you would want to validate how much time of your life you've wasted playing a fucking board game. I didn't realize how much time people spend on it. I knew it was a lot, but I didn't know it was that much. And all to get hard stuck at fucking 1100. Like, look at this. This is one game, dude, against a 1,000 rated player. And I know everybody wants to act like, oh, they're such geniuses and they're so good, but like, I don't know. This just seems like too much. I'll just go back to the chess where I'm fucking 1600, top 8,000 classical player. Probably because nobody plays classical, but still. Like, what the fuck? Not that that even is good. That is bad, but 1600 is bad, so 1,000 is fucking dog shit. If I come like this, he's already there. He'll just take it. I have to come here. I'm also threatening there. You could come like this. Look, he's firing up the engine, firing up the stockfish, even though he's used less time than me. Ha ha ha. Fucking stupid game. Come like this. You could come like this. You could come like this. Come like that, then try to push it. He'll try to react like this. So I'd probably want to preempt it by going here. That would be the only opening he has for now. Let's try to figure out like the rook moves, because he has restricted his ability to move it quite a bit. But see what a complete... This is totally like the speed run versus hard mode argument all rehashed again. Right? That's why I hate Blitz and Bullet, just in principle. Not even forget about level of ability, better player, worse player. Doesn't matter. Just in principle, right? Like, the longer games are always better quality because, like, you want to play it to a proper conclusion, not just because somebody chokes on time or loses on time, whatever. And so it's the same thing with speed runs. Like, why would you want to just do a great game as quickly as possible? You want to really flesh it out, and you know the enemies are stronger, they're harder enemies, they're just like, it's more of a complete experience, whereas speedruns are the opposite. It's less of an experience. You just want to cheat through it. You want to, you know, do bugs and glitches, or at least you kind of want to subvert the mechanics and bypass them as much as possible, bypass the content, skip the content. You don't want to actually flesh it out further or at all. So there is a certain philosophical approach I have like that, which is why I like hard mode so much. This guy just went to go take a fucking shit, and I still can't figure out what his move would be. I would probably just move the king, but maybe that's just me. I guess I could give a check like this now. So then he would have to go back because he can't initiate the take with the thing. The problem with that is it doesn't do anything for me, because I still can't come here. He would take, I would take, he would take. Or maybe I could do it like this. Like, no, because you can't move this one either. You would almost need your king to somehow be up there, but it's impossible to do. Maybe that's what he's afraid of with moving the rook. He comes like this. I don't see what's bad about that. I could keep just trying to harass these, and at one point or another, you might be able to take. He'd give a check, and then at least I'd be able to move up. That honestly is unironically what you have to do here. You have to bring the king in. That's just it. And he won't be able to check the king with this because of the pawn cover too. Like, these people aren't playing for anything. They're not playing with high stakes, with permanent stuff. So why are they so good, and why are they so try hard? Like, I have to respect it on a certain level, but what the fuck, dude? You're a 1,000 rated player. Just accept the fact that, oh boy, I lost another one. Like, fuck off. Okay, he pushes the rook up to take this, which is the dumbest shit move I've ever seen in my life. Because I can not only check, but I can also cover. Now, even if you come here, I could check again. That's honestly a worse move than even what I would have come up with. And that's saying something. Yeah, fuck you. You can't do anything. Now, he could come back to cover, could come back to double stack. Yeah, I think I've shown with this game, though, this is fucking bullshit. Like, this is what you would have to do to get to 1200. Like, just forget about it, man. I don't even understand it. He did kind of fuck up there because... Oh, this is like the dream come true, right? Because either he takes and I promote. He took the king away. I don't really care about that other pawn now. He pretty much has no choice but to do it. Either you let me take the rook for free or you take and promote. The act of him taking the pawn would not be particularly meaningful. People don't resign either. Or at least I'm not beating them enough to just... No, even... Wait, what? Or you have to sack it. That's acceptable too. And my king will be safe. And we have another passed pawn. So he fucked up majorly there. In a way that he didn't fuck up the rest of the game. So I'm not even happy with that because ordinarily this god tier level of player that we're facing would not fuck up like that. So now you come like this, he checks. It's just going to be a lot of annoying checks. I could block with the rook. I just have to keep his king out of it. That's the whole thing here. You got to shut down the check, make it real clear that he's not going to just give some kind of stupid chain. And then put the other rook behind. You might think, oh, go here, but that always fucks me over too. The problem is he has his own pass pawns too, so it might not be... But I have a whole extra rook to just roam. If it was rook versus rook, this might actually be bad still. Because somehow he's still going to fuck up the one pawn that I have. Or rather, what would have made a certain amount of sense would be this. Because even if he covers it, it's worth it. Then I just have nothing to worry about. That was actually a mistake. Just do it, trade it, and then you win. Although somehow he would... No, because he can't stop this one. Never mind what he does with the pawns. That's just done. I'll get banned for talking trash in the text chat here. Like, who did that? I think Tyler won in League of Legends. We got banned for text chat. Fucking getting so tilted. I think. I don't even think there was voice chat in the game at that point, if there even still is. That is the second most toxic community in all of gaming. Preceded only by chess itself. Like, what the fuck? There's so much in common between the two. It's like because there are careers to be made out of it or whatever, right? This elitist sort of mindset that everybody who plays at a shit level thinks that they, I don't know, they want to think in terms like that and not just play like any other game, I guess. But man. You have to have that kind of undying spirit. Like, don't get tilted by how long the game goes on. Don't get tilted by how much these guys fucking fight. Because I'm just like that too. Interesting thought. Would you just... No, I don't care. I'm not going to get pissed at the fact that he's waiting because I would wait the same way. Although I've never waited just purely to tilt somebody. I've waited just to... think that there's still some way out of it, even if that's just delusion. Like, obviously even I can't fuck this position up, dude. We only have to do this about 15 more times probably, right? Like 7. In a certain sense, I'd rather play opponents like this, even if they give me less rating, because they're not as good, although they're still pretty good. Would you just hurry up? He gives a check. I could just block. If he takes, that's good enough for me. If he stays connected, I could just take. I really just should have done that. That would wrap it right there. Fuck. He had like way more time than me too. Like the whole game, which has been a trend of a lot of these games, but... Right, who really cares if you win? "38-minute moves in literally an hour." of real life time. 2 minutes a move, which actually doesn't sound that bad, but for both players, 542 he took to make the worst move of the whole game, because he was playing pretty good for the most part. Should be at least 80 something accuracy. Well, now at least I feel like I would win on time if nothing else. Go ahead, just milk the clock. I don't care. You think time is your ally? Think about who you're playing against, dude. Check. He wouldn't be able to come in. Doesn't really serve much of a purpose. I mean, even if you sack it for that, obviously this is more than enough to mate with. This is normally the position we'd see with where I only have one rook, and then I'm not so sure, because even though I'm +3, well, I wouldn't be +3 then, but like he would still beat me to promoting, because he would just fuck me over with something here. He wouldn't trade it, but he would like neutralize it and then somehow still win. Those are the kind of things that trigger me. Where it seems like you should win, but I don't know. The point is, he has to move the rook. He's just not even going to play. I like that whole idea about chess compared to most games. Like in Hearthstone or something, if you rope, you would rope on each turn. You have like a 2-minute time limit per move. In this, it's like you could take 20 minutes on one move and then 1 second on the rest or something. It's up to you to determine which move deserves the most time, which usually I'm pretty bad at guessing. Like I'll spend 5 minutes on a move that could be just like the most obvious thing ever just to be extra paranoid about it, but 30-minute. That's pretty much all I play usually, or against viewers and stuff I don't care, like unrated, but it's definitely more instructive and enjoyable, but it can also be way more frustrating. He's just gonna time out. At least this is already better than yesterday because we didn't win a single one. So I just have to not get upset in the end game. That's what actually happened all day yesterday. I'll be winning, but I just don't even care. I feel like I've done enough, so you should just resign, or it should be easy, but it's not easy. This wasn't even a very good opponent, so it doesn't actually mean anything. Compared to what we've been facing, you would think none of these opponents should be good. He's just... No, I don't really mind, though. He's trying to... He knows my challenge, so he's trying to waste as much time as possible, so I have the lowest odds of getting to 1200, because he knows it's going to take, like, literally 12 hours to do it. And it's already 10 o'clock, so I have, like, what, 12, 13 hours. I mean, if I don't lose any games, I could do it, but... If I go back and forth, it could be... No, I'm just joking, like, he... he would go that far just to try to troll my challenge. Yeah, for all I know, they could stream snipe me, but imagine stream sniping an 1100 player. I feel like that one guy yesterday actually was doing it. Because every time I would say something, he would do it, like, immediately after. Assuming that you'd even want to take my advice. I normally never use chat, but not really. Okay, so let's look at the accuracy. Let's try to learn something from that one too. It started off good, then I kind of messed up a little bit. 69 again. Everybody's got to get one at least once. Okay. Book move, all good stuff in the beginning. The one and only opening that I ever do is white. That was a mistake by him, in my opinion, but it doesn't seem to really show that too much in the evaluation. Okay, that was actually correct, which I didn't think it was. I thought that was just my hatred for horses coming out. So it's still not really winning though. All this is still okay. Like for black. That's a blunder. But even the other guy was saying that was good. Oh, well, I guess neither of us saw that follow-up. I kind of have this desire to trade too much. Your account is a goner. We'll see about that. 2.5 advantage is winning. I was actually losing like most of the way once I did that blunder. How many times in hard modes did people say something was impossible that I couldn't do it? Like literally dozens of times. But I'm gonna lose to fucking chess of all games? Okay, let me take a minute. It's important not to play like immediately back to back. That's what I was trying to do yesterday. Just take a second. Just change my piece set every single game. Because it might be the last time we see them for... Really enjoy them. Flesh them out. Sky? How could it be sky? I was clearly just using something else. Wood. Let's see one that we like. Tournament. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just use the same one. It is a pretty good one. I don't know what this ad is that they always show. Okay. So that's 16. Even do the math. Like if each game gives me an average of 8, some give you 10, some give you 6 or 4 or whatever, depending on the matchup. So you would have to win at least 10, right, to give you 80. You're just realistic? Well, I'm certainly behind the 8 ball. 100 points is a pretty big win. What's your peak? I mean, 1,700, because that's what you get when you create your account. But no, I was at least like 1,500 on my old account, and like that wasn't provisional. But this site just went on steroids or something since then. And I'm 1,600 on the chess, but I don't know how you would compare that. Evidently not very favorably. So according to my measurement, it's inflated by like 500 points. 1,100 is 1,600. So if you're 1,500 on here, you should be like 2,000 on there, apparently. Which I don't think is really true, but obviously it changes the higher you get. Once you hit like 2,000, it ends up evening out. When was that? You should be able to get to, yeah, that's what I thought. That's a couple years ago. But I feel like the site has definitely changed. Okay, let me take a second. Maybe you have all the Twitch culture to blame. Like everybody saw Hikaru and stuff streaming, so they wanted to be chess players too, and he inspired a whole generation of tryhards at 1,100 and 1,000 just to sabotage me. Yeah. The play is black, 1116, 1088. I'm 1,700 and 1950 on the chess. Yeah, that seems fair. Then 200, 300. Usually about 200 point difference, but gets larger as the rating increases. I would think it would get smaller as it increases, because then I thought it evened out the higher you get. So this is pretty standard. Yeah, I'm not going to abort. Although I theoretically could abuse aborting today, because I never do it, so they're not going to ban me for it. And so every time I'm black, I should just do it, but I'm not so dishonorable. It's smaller. Come on, give the maximum effort every game, every move. Use up all my time. If I lose, it's gonna have to be on time. I won't lose any other way. Like, I'll still be thinking about a move and just say I can't figure it out. I won't move too fast and then fuck up. Yeah, they're all gonna be 30-minute, which is a double-edged sword. Obviously, I'm slow, so it gives me a better chance, but they're going to play better, too. It's larger from what I've seen. 2,200 is like 2,500. Huh. Maybe. What do I normally do here? This is a little bit... Like, I could let him double stack the pawn. Or I could do horse covers horse. The problem is if you come here to do horse covers horse, then he comes back. These opening stupid traps are so annoying. All I have to do is figure out a spot for the bishop. If he comes back there, I think I have no choice really but to do this. Okay, I'm happy with that. I can live with that. You get the horse cover back on the pawn. Now I want to bring out the dark square bishop. I don't know if I want it to be there or here. And I don't mean it's inflated, like not inflated compared to real life. Like obviously you could be 3,000 on, you know, like some of these guys are 3,200 or something when they're obviously there's no such thing as that in real life. But I'm just saying compared between the sites. So I could do the bishop to block. I could bring the horse. No, don't bring the horse back because that's just stupid development. This is good because if he falls asleep and leaves it there, I could double take. I could take. But that's, again, you don't expect that at this very high level that we're playing at. Let me just think. He can't take this at all. But I still want to do this development at some point. I don't really want the bishop to be here. That's kind of the thing. But in a certain sense, I almost don't even have a choice because you have to block. Okay, he's like me. He just wants to trade everything just for the sake of trading. He doesn't care whether it's good or not. I guess in a case like this, you could justifiably do the horse if you have some plan for it. If you feel like you don't really want to move the queen. No, but you can't because then he'll take the pawn. Seen models that show what I'm claiming? I don't know. I'm certainly not sure myself, but so now you could do the double attack. I just feel like a lot of 2000s I know on one side are about 2000 on the other side too. So I feel like once you get to a higher level, it might even out a little bit. I kind of want to pin this down, but I also want to see the castle. Comes like this, he'll come like this. To which there will be very few good responses. In fact, even this wouldn't work. If I do like this, it would be a good double attack. Let's just get the castle over with. Oh, fuck. I should have pinned down first, though. Ugh. Damn it. I even said the right order of what I was doing, but then I just got distracted by my desire to castle. At around 2,300 is equal. Okay, not a big deal, but that was a mistake. I could still do it here, but this move is very irritating. Mainly because of this pawn, which is almost impossible to cover across the board. This is one of the most common annoying pawns that you ever face. Like, how... How would I stop the horse from coming in here? I really can't. I could bring the bishop, but then I wouldn't even want to take. I obviously want to keep the bishop at all costs here. I'm totally unsure of what to do here. I could just go the other way and just let it be for now. I'll try to bring the bishop to the other side, I guess. Okay. So now your only option here is to come here. If he comes here, I take. If he comes here, I take. If he comes here, I take. So you don't really have a choice. Or I guess you could come there, but let's just keep the rooks connected. Yeah, that horse move is one of the most annoying things ever. I was even trying to do it myself, but I should have moved the bishop first. I should know that by now. It's like I go over a move so many times that I forget what I just said during the same move. Overthinking can be a bad thing. You come like this, you get the royal fork, but not really. If the queen was there or whatever. 1950? On which site? I think on with chess, right? It really seems like nobody plays classical, though, at the higher levels. Like, the highest rated classical player was only like 2,000 FIDE, like on the dot. Like, compared to obviously the other categories where they're like GMs and stuff, because they probably feel like people cheat, which is fair. But on the chess, yeah, I don't really use it either, because I play it like once every 6 months, and then I fail another permanent challenge. I guess this would be only the second time I've really done this since coming back to streaming, but still. I got embarrassed before, so am I really gonna let this site clown me again? By setting the bar at a whoppingly high 1200 rating? I only played 3 minutes. I see. Yeah, I'm definitely not the blitz or bullet kind of person. Even if I was better, I still wouldn't enjoy it, because I just kind of like the everything slower. I don't know. The queen comes in, and that creates a very big problem with the royal fork possibility. And so that is annoying. You could do something as simple as this to stop it. Wait. Yeah, because that would open the rook to the equation too, as a cover option. I guess there's no reason not to do this, because he doesn't have any bishop at all, let alone a light square bishop. So that's always my philosophy, right? You never push this if he still has a light square bishop, at least. But yeah, this horse is really a nuisance. I can't actually figure out how to deal with that. I would take, he would take, but then he can't come in at all. I would take, I would take, I would take, I would take, I would take. That's fine, that's fine. Can't figure out what to do with the bishop. I guess this is what I've committed to, but I don't know if that's even good. In this kind of game, maybe. Guys, fucking god of horses here. He comes like this to try to create maybe this threat somehow. If he comes here, I would take. That move had an instructive moment that I either missed or I caught. I could come here now to allow the cover to continue. I really don't know what he's doing with this, but it should be fairly obvious like that. I could take, and then I could maybe set up even for the double take. Take. I'm like this. I'm like this. I'm like this. I would take this. I would take this. I would take. So the queen's gonna take at least a little bit of time to do anything. This is the pace I have to play at. His even moves would seem obvious. I should just double check. There'll be that one move that you think is obvious, and then that costs you the whole game. So then this seems objectively fine. He can't do this stupid thing. This whole fucking horse interaction is so annoying. All right, you come like this, so I could just take it. Like, if I feel threatened by it, I could make both horses the bishop's bitch right now, but for what extent? Like, what does it do? He comes here, I take. He comes there, I take. He comes there, I take. He comes there, I take. So I still don't see what it does. The queen's going to come in at some point, though. If he takes there, I take there. That doesn't open anything else new for the horse. That's too obvious of a threat to... See, this is one of those times you should probably just do it, and I'll regret it if I don't, but... Let's say the queen was here, right? Then he could do this, and then I wouldn't be able to take. It's almost like I should just move the king here. Just like whatever he's going to do is just going to involve the king having to be there. I mean, I'll still have a chance to take. No matter what he does. Or maybe it's something more abstract. Like, let him take, and then somehow... I just don't see it. I don't see any problem immediately with this. Or maybe he is just not good at attacking like me, and he's trying to do a very obvious attack. But at the very least, I could win a pawn here, which could lead to something else probably bad. Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would check and fork and just kill me, but not really. I mean, that alone, like, just do it, I guess. Although I do want to keep around the bishop, I guess it's justifiable if you're winning something. I still don't see what he's doing with the other one, but... I would take, he would take, I would try to maybe trade that one too. Just trade everything. He doesn't have like a lot of great options of where to go. I mean, not only are you winning a pawn, but it's a center pawn. The queen can't come in that easily. He knew that. He knew that was going to happen. So why did he do it? Everything's part of their carefully elaborate plan. None of these moves look good, so let's just keep an eye on the stupid horse. Become like this, he would just take. So, I mean, I'd be happy just trading out the horses at this point. He comes in here to do what? To do this, or this. So, I could just threaten the horse. He would cover maybe, I doubt it. You probably don't have time to analyze these games because they're so long and you need to hit 1200, right? Yeah, like, well, I might analyze them briefly, but like afterwards, yeah. Come like this, take, no. He comes like this, I would take. Okay, I'm assuming I'm moving the queen here. He'll come maybe like this. If I take, then he takes the queen. That could be one of those cheeky kind of sequences. You could take with the horse. He would take. Maybe I'll just go into my final form. Not one quiet gamer, one silent gamer, and just not even... Maybe I calculate better when I don't say it, because it's obviously faster, despite how slow I still might be. I shouldn't fucking do that either, because then you might misclick something. Come like this, he's forced to move or he's forced to cover. If he does cover, it's kind of annoying. It doesn't seem like a very good move, but it just kind of... Then I could try to double attack it. Nobody seems to be wanting to move the rooks very much. Trying to see, like, what are all the queen moves here? He can't really go anywhere on a diagonal. Except back. The act of going here wouldn't do a whole lot. Because I could still just take the horse. If I bring the horse to here, he could just double take himself or take. Well, first of all, he could take the queen. Or actually, he couldn't. Or wait. No, he could. If I go here, I would take. He would take. I would still take, even if the queen was covering. The pawn move maybe has some merit since he's so obsessed with keeping the horse here, but he doesn't do it. He can't come back. He could go there. He could go there. So what is the purpose of any and all of those moves? He comes here. He creates kind of the same threat. Again. I almost want to put mine here to try to start to annoy him. That would present like a fork. You would think he wouldn't just be oblivious to it. And just keep going with his horse. See, that's where you have to do like a risk assessment. If I do this and he lets me do it, is that him making a mistake? Or is that him doing like some crazy mate thing that I'm about to miss? If he comes here, I could just take it. So the only spot is here, which doesn't do a whole lot. Or here, which might seem too simple, but what would he do? He would bring the queen in and try to do the same thing again. Like, he goes here, I go here, he goes here. Like, what is really the proper response to this? How do you stop the horse from doing that? I might just want to move the queen here. He would put the pawn, but he can't because the queen's already there. I'm just gonna fucking think about it to the extreme amount that you shouldn't have to do, but clearly I do. The horse is so fucking annoying. I could just move the king. That might be the solution. But wait, that wouldn't even change anything. You know what I could do is actually just put the rook there. Like, okay, you come here, you come there. I move the rook. You go here, I could take. You go there, I could take. That might be the solution. So you could try to push the horse out with the pawn, right? That would be one of those rapid moves, like 10-minute game moves that you would say, oh, haha, just push the horse back. But then obviously you get forked. But here he has the time to think about it. In fact, he has plenty of time to think about it. That removes the fork too on a more basic level, just like they're not even in the right position anymore. So what is the mystery of the horse here? I kind of just want to trade him. I'd be very happy with doing that, but am I giving something up by doing that? The move is generally the same position. The act of moving that didn't change anything. Now, either you move the queen and let me take, or you take yourself. Wait, what? Why did it seem like it was doing that like I was in check, like I couldn't move it there? So yeah, I think it pretty much guarantees the trade. This is just more like a preferential thing. Like, I just don't like horses. It's nothing to do with that being an advantage, but that's fine. The queen is still weak on the diagonals. So yeah, whatever threat that was is gone. Now we just play it with the rooks. So which pawns here would be to my advantage? Do I want to do this one? Yeah, he beat me to it. Maybe I could still do it. He would take, I would take. It kind of splits my center, though. You wouldn't want to do that. I come like this. He would take, I would take. This can always be tough. I could cover it with this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. He's going to bring the rook there, though, presumably. The most common thing that you always see the engine do and stuff is just bring the rook to this one, to the center, for whatever reason, even if it's not immediately impactful. But this might be the one case where it doesn't do that. These seem like frivolous trades that don't actually accomplish anything. But then I could start to create like a double stack on here. Comes up, I could take. Doesn't seem like I would want to take, though. Right? You would rather let him take and then preserve the structure. This seems stupid. These are the kind of moves that I do just to try to force something to happen. I like it because you're in an immediate double stack position on an open, half open file. This makes sense for him to try to create another cover. Okay, he covers it once. Now we attack it again. He comes like this, but I ignore it, let's say. And the act of doing that would allow me to take here. The act of him taking doesn't actually matter. So you can't, the other rook can't reach. The act of pushing the pawn doesn't do anything. Get over the embarrassment of playing at 1100 and just fucking take it like you're a fucking GM. This is GM level plays. That's what 30 minutes does to these people. Go like this. He takes, I double take. Although, I don't know if I really want to do that. Like, would you rather just take the pawn or hope that he makes a mistake? If I do this, he pushes, I could still take. If he doesn't push, I could take and it becomes a pass pawn. But that maybe is good no matter what the scenario. If he goes here, I could just, it's a pass pawn again. But he's more, shit, he's more worried about that than anything else. So this pawn will be vulnerable if I do this. He'd be able to come here. I like how weak the queen was on those diagonals for a while there. This would allow me to still do what I was just saying to do. It does kind of mess this up, though, because if I do this, then he does this. Then even if I take this, he would take, I would take... Wait. I go here, he goes here. I would... Oh, I would cover it. I just found out my own strategy. I would cover it even then. Dude, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm from doing this. See, all that happens when you get better is you just do these calculations faster. Like, this is actually fucking... You would see the same thing by a 2000 player, but in a blitz game or in a bullet game. It would still be like the same level. Obviously, they would calculate even more, but this just doesn't feel right. So if you come up now, lock the pawns, come like this. If he takes, I double take. If he doesn't take, I can just take. If he takes with this, I just take. How can it be that simple? I come here, he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. If he comes there, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I don't know, it seems like almost too easy. I think you have a good position, finally. What? But why? He didn't have to do that. Alright. We get back pretty much to where I was at the beginning yesterday, or maybe not. I was at like 33. But no, I won't even say that. Like, it's still gonna take another fucking 20 minutes, so don't get tilted. I could take this and create a pass pawn out of it. That would be the simplest way to start this. He can't give me a check, but he could come to like an awkward spot like this, which I don't like, but I mean, why wouldn't you? You take a pawn, you get a pass pawn. Now, what you really want is to put the thing behind. You don't really want to do it like this. Even if the queen... Oh, that... Wait. It almost seemed like there's more merit in putting the queen here first. Well, let's actually fully just properly calculate. If he comes like this, basically I'm going to let him take. He could come like this with both. I guess that prevents the check. Oh, you know what you could do is just force the queen trade at this point, which I love doing. Right? I think so. You would take, I would take, and then this is just done. Perfect. Oh my god. So that middle game, I really took my time, which is what you have to do. I guess you can still clear these out. Well, just to avoid a stalemate. He's certainly going for that too by trying to trade off all his pawns. Okay, you come like this. Make sure he has somewhere to go. Or his pawns can still move too. I don't care even really if he was to take that. Now here I really do stop thinking about what I'm doing, but don't even really care about the pawn. Oh, see, I didn't even see that that was made. That's the sort of thing you should be able to tell in that much time. Okay. So I think I need to take a break for a few minutes, and then I'll do another one. 79. So like the biggest difference too is like if he actually used his full 30 minutes, right? It would have at least been a better game, or he possibly would have won or beat me on time. But look at how much time he still had left. Not that I'm complaining, but you did miss a free piece for a few moves, but you played well. Thanks. What move was the free piece? I guess we'll find out here. Blunder. Okay, I'll look at that. Let's go through the whole thing though. There was a blunder not to take the horse, but it looked like the pawn covered, so obviously there must be more to it than that. All the rest of this is pretty much standard stuff. Yeah, that was the move that did it. The pawn pushed there. Although he certainly didn't have to play it exactly like that. It would have been bad no matter what though. You take and the other knight is not protected. Okay, all this is just garbage time. So it's like in basketball. That's the basketball term. That's garbage time. When, like, you know you're winning, so you just pad your stats. Pad your accuracy. Let's see this horse move. There's a blunder to go there. If you take... Oh, okay. Okay, that's a little bit simpler than I thought, too, but... Alright. Yeah, see, the horse is always the liability like that. Okay. That's the advanced level play that you should be making, though, even at this level. What was the accuracy? 79 is okay. 70 is not too good. 2 blunders. What were his blunders besides that? Well, I want to see the next blunder by him, not the next. I didn't even see it. Yeah, where was that? probably just, even that wasn't a blunder, even though it seemed like it. I guess it's just so lost that it doesn't matter. Okay. So that would be the difference between an 1100 and a 1500. You would have to make a move like that too. Or I guess he wouldn't have allowed it though if he was any better. Okay. Just got to space them out a little bit. 650 games. Basically, I just can't lose. I mean, that's just it. Just don't lose. So I saw that headline somewhere on my phone that like, Magnus gets his triple crown, whatever the fuck it's called, right? He's like the champion in triple world champion for the 3rd time in his career. Double world crown in rapid and blitz. Carlson wins World Blitz Championship. Imagine clicking on a CNN link in 2022. Gonna need more hands soon. I don't know. What is he counting? Messi and Magnus, the year of M's. Yeah, now you got to hit 2,900, dude. That's the thing we were waiting for. Okay, I'll be back. It's important not to burn yourself out because this is going to be a day-long experience. It's like one of those things in life, like you stop doing something for a while, right? And it's like, has the world gone mad or have I? Because it's like, how could this site be that different and that crazy in that amount of time? I can't get over that. It's definitely vastly different. Nice anti-cheat controls, by the way. Ha ha ha. If that's even. But by that, well, I guess maybe people didn't do that sort of thing as much before. I don't know if that is provable, but it's like it's certainly become much easier to. Not that I would know, but I just heard from a friend that, you know, it's much easier now to cheat. Much more advanced engines and such. But yeah, like, there's sort of a philosophical thing from this. Is like, why would somebody want to do a blind first playthrough of chess? Why would somebody want to, you know, not study and just play and try to learn from playing and treat every move in every game like it's a puzzle? But it's kind of like that wide-eyed sort of a thing that I like to do with a lot of things. Like, you want to go in fresh. You want there to be a sense of discovery, right? Knowing is half the battle. You can make even a game like chess fun by doing that. Like, even if this position has been decided upon and it's objective and it's solved, right? Like, one day chess will be a solved game. It's not solved for you. So what does it matter? That'd be like saying with a single player game, like, oh, this game's been beaten before, so why even bother playing it? That game's easy. Legend of Zelda is easy, so why bother, right? Because you want to have your own experience with it. So that's kind of the point. Like, if I come up with some like optimal objectively best move pattern, move sequence, I would do so not by studying it, although I do look at the engine a little bit too much still. It's like like after games, it's still like you want to look at each position as if you're seeing it for the first time. Obviously with the openings that doesn't happen, but I still don't know like for sure how to deal with some of them. I don't know who that is. Dutch Women's Championship recap. Oh, is she the one who won the... No, she's not. I like that controversy with the Iranian chess player. Like, that was all over the news too. Like, she didn't want to wear her hijab or whatever, and then she wants to move to Spain or something. Like, the things that get chess attention are usually not chess itself for whatever reason. It's always something else. Some kind of drama or political thing, or just always something different. Okay, so let's get back into this. 79 and 76. So those were not... I mean, again, accuracy is what it is, but those are not great, I'll say. So that's fine, but the point was, this wasn't meant to come down to this day, right? I gave myself about a month, not that I played every day, but like it was like December 7th, I did my return to chess.com thing, which was after like a 8-month window of not having played on there, like April, but it's technically a 6-month window that I have to wait. So April 1st, I deleted it. October 1st, whatever, I could have reopened it, but I chose to wait till December, whatever reason, right? And so I had from December 7th till now to get from like 9 something to 12, but I just wasn't able to do it in time. So now it's come down to this by sheer, necessity. Not, it just happens to work out that way. But hey, Wormius, how's it going? What's my chess rating? I'm 1600. The most epic of challenges possible. And this would be the second time that I would have deleted it if I do fail. What I like about this is it's so flexible. You could do this no matter what rating you are. Like, oh, if you don't reach 2500 by X day, I wish Alex Botes would do that. Get back to actually trying to get better at chess instead of just chasing views and clout or whatever she does. But like, that's what I would do. Like, oh, I'm never allowed to stream chess again if I'm a GM, if I can't do this or do that. Or at the least do the 50 increment thing. Like, once you get to 2300, or sorry, 2350, now if you fall below 2300, you're done. You have to delete your account. Like, it puts a real stake and pressure on there, which I know is even harder to do at the higher ratings, and it would be insane, but that's the price you pay sometimes. No incentive for her to get better at chess. Yeah, but the incentive has to come from within. Okay, let's do this. I think it is good to take like a few minutes break after each game, especially the tilting ones. Okay, we get to play as black again. I could just abort it. I could. It even lets you choose to abort, not just by stalling out on time. Better to get better at making content, I guess. Unlike this, pretty much the same thing that we see every single game. I'm not the only. Okay, that's different. That's different. Probably means it's not very good, but it's more important to try to figure out what he's doing. That's my bishop stagger, patented to stop the fried liver. But it doesn't make as much sense here because I'm not even trying to do that. So what does that open up that we don't normally see? Normally you're going for the fried liver, you're trying to take a pawn maybe. It doesn't do either of those. There must be something else maybe. Look at it opens up the other side diagonal, I suppose. This content seems very diluted on their channel, but if they prosper and happy, let's go. Bishop, I try not to read the move things because I want it to be fair to my opponents here. I wouldn't want them to be, reading moves either. From far better players than me. Is that classical? Yeah, that is classical. Bit of a disparity. Yeah, but see, it's technically that we're doing the same thing here, but they're shared. I know. That's the weird thing about this site. 10-minute and 30-minute are the same thing. I could either open up my bishop or I could move the other side. I kind of just want to do this. Okay, he can come here, he can come here. He can come there. Theoretically, I'm just trying to consider. Nothing seems too bad, but you always got to be careful. So this is covered, that's fine. Oh, okay. Anytime I see a move, I try not to read it. Bishop e2 is okay. So his move was not a bad move, but it's definitely not the conventional common move that that we ever see, really. But that's what everybody made fun of me. I always tried to stop the fried liver like that instead of just the conventional way, which is just try to castle in time. So this move is always annoying. And also you want to raise this to stop the dark square bishop from having any impact here. So let me think. You could bring the horse. Would be probably the move you're supposed to make. The only thing that confuses me with that is if he does this, I always kind of can't figure out what. This is why you want the bishop, because even if the bishop covers, that's fine. I hate double stacking the pawns and stuff. Like, there's no rush to castle right now. Famous last words. I can't pin down his thing. So at some point I want to make this move. I guess I don't have to make this move now because I could let the bishop cover. There's nothing wrong with just developing, but if he decides to waste moves, that's on him. He seems maybe immediately more defensive minded than most of these players who just want to attack right away. I guess it's easier at the beginning probably to learn how to attack than to play like longer, you know, slow-paced games, but says the guy who doesn't know how to attack at all, ever, or doesn't even try to anymore. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. We technically could have just done that. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. So I guess I would have had to just move back. But anyway, let's just move the thing here. I mean, he could still do it, but then why would you stagger it one at a time? Or you know what? This is what always pisses me off. Because he'll pin it down. So I hate the pin down. So let's just do this. Can you just count attackers and defenders? I guess it takes the same amount of time for me, though. But yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, or 1, 2, whatever. Oh, I fucking missed the horse. I'm stupid. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. The lure of attacking is always that you feel like you're controlling the game even if you're outright lost. That's appealing until you're trying to get a solid rating. Yeah, and you can just end the game so easily and so quickly. Like if you get them in a beginner's trap or something stupid. So if he comes here, this is one of those nightmare positions that I always hate. The last game, the other horse ended up like that. And so we were able to like take one, and it was a completely different position, but that was an unusual setup. This is such an annoying move to deal with, and I never know how to do it. It almost makes you want to do the horse covers horse to try to take it. Because this pawn is always vulnerable. I guess you just have to wait it out. Like, just let him do it. This horse move is good because you can always come back inside. So these two moves kind of correspond to each other. I'm like this, which I never used to really do this one a whole lot. Okay, just take our time. That is my biggest strength. Come like this, come like this. My game relies 100% on just trying to figure stuff out in the moment. Improvisational shit. So putting it in either of these is bad because then he can double take. Or he could just take it, period. But even if the queen was connected, bring the bishop. He would take... Like, I could do the same thing. He would take, I would take. I'm not even really thinking about this move. I'm just trying to see like what this position is about. Taking your time is already much better than most players. Take. Like, I could guarantee the bishop's position here. It's almost like you'd want to do the opposite. Like, you want the horse to come here, so let him take. Like, if this move is so good, for example, for him, why wouldn't I do it? I guess because his horse is already there, but my horse is already there. Or no, I guess it's not. I guess I'm just a move behind, which obviously as black is fine. So he can't pin it down. He could attack it with the horse, in which case I don't really care. Classical game online where move 60 is played when both players have 25 minutes still on their clock, or moreover, just like, you know, I always say that like 30-minute games are way more instructive. Everybody should play them. They're so much better. You know, nobody cares about speed when you're so low rated. And then I'll lose with 25 minutes left without using the time that I so covet and praise. But yeah, I don't think I've seen a game get to 60 moves though, like that. Usually somebody will just lose in the opening though. This is a long time coming too. Like, this has been a year of me coming back to streaming, and basically, well, more than a year now. Playing chess a lot more than I used to, at least. I pretty much only play it on stream, so it makes a good record of it for better or for worse. I want to have upload every game that I ever played on my path to become a GM. Go like this, take. That would be an awkward pawn position at least. So wait, what is he doing though? Yeah, this is a weird thing to do. Easy to overthink these early positions where no threat has been made yet. Let's see. A contest between two masters is decided instantly. The quote that has to do with like the opening decides the game. Not really though, but let's just castle. I don't see anything else really. Darksphere Bishop threats are minor. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. So the one thing I don't want to allow to happen, which could happen actually just immediately, is the fact that he could eat up the Darksphere Bishop with the horse. And so the way that you deal with that is to push the pawn here. And if I don't do that now, I'll be forced to come in and get eaten. So this is more like a preferential play. Just like I like bishops and I hate horses, so I don't want to allow that. But I really got a castle. It even showed that in like the insights, like the games where I don't castle in the early game, I almost always lose. So this is still early enough, but I don't even have to move it yet. I just have to accept the fact that he might do that. I mean, these staggered pawns look weird, but these are both solid moves. A6 is good. I could push him out if he comes here, maybe even best. Which just proves that bishops are objectively good then. It's not a preference, it's actually a fact. Bishops are just better than horses. Or at least in a position like this. Although, this is looking to be a closed-ish position, but I guess it depends. You can't really say this early. I shouldn't do that, because I'll misclick something at some point. If I come here, I would take, he would take, I would take. So that would actually be a good way to shut down the horse's ability to come there. I would take, he would take, I would take. I won't do it yet, but... Well, but see, you can only really do it. No, you can still do it later, because he'll just sit there for a while, as the horse is prone to do. Keep in mind all the potential diagonals here. This has been a good way to actually help me see the bishop's upcoming moves, or the queen's upcoming diagonal moves. Like, you don't look at where it's going, you look at where it could potentially go on every single thing, which isn't actually that hard to do, unlike the horse, which is impossible to do. Then you have to connect each connection to another connection, every other connection. So stupid. All right, let's just castle. I think we waited long enough. If you use Lichess, I think only about 55% of my games as white, I can't. Well, Blitz, I guess, is different though. Yeah. If you use Lichess, you can use the analytics to see what percentage of the games you don't castle, and when. Yeah. I saw that on here. I guess I didn't look at it on Lichess. I don't think it was best, but there's nothing wrong with it for sure. So we can just move. I could technically do this and like you're pinning down, but I just said how I don't want it to get taken by a horse. But let's see if this move opens anything up. You got to just visualize. That's why chess and meditation and psychology are so tied together. Right, so much of it is just visualization, like you're meditating while playing the game. This threat isn't a big deal. I mean, it's just a question of whether you want to come here, or accept the trade. Here he could just kind of keep harassing. I guess I'll go back all the way, but for some reason I sometimes prefer this. In fact, the reason why this is good is because you cover this, which isn't going to be covered going forward. And so the queen doesn't have to stay committed. Because that is always what this is threatening. You go there to cover that, he comes like this, and then I just have to move again anyway. So, like, why bother, I guess? But sometimes it's still worth it to... Because you assume he's not going to come there because that's not an optimal move either. So you have to think... that far ahead, and then you have to assume he's going to make the optimal move because he's only an 1100 player, or because he is a mighty 1100 player, I should say. He comes in exactly where I said he'd come in. Fine. You can't go there, can't go there, can't go there. You could go there. You could just take it. You thankfully can't pin it down. Come there, come there, come there, come there. So I want to do this, so then it's similar to last game. I would take, he would take, I would take, or vice versa. He could cover it with the other pawn, which would just be very annoying, actually. Like, I would come here with that intention, and then he would do this, and then I can't do anything, or I would have to do this first. This is actually not a bad pawn move. I'm just not sure about this one. So you're kind of deliberately splitting these two the same way that he did. I guess? His bishops don't look particularly good to me, though, honestly. Yet. Like, if I did that, people would be saying, oh, no, you're supposed to, you know, do exactly what I'm doing, so... What would this open up for him? It doesn't seem like anything else. He might just trade the horse, which I'm completely fine with that, too. Look at these people playing supersonic speed. 3 minutes. Everybody's so impressed, dude. If you don't take the horse... Well, actually, the act of doing that wouldn't even solve the problem that I said, though, because I would take, he would take, and then it's still covered. But, whatever. This is not a bad pawn position, I don't think. These two are disconnected, which is fine, I guess. So much is about these two horse positions, like in the, or I mean these two, in the early middle game, it feels like. As much as I underrate the horses, that's obviously a great position. Octopus Knight is worth... What did the guy say? Somebody said it's worth like 8 by itself. That can't be right. Like, I know the bishop pair is technically worth 8 instead of 6. Like, if you have them optimal or whatever. But there's no way a single Octopus Knight can be worth 8 just on its own. Or it would have to be like the best possible one. So that's perfectly fine. That's like one move that I didn't even calculate at all, but obviously you do have to take it. Yeah, he's boxed himself in with the bishops, which I don't mind. That's good. You come like this, he could unleash. I would take, he would take... Not entirely sure. You can't pin down in the same way that you normally would. And even the act of pinning it down would only open the king. It wouldn't actually win any material. You learn things better, or at least I learn things better too by just doing them, right? Like coming to it, not because it's like in a lesson or in a whatever, some conventional knowledge, but just like you come to it yourself because it just makes sense, or because you've seen it a certain number of times. Of course, the engine kind of does ruin that a little bit. Like when you analyze it after the game, you kind of memorize that too, but that's fine. The good old days when GMs used to read books instead of about chess, instead of using the engine. Like, it's the same concept. But so if you let him keep going, I would take, he would take, I would take. So the push is not bad, but let's see what happens here. He would take, I would take. I don't like that. I definitely don't like that. Because now you're kind of just... Although you're taking towards the center, you're pulling out a center pawn. Huh. I don't think taking is the right move, though, by any metric. The good old days when GMs didn't know anything. To an extent, too, but not... They knew as much as was available, I'm sure. Engines are a wonderful tool, but they shouldn't be your only tool. Engines boo. Like when they add the 3-point line in basketball, everybody says, oh, that's ruining the game. Then everybody loves it. Now they'll add the 4-point line. Like it's just escalation. Whatever you do, They'll just keep doing something else if you let them. Like, we'll have auto self-checkout at Walmart, and then you'll lose your job at, like, a law firm or fucking as a police officer, where the androids take it over. So you take... I'm not going to take. That can't be right. But if he takes, it's the same result. He would take, I would take, if I take... It's not a pass pawn no matter what, but this is kind of confusing. It would have been better, I guess, if this pawn could connect, maybe. But then maybe you don't want that structure either. This is actually a tricky move. If I take, he has no choice but to take this. It splits his center pawn, so that maybe makes it worth it. Forget about the bishop cover, I don't care. Although that could come into play later. I guess that makes it worth it. That can't be a good pawn structure for him. Although this doesn't look too good for me either. Take towards the center, that's the fundamental wisdom. But it's often not true. You can't just blindly follow stuff like that. If he was to take, I would end up in the same exact spot. With like a split pawn scenario. So it's not good no matter what. I guess it's fine. So now I kind of want to anchor the bishop here. But this isn't bad either if you can maybe get that bishop to move. But he's completely trapped it. This is the kind of thing I used to do actually a lot. So I'm kind of freeing him up a little bit. But it's still awkward. Yeah, like I even praised bishops before I understood even in a basic way how to use them. Because I never used to do, I don't know, I always used to just do random stuff with them. But even then I could tell that they were just a better piece. So this is going to be uncovered by everything. That I cannot do. The bishop is going to have to move probably at some point. But that other pesky horse is gone, so it's fine. 15 minutes, okay. No big deal. If you come like this... He would take, I would take, and attack the rook. If I come with this, it would bait the take. Obviously, the bishop pair is good. So the only bad thing with this is if he does something cheeky, then I would take... Wait. I would go here... No. I would go here first. He would go, let's say, here. And then if I take it, obviously... Wait. If he does that, the point is the act of moving the bishop would let him take 2. So he would win. Oh, no. I keep forgetting about the horse. I would take, he would take. He could still guarantee that position, though. This is where I'm just trying to force something to happen, as it often screws me over. This is kind of annoying because even if I take, I still have to move. So you move this first. You could come in like this and I could just take. So what's the problem? Why am I freaking out about it? I'm like this. Sometimes I imagine threats that aren't there. Or they're just needlessly complicated. I would take. You would take. I would take. It's just like I always expect them to do some crazy wild shit because they always do. Okay, I'll do this. And there's no problem because you can't take it. In a certain sense, you almost would want it to be the reverse, but forget about horses. So the act of doing this would set up for this, which isn't a big deal at all because you can just move it, whatever, but these pawns look like they could be dangerous if he uses them properly, but I think generally it's not too bad. My center is better, but I'm not the type to really actively push them or do anything. I do play very reactively because it's like I don't know what I'm doing, so I have to figure out what they're trying to do and try to stop it. I wouldn't just, you know, have my own initiative. So he could either take. If he doesn't take, it wouldn't really matter. It almost makes me want to load up. If he doesn't take, then we'd be setting up for a double take. So it almost would be horrible if he doesn't take. Then you come like this. Then if he moves it, I can take for free. If he doesn't move it, I could still take take. Well, I could force the king to open, I think, because I would take, let's say he would take, or, okay, fine. He does this. Let's not do it too quickly, but is there some reason to take it with the pawn, let's say? You take it with the pawn because there's really no reason. This opens a nice little diagonal for the bishop here. This one is also kind of vulnerable, so we wouldn't mind putting the bishop here. You could come like... Yeah, I mean, I think this is fairly obvious. I don't have that much time to just be wasting now. So if he comes like this... I mean, the worst thing he could do is just force it into a trade. I would take, he would take, I would take. Watch the long diagonals. Just don't make any beginner amateur mistakes. That's my only wish for today. Whatever happens, happens, but... Play at the best level I'm capable of, which is still pretty shitty, but that should be enough to do this. So, if you bring the other... I'm almost scared of this, but... It seems like he would want to make something happen there. I could be threatening a pawn here. He comes like this, but he can't, even. So he could come like this. I would take... I wouldn't be able to take. Let's see. Come like this. He's gonna push for sure. No question about it. And so I would take, he would take, and this would become a passed pawn. Wait, I would take, yeah. But then I would just take it at that particular point. I would take, he would take, I would take. I would take, he would take, I would take. Let's just do proper good bishop development. So this is like an 8 value bishop pair. So even though it doesn't say I'm up material, this should be like I'm up +2, maybe. So we did all that shenanigans with the horse to try to stop one of them from getting traded out. So some of these pawns are still going to be an obstacle. I kind of just want to go back. There's no reason to stay. There's like an octopus bishop, but you don't need that. So if I was to take here, he would just take. So at some point we got to involve the rooks now. Or it's possible I could do something weird, like with the bishop cover from the back. So if he pushes, I take, and then take. And if he doesn't push, or if he takes, then I get to take anyway. I don't know if that's really something I want to do. This is kind of the anchor pawn, so maybe I shouldn't do that. But he's going to do it anyway. That's sometimes what you have to realize. If he does it, then we end up in the same spot. If I go back and then he pushes it, I would take, he would take, I would take, but it fucks up my whole pawns. So is it really worth it to win a pawn to do that? I guess so, but sometimes it wouldn't be. That's one of those nuanced, GM level type of things where you'd rather give up, not take a free pawn just to preserve some kind of better structure. He's going to bring the rook. This was too obvious to... Damn it. This one actually, I've taken a bit too long. If he pushes, I can still just take. You'd come like this. I could just move away. There's a lot of back and forth kind of annoying moves that you can't make. This is actually where it would have been better here, because then he can't take, and, well, I guess with the bishop there it's fine, but he is playing exactly how I used to play with bishops a lot. Just like very defensively, you keep them back. You're not even trying to attack with them. I guess you could just keep pushing, keep beating this like a dead horse. He would take, I would take. I could also take oh shit, but it wouldn't work. You go like this, and then if he takes, then I take. Then he can't take with this, but he can take with this. But if he doesn't, then wait, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would still take, so that would actually be bad. But either way, I don't have to do it. I could just take the pawn, period. Oh no, but then my bishop is uncovered, so I would have to do it. See, I'm just trying to force the issue. I'm not even concerned whether it's a good move or not. I'm just trying to make shit happen. He would take, I would take, but then he would take. It almost makes me want to reinforce the bishop with something, but there is no such thing. This pawn is a concern. I don't know. Come like this. If he pushes, I almost want to do this for some reason. I don't know why. If he pushes, I could take, and then take. But then isn't that a passed pawn too? Push, take. Yeah, that's a passed pawn. What the fuck? There's no reason to play like that. This is kind of a tough move. Yeah, this is a bad move. Very bad. Because what's going to happen is, I guess if I moved it one square back, oddly enough, I'm missing something. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. But I'm not even planning to take. I'm planning to go like this. He would take, I would take. So what's the only difference? Like, he would take here. Yeah, I probably don't have the time to figure something advanced out. If a 2200 considers it's tricky, imagine me. That did seem like something there, though. I would take... I'm just saying what would happen, though. That's just how you express calculation in your head. You're just seeing what would happen. It doesn't mean I'm actually going to do it. It would not. Well, I have to see that for myself, though. I wouldn't know that. Push like this. If I let him take, it's the same result. So... take. Because some of these are like things that you would think he would never do, but I just have to reassure myself. So in fact, he is trying to stop that very thing. Take. I guess in this case, I would just let him do it, but I would be missing a cover. But I can do this with force now, so we're almost just doing our own things now. I'll just let him take it, and then take back. I don't know. Go back and after and analyze that. Okay. What would he do instead? He would take, I would just take, so that's fine. We break up the center. Or wait, it's the same. Oh no, but now it's still fine. Because we could still do the same. Fuck. But then he'll be able to cover. Wait, no. It's still fine. It's still fine. Because we would just, that's the whole reason I moved the queen away. I forgot my own strategy. You take, then he has to take, then we can take. It's all good. The only problem was the queen being threatened by the pawn. There's an element to that position that fundamentally changed how it worked that you missed. Okay. Everything's good. I'm just being a little bit too slow. I could also just take. Like, that is a beautiful free thing there. If he takes, I could still take back. There's no reason to even take with this. Like, you take a free pawn and you're threatening. So even if he takes, I still take. I'm kind of rushing it a little bit now. This is my weak point. Too many takes has the potential to win a pawn, but not guaranteed. This guy's style of play is pretty unique, though. It's probably not good, but I at least like the variety. He doesn't play in the kind of robotic way that a lot of people do. Like, really, how often do you see bishops like that? Take, and then let him take, and then still take. I guess the reason to do it with the bishop would be to force, like, if you're doing something with the queen, but it's still going to be too slow. It's covered by the queen, too, so that seems like a weird move, but actually, there was nothing wrong with it, moving the queen back. Now I could take, he would take. If he comes like that, I just take. If he comes like this, he checks, it's fine. None of these moves seem too bad. I think I kind of have to take this, though. There's no other You know what? This is like... He'll come back to cover. Like, why make it needlessly elaborate? This could be fine. I am kind of... 7 minutes is still a lot, though. I shouldn't panic. I'm like this. Yeah, as soon as I get to 10 minutes, it's under time pressure. Like, that's the whole fucking rapid game normally, is a 10-minute game. Okay, fine. Just trade. He'll bring the rook. Or he should bring the rook, probably. This creates somewhat of a threat, maybe. I don't know what to do about this bishop, actually. It's kind of annoying. Like this. He comes like this. He uncovered checks. I can still just take it. He's going to create, obviously, a double threat there. So this pawn, you could maybe accept, is probably going to die. Can come like this. If he pushes, I take. He can't go there. I'm normally not a fan of these rook moves. Yeah, now I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Let's just... Fuck. Oh, the queen covers too. This seems bad, but I want to get the queen out of there. You know what? When in doubt, just move the fucking king. Why not? Let him make a mistake before I do. So now we don't have to worry so much about that cheeky shit. If you like unleash, check. I could still have taken, but who knows what else he has up his sleeve. We could try to double stack on here. Kind of a dead play. He's just going to do the same thing. A lot of back and forth. You would think even if I was up more, he would still think, oh, I can play for a draw or something. But I don't have time for a draw. But that's how I normally play anyway. I hate draws. Even if I'm down, I'll still try to win rather than draw. I don't know what's happening with this, though. It's a good diagonal, but I can't use it until the stupid pawn is gone. Which is pretty easy for him to take, I would think. He has so many options to attack it. And the nightmare situation would have been this. Well, you could still do a lot of things about it, but if he comes like... I don't know. Too many hypotheticals. Let's just see what he actually does. Like, here's where I just can't predict what he's going to do. I have no idea what he's trying to do. I would just like double stack and try to take the pawn, for example, but you can't even do that because you would have to first take with the bishop. I'll try to double stack my own. Okay, he brings that back. And what do I want to do here? This pawn is actually cucking me pretty hard. You could come like this with the thing, but I just have to get out of there. I have to do something with the queen. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I'll just double stack. Keep it on a dark square. I just hate where the queen is right now. It seems so stupid. So no light square shenanigans. This is still uncovered. Keep that in mind maybe for later. It's on the perfect diagonal, but I kind of fucked it up myself, I guess. +1, go like this. This basic simple plays. Maybe we get the rarely seen triple stack. You can't really push this pawn, so I can leverage it that way. Even if you end Pizan, I take. But I think here we just let him take. I'm not even worried about it. If he pushes... Fuck, I can though. I don't want to take that. I guess I can't keep going either, because that's going to fuck my bishop further. Or maybe here's where you decide to just do it a different way. That's actually quite confusing. I could let him take and take with this, but then he would take, and then he can't take. If he pushes, I just can't take either. I don't know. It seems like a bad thing, breaking up your own pawns, but... He still doesn't get a pass pawn out of it, but it's maybe likely going forward. And so now this one wouldn't be that big of a threat yet, but there's so many moving parts here. Okay, I'm not worried about that yet, so let's just go here. Or you know what, you could like anchor that with certainty. So like, I would take, he would take, I would take. I think pushing there was a pretty good idea instead of taking. Yeah, maybe. So now I have to bring the queen out. The queen is just sitting back doing nothing. Triple stack doesn't do much because he could just push, but he really can't push too comfortably. This rook is actually in kind of a bad spot because it's just, again, above the pawns. Kind of an awkward thing unless he double stacks. If he's smart, he'd maybe go after some of these weaker pieces here, like uncovered pawns here on this side. I don't think I could stop him from getting a passed pawn if he really wanted to. He pushes there. That's kind of what I want. But I would take... I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would... wait. I would take, he would take, I would... Or he would take with this. So if I put the queen here now... Wait, but I can't let him take... Or no, I could let him take. Let him take. And then if he doesn't take, I can do this, and then he won't be able to take with that either. Now we have this, so wait. He would take, I would take, 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 I would take. I would need one more, so maybe we'll reorient it again. But it still doesn't work, because if he takes, then I lose it. But the queen in front seems like a dumb idea, because... Because then it would be like, I would take, he would take, and then I wouldn't be able to take either still. I have no idea. Let's just do it. Make something happen. Even if I don't win anything, we kind of disrupt his position maybe a little bit. I could, like, try to trade for the queen if the bishop moves, but it would still be, like, 2 rooks for a queen, I think. In the best case. Which is still actually up material. Come on, 3 minutes. I don't know if any of this is right. See, this is where I even accept that I might not be doing the right thing, but I just don't have time to think about it. I can't worry about it. So... you take with the rook. I could take, but I wouldn't be able to take the second time. So we could just trade, messes up your pawns, probably. You take with this. I can't take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. This one probably would be pretty easy for him to kill, though. Messes up his pawn because he can't, he could force a queen trade, maybe do something with that. Pushes I take. I would like that trade. Yeah, just whatever. Then try to figure something out. Try to pass a pawn. Try to do something, which I probably still won't be able to do, but I'd be attacking this. Have to make very quick moves. Use their turn to calculate rather than mine. Can't do this. If he worries about the pawn, I can take the rook. If he doesn't, I can take the pawn. See, normally you'd get distracted, but he would be the one low on time to have to do that. I would just take. Oh, it's a free pawn. Check, take, take, take. Doesn't even matter. You bring the queen. I could take. Gotta go quick with it. This doesn't work unless there's a cover corresponding. You're attacking 2 uncovered pawns. This one is passed, but it could be okay. He's gonna go for it. Okay, he resigned. Good. You shouldn't have resigned, dude. I was still sweating because who knows what I'll do with 2 minutes left. That was a bad resignation. I like this guy, though. Okay, we have to take a minute. 80 versus 68. So, see, he was doing, like, suboptimal things. To be sure. You can take his queen when he resigned. See, that's what I mean. I even missed stuff like that because I'm not paying attention. So what was... He was playing like he's under time pressure. I'm the one under time pressure. He had 14 minutes. I didn't even look at it. What was the very instructive... Thanks. What was the instructive moment, though? It was something with the... I can't remember even. It was somewhere in the middle game. Let's just see if I made any mistakes, first of all. That one it didn't like. Oh, see, like even this, I have to say, like, I even thought that that was right, but then I thought it was wrong. So, like, this is maybe what I missed. I said it wouldn't work because he attacks the queen, but then why? Or maybe he doesn't do that. What does he do? So sometimes I see the best move, but then I talk myself out of it. Now, if you take, he takes this for free. You would take this first, okay. But that's bad. That's wrong. So you take this. Oh yeah, I'm really supposed to see that. And why does that even work? I don't even get it. What is that, dude? Oh yeah, I totally should have seen that. What the fuck? Okay, that might be a little bit too much. I can't even get it even as I'm looking at it. Who would do that, though? It's just like you're totally disconnected from it. I was even hesitating to do this, but you would do something so disconnected from the position. I'm not even thinking about that piece at that point. That is very advanced level shit. So you go... This should be like a brilliant move or something. Does the engine ever... I guess it must. It'll fluff itself up by calling its own move brilliant if it really justifies it. You recapture the pawn. Even he didn't think of it when you considered f5. f5 immediately was good because of a tactic. The pin is way too much. Huh. So, I mean, I had the right idea, but I'll admit that I wouldn't have done it like that. So that's why, even if you copy the engine's move, you have to understand the full sequence. That was a blunder, which I kind of disagree with, but we kind of made one each to cancel each other out. I mean, it all depends on what they're going to do. You're supposed to take with the queen. I mean, even this was good at the end, just to kind of mind trick him into doing that. But he thought about it for a while. Like, look. 21, he thought about it for 18 seconds, and then he just chose to blunder the rook. It'd be one thing if he did it, like, instantly. Yeah, this creates 2 threats. He did blunder the queen. Yeah, just on pure time, if he had thought it through a little bit. It's like some sort of, like when you hear somebody with a scratchy throat, you feel like coughing. So when he sees that I'm low on time, he feels like he's low on time. He didn't have to do anything. He could have sat there for 14 minutes rather than do that. Okay, I'll take another minute here. Just wait. So what is the accuracy? 80 versus 68. It didn't feel like he played that badly, but I guess a lot of it at the end, maybe he tanked it. I was looking at bishop f3. Bishop f3. Bishop queen. Rook captures bishop. Rook f2. All right, we all got to learn from that. Yeah, why wouldn't that be a brilliant level move? You would think it would say that, right? Or maybe it doesn't. It just says it's best when the engine does it. But if you were to do it, it would say brilliant. Sometimes I get the stupidest ones that are brilliant. Like castling was brilliant in one of these games. I wish I could remember which one. It's just like I castled at the opportune time. So it must be a brilliant move. That is hilarious. Or just like moving the king is a brilliant move. Or taking an uncovered piece that is obviously takeable, like with no nuance to it, is just brilliant sometimes. It is pretty rare though that anybody gets them. After f5 instead of queen h7. f5 instead of queen h7. Oh, like if you were to go from here. Okay, so he goes bishop f3. Oh wait, he would first do this. Bishop f3, that's what I thought. But then I thought you would still lose the bishop. Then the pawn takes. Then this takes. Or, I mean, then you take. Then you still lose the bishop. I guess it's not so bad, actually. And then, of course, the very act of him doing this also opens up the take here. So that's why I hesitated even further to do it. You win a pawn there. Yeah, I guess so. Just looks kind of scary. So with the queen still there. Okay, watch. Take. Take. Yeah, I guess I wasn't accounting for the fact that I'm taking the bishop too. Somehow I thought I would just be losing the bishop. Oh, it's his move, obviously. He would take, I would take. Or wait. No, I'm doing it wrong even still. Whatever. But the computer showed there was a better move. Yeah, just use the random dark square bishop. Which is fine. I'm okay with not seeing stuff like that. That's not the level that I'm trying to be at right now. And you don't really need to see stuff like that to win at this level. But see, one of these guys is gonna come along and fucking do that shit to me. And that's what I'll lose to. Like, you can't. There's not enough time in the world for me to see shit like that. Although sometimes I might. It's just like, you have to kind of be looking for it, right? There's some old saying like that, not to do with chess, but it's like, the truly skilled see without needing to look. Like, you don't need to look for it. You would just see it anyway. You're always looking for everything. Whereas I would have to specifically look for something to be able to find it. So like, so many moves seem so simple. So there might be a tactic, but you're just like, oh, I'm just going to do this obvious thing that's a trade or just simple development or something. So let's do another one in a second here. I don't like playing like right back to back for some reason. So we're at 32. So this is pretty much where I was at the beginning yesterday. And he has other options to stop you from winning a pawn either way in your line. So that guy was at least a tough matchup rating wise, as far as 1148. A lot of these guys have been a little bit lower, but you wouldn't think there's that much difference, but I guess there is. Like, once we play at 1200, we're going to get our cheeks clapped. Commanding lead for Nakamura. How many views these get? 49,000. Damn. 63, not bad. Let's see what other kind of drama there is. Play Magnus. Carlson signs as ambassador. Oh, that was like some app, right? Like, you can play Magnus from when he was this many years old. And then even he complained about it and said, that's not how I play. That's too, like, robotic and whatever. Belgian, I am expelled from chess tournament after refusing body scan. See, Hans Niemann didn't do that, right? They did body scan him. Nakamura wins 5th speed chess championship. He's just a beast in this format. How to study openings the right way. That'll be my unlock too. Like I can play variants again, and I can actually maybe study, but I don't even think I would enjoy studying. I don't know what this boxing shit is. I thought this is a chess site. What does it have to do with boxing? Who is that? Elizabeth becomes 40th female GM in history. Now, that means not women's GM, that means actual GM, right? Obviously. GM norm at the 2021 FIDE, but then an earlier norm was declared invalid. Let's see, all the ones in history here. Only 40, huh? That's surprising. Holgar was the 4th. Oh, Susan beat her to it. But she was older, obviously, right? So the one sister I always said, incorrectly, was a GM, but she's actually only a woman's GM. What's her name? Susan, Judith, and Sophia Polgar, I think. 2010, 2011, blah blah blah. Okay. I just like to stall a little bit because I can't take too many back to back. So that one I was under more time pressure than the other two. That was the first one where I was sweating on time, and I got a little bit lucky, I'll even admit, that he not only resigned, but he also just blundered both his rook and his queen. That is a legitimate mind trick moment. Like people, I made a few clips like that before. Like you just do weird things to throw them off, but he had enough time, so I don't know. It was a good move though, regardless. I wasn't relying on the mind trick. It was just an element of it. And this is a long ass fucking song video. I kind of didn't want to skip anything though. We'll skip. Such a long one. I kind of want to listen to like the whole playlist to show how long this is gonna take. Okay. Better to pace yourself than to worry about the whole time. Like, you know, oh, these breaks are gonna end up hurting me because then I'm not gonna have enough time to do it. But you'd rather go in, you know. It's a lot. So let's do same thing. It always shows like, oh, you're gonna be white, and then you're not. Yeah. This should be relatively an easier matchup, right, for the lower 6 rating gain, but is it actually going to be? Now, I hate this. I hate taking here. I don't like it. I never do it. And I don't want to start now. Come like this. Come like this. I come like this. You would think it would favor white, but I would take, he would take, I would come here. And then he would come there. And then I don't know what even happens. Like, try to visualize that. The queen is here, the queen is here, the horse is here, the horse is here. So he would be attacking mine, but he can't take it because... But then something else weird is going to happen. He'll, like, push it out with a pawn. And, like, I just don't like it. I'm not going to do it. But we would still have to cover the... Wait. We would still have to cover this. So this would be, like, a 4 knights game. So objectively, that might still be the best thing to do there, but... I don't know. Just play it more simple. Actually, 4 knights game. We don't see these too much anymore. We used to see them a lot. Yeah, there's no threat that's going to be meaningful now. If he comes like this, it's always awkward. I don't like it. I kind of want to bring the bishop outside. And so that coincides with this. If he comes like this, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I mean, it's just basic development, but I guess I'm not used to playing this particular setup. It is kind of my nightmare position. I hate calling them knights even, like it's a horse. That's just more intuitive to say, you know. Nothing really seems wrong with doing this. Okay, so he comes like this. He takes, I take. Okay, everything's basic development. I don't mind wasting a little bit of time here because it won't be that much. Come like this. I mean, somehow I feel right for doing this still. Like, you don't have to... The biggest thing is you want to do this because you want to make sure... Like, let's just not castle. That's kind of a stupid thing to do, though. Like, we'll do this, and then we'll have to do this, let's just say. And then we'll castle. Because then there are no pin downs, no cheeky tactics, nothing. The horse can still come inside here, which is just an annoying ass play. Okay, everything should be fine with this. So I delay the castle maybe a little bit more than I should. I could have pinned that down if I wanted to before. Yeah, I never gave him the chance to do it. Unless he did some double pawn push craziness. Then I'd have to react to that. So the Darksphere Bishop is in a curious spot. I almost would want to do it with this. Push like this, but let's just wait. There's no reason really not to castle. Take like this, take like this, take like this, come like this. Yeah, see, I looked through a lot of moves that aren't going to happen and aren't possible, but sometimes there's something crazy behind them, so... Where you give it up just to take something else, I don't know. Like that last bishop, even the better players were saying that they didn't see that. Like, come on. Even though it is only a 1-move calculation. I mean, the hardest moves are like 3-4 move sequences, but still. So I'm kind of enamored with doing this. What you can't do is you can't do this to block the Darksphere diagonal unless you move this. You can move this here and then do it. If you assume that... But that ruins the whole... Well, you can't even do that in the first place. Like, this might actually be a decent sequence of moves. You come like this, you come like this, you come like this. So then he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. It's very convoluted. But do I dare let the horse fuck me up here? It's just something will be wrong with it. Somehow something's always wrong with the horse, so I'm not going to do it. But as far as I can tell, it's not a bad sequence, and he can't really do anything to stop it. Take, 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 take. Oh, never mind the fact that this is covering 2. Wait, so maybe I don't even... Well, the reason why you move the horse then... Oh, you know what we could do instead? Let me trap the sucker and just kill the bishop. So many tactics revolve around either, you know, preserving the bishop pair, not letting it get traded for, you know, for a horse, or trying to trap it into getting traded by a horse. Like, doesn't that prove right there that the horses are worse than the bishop? Like, this is a winning tactic, or like a good thing at least to do, because, oh no, the bishop's trapped. What, you'll take it with a pawn? No, you'll take it with a horse, and that's still good because you just want to get rid of the stupid horse. Come like this, I would take. Come like this. Like, there's no way to get out of that. This is a classic thing that we always try to do. Now, what you lose here maybe is this. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. But you don't really have to do it. In fact... Then I would take it for free. Oh, that is a little bit complicated. Like, I could take, he could take, and then I could take. So I would win a piece, he would win a piece, I would win a pawn, but it would be very awkward. And then we could trade queens or whatever. He would also be able to win like maybe another pawn. I don't know, I'm overthinking maybe some mundane stuff where he's only spent 30 seconds, but like, I want to do this, but if he does that, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would... That move just kind of annoys me. And there's no way I can even ever stop it. Definitely think you're overrating bishops. I don't really think so. Whether it be at a low level or a high level. It just depends on so many circumstances, but I think on average you can say that they're better. Bishops are better. He's gonna try to do the same thing. Hey, don't take my word for it. He's saying the same thing. He basically did successfully do that too. So I would take it, and then he would choose to take mine instead. Now I could, here's the cheeky time. I could do this, and then if you save the horse, I take the queen. If you take the horse, I take the horse anyway. Right? So you would technically win a pawn. I don't know, but this is the kind of shit that you shouldn't try to do. This is when you're looking for something that isn't even there, probably. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. The horse is going to die anyway if I just take this. I would take a horse, he would take a horse. But instead now, I would take a pawn, he would take a horse, and I would still take a horse. Or if you save the horse, like I said, I can take back, or I can take the queen. So I'm going to do it, but let me calculate a little more. Nothing he takes with is going to have an impact. Go ahead, save the stupid horse. Oh, I guess maybe he could do the same thing, but it wouldn't matter then. I'm I don't know, dude. These are the moves that always fuck me over. I'm getting too... So now I'm getting too confident. I'm getting too cocky. It just looks right. Go ahead, do the same thing. Take on B2. It doesn't matter. Then we can both just trade queens through the de facto horse. It does fuck up my pawn. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. That's why it doesn't work. At least it wasn't as obvious as... All right. So what it cost me then was the center pawn. See, I knew I shouldn't do it, but I had never learned my lesson. Fucker. It's not any material down, but it is obviously just giving up the center pawns for nothing. I just didn't look that far ahead. So now you can create like a little pawn structure here, I guess, and then try to put the bishop. If he takes, it's fine. None of this stuff matters. He presumably might try to do that anyway. All right, that was just a fuck up. Okay. So that's fine. We attack the rook, which doesn't have any impact at all. It's a pretty clean game, aside from the center pawns, neither of which are passed, but it just isn't a good... It wasn't a good thing. You bring this, you could maybe push a pawn. That doesn't really matter. I'm not trying to push these any further, really. This just is the logical place that you want to go. In fact, even if he moves this pawn at all, I would be able to open the king for whatever that's worth now. If he pushes this, it would be another cheeky thing, like you take, and then if he takes, then I take, and then he takes. But either way, let's just do it. It's the right position for the bishop. He's so sure of what he's doing, dude. How did he even know what I was going to do? I guess that is a fairly obvious move, but still. It's like you almost want to go stay in line with it and then just... What is the point of that? I really don't see what a move like that does. Oh, he'll probably push this and cover this together. Maybe. So if I think that, then I should do this. But I still wouldn't be able to take it. I would take it, he would take it, I would take it, he would take it. Oh, I would. Comes like this. So like, I would take a horse. He would take a queen. No, but that doesn't even work because I take a horse, he take... No, but that's what I want, is to open the thing. Or I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. So it would open my king, and it wouldn't actually win me any material. So why the fuck would I do it? And I'm giving up a bishop for a horse. I could either bring it here or I could bring it here. These are the two compelling options. This guy just wants to show off how fast he is, man. I could like fork these two. It actually would almost be trapped in there, but not really. You can just go back. It seems like he wants to push this. Even if he did this with the rook cover, it wouldn't matter. I still wouldn't be able to take it because of the stupid, See, now I could just take and then take. I'm not gonna chat with these clowns. Come like this. You there? Ha ha ha. Why are you so slow playing 30-minute games? Now, if you take, I take. This is what you get. You don't get to complain. I think, but it could be a trap because this guy's obviously a fucking GM and 1100 clothing. Doesn't matter about this pawn. It's just that he can't take. And then I would take, he would take, fine, or he would obviously not be able to take. Or no, he still would, but then it leads to the same thing where you just open the king. He's busy typing his message instead of calculating his move. But it does still kind of scare me how fast he's playing. It could be a problem later. Pushes that way. He still can't take. He still can't take. I could take. But I would rather do this. And then we could take at the end of the sequence, presumably. So I would take. He's not going to ignore that threat. If he takes this, whatever. So, wait, actually, I could just even... No, because the horse kind of fucks it up. So let's take. Then whether he takes with this or this doesn't matter. And then we should be guaranteed to take that as well. And again, you can't just simply take it anyway. Like, this is to my benefit, but yeah, why would I ever hesitate to do that? Sometimes these end games just piss me off, though. And I'm sure this guy's a fundamental master, like all the other ones we see. So you take the pawn, you threaten another pawn. So fast, dude. Give this guy a round of applause. He's playing fucking bullet, blitz. He's giving me time odds, except he's not. Fucking guy. So we could create an arbitrary double stack, which doesn't actually do anything yet. Now you got to have a clear goal of like which pawns do you want to push. The king side I don't really care about. We could just leave it, right? That's fine. But one of these we got to break through. This one in particular is very weak. And so I wouldn't mind trading off a rook. I wouldn't mind coming like here. I wouldn't mind doing the double stack, but I don't know if it's that good here, but it usually is. It's kind of like with queenside castling. Queenside castling is almost always bad. So even if you lose 5% of games where you should have done it, you'd be safer just using it as a rule to just never do it than to try to guess wrong or something. I would love to trade, and I would love to... Here he would kind of have to, right? Because otherwise... Well, not really. There's a couple uncovered pawns. In fact, all the pawns are not connected. So that in itself is good, too. This is not as bad as I would have thought, given the passed pawn aspect. He might take the other open file. I could come like this, so does that force him to trade? And the answer is... This is kind of unique, because it does create this as an anchor. So, like, the weak link is not this one like it normally would be. It would be this one. If I come here, he could just choose to move. I kind of like this. So if we just cover that C pawn, you know, why have two weak links when you can have one? This is actually the optimal use of a passed pawn. Somehow it just came together. All right. I think I would try to take the open file if I was him. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, though. Now you'd have to target this, which I can cover with the rook. Giving checks won't really do much. Okay, he does take the open file, but not with the one that I thought he would. He's giving up a pawn, which is interesting. He would come here, but then I could still cover. He can't give a check either. He might double stack, which doesn't scare me too much, but maybe it should. I will take the free pawn, double stack, check, take, move. This is also a weird move that I never used to like, but it's actually good here. It's actually good to do that, but I won't do it yet. I can cover the other pawn with ease too. I'm not even worried about it. Queenside castling is good in a lot of positions, but you're playing more fundamental chess rather than delving into theory, which lends itself better to kingside cast. Yeah, that's true. Well, I wouldn't really call my style of play fundamental. I just do like random shit, but yeah, they kind of force you into it. Now this is annoying because you have to leave this committed, and then if he double stacks, it's still not a big deal, but it is like a lot of commitment just for one pawn. But look at this, we're gonna have a whole fucking section of passed pawns. So that we foresaw. He's gonna do it, but to what end? What maybe scares me more is the horizontal stack. Either for taking this or for taking that. I could be getting fool's gold by letting him do this. So he'll move there. And then I can't really stop him from going there. Even if I check, it doesn't matter. So maybe this pawn is not worth it. I don't need the pawn. I need to figure out what he's exactly going to do. I'm going to bring it back, I think. Because this is not going to be the difference in the game, but these pawns might be. I'm like this. He checks, I take, that's fine. But what he's going to do is come here. So what if I just take that file? Then he can't do it. And then I'm still attacking this. I can still give a check potentially later. See how I'm passive even though I was up I guess I'm not up by that much, but I should try to start pushing one of these pawns, but yeah, I'm not going to fall for your stupid little cheeky traps, dude. What? Well, that's fine. I'm the one who wanted to trade for so long. All right, now we have to... That still doesn't guarantee that you would take it. Like, I could still just do this and then push a pawn. Like, that is mathematically a suboptimal move because it doesn't do anything. Right? You can't do anything to me, and then I can just start pushing. I don't give a shit. And the king can't even come in either. The king just can't even cross. You can't even do it. What? At least you didn't use your time, dude. At least you only took 3 minutes. I beat this guy in a blitz game, not a rapid game. Shit, I won't get the right rating. Fucking stupid ass. So you come like this. Come like this. You can take the pawn. Or, I mean, I guess you could still just do it. Just don't do anything stupid. Try to, I don't know. I just give a whole bunch more checks, I guess. Create a double stack. Just keep the rook there. I don't want to fuck anything else up with the pawns, but yeah, you could do stuff like this, but I almost just don't want to let the rook come in to do anything. I'll be extra overly cautious. Was it gonna be the 50 move roll? That could be another lose condition besides just I don't really see how he can give checks here anyway. You come in here, you give a check. I could engage the rook now a little bit, so who cares if he takes the stupid pawn? It's covered by the queen anyway. I'm like that. I almost want to keep him a little further away. I'm like that. I'm like this. Okay. Let him take the dumb pawn. I'll try to take this, which he can't even move. Like, I'm not even thinking these moves through necessarily, but you can get away with that a little bit here. What can he even do there? He goes down. Okay. It was only +6, but see, the only reason it was easy wasn't because he was lower rated. It was because he was trying to play too fast. So that almost doesn't matter. He doesn't seem like a bad player. He's just, I don't know. Weird. That's kind of how I would play sometimes. Just, you think the opening is too simple or something. Yeah, we played 45 moves in 4 minutes. Speaking of the 60 move game that they were talking about before, where both people had 25 minutes left. So it didn't even like that, but that was great. So what the fuck? So I guess there was something better he could have done there. Like what? But yeah, I knew that wasn't a good thing, but I still did it. That's great. That's fine. He was still wait. He was still supposed to take it though. What the fuck? You're supposed to just give up the queen? Let me actually look at that again. Most of this is just garbage. Let's go back to the beginning and see. First of all, that horse move. It's a mix of mistakes and great moves, so it's kind of hard to know. That's great by him. That's a question by me. That's a great one by me, though. So I make a mistake into a great move that wouldn't have been possible if I didn't make the mistake. So, but I guess it depends on what he does, but he made a great move too. That almost seems like a contradiction. He makes a great move, which leads to me making a mistake, which leads to me making a great move. So if I didn't make that mistake, what was I supposed to do? Just take it earlier? But the act of not taking it earlier, so what is this, a brilliant move if that was a great one? I don't get it. So like, this isn't a great move, but that is. To take it later. So even though it's saying this is the best move, it makes no fucking sense. And then let's look at the other one later. That you're supposed to give up the queen. Apparently. Wait, what? It said that, though. It even says that. But white goes, what? I guess no matter what they do, in this exact position, it's telling me to take with the pawn. But then why does white's bar go up? I guess you're losing no matter what, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is pretty much where we were at yesterday at the beginning. Just have to take a breather every time. I can't handle too many back-to-back games, regardless of the nature of them. It always shows this fucking screen. I guess this is an ad, but it makes it seem like it's just an overlay for the website. Because I never see that when I'm on Twitch. I guess I don't watch too many people. I don't think I've seen that ad on my own channel, though, either. So he is... I guess you won't even see his rating. He's obviously good, though. Jeffrey... Oh, he's a GM. Thanks. Let's see. Let's learn about some more GMs. 2692, 2712. He's 45th in the world. Peak was 30. Yeah, Twitch information in the Wikipedia. Good. American-born chess prodigy. He earned Grandmaster in 2015 at the age of 14. Yeah, I was so impressed by that guy. But then he kind of got hard stuck at 2700, which is no insult, but still. He became a Grandmaster at 13. He got 27 at 15. So if he improved at any rate every year, even if he gets like 10 rating every year for the next 20 years, he would be 2900, right? Think about it in those terms. You can get from 0 to 2700 by 15, but then from 15 to how old is he now? 23. In the next 8 years, he only got 53 rating. Like, I know it's not that easy, but damn, dude, this would be the kind of guy you would bet on, like, oh, he can get 2900 because he's at such a head start. But if you got only 10 rating per year on average, he would get to 29. It's just that simple. Okay, what else I should do? Some puzzle. I'll unlock the other mechanics by doing this. I'll be allowed to do puzzles. I'll be allowed to study. I'll be allowed to do variants, which I always used to do anyway, but I like to kind of make everything some kind of a challenge. So 88, but that guy was a peculiar player. That wasn't even that long of a game, but let's just not get too overconfident. So much of it is like a psychological thing, right? Like, you can't get too cocky, you can't get too tilted. You can't burn yourself out, tire yourself out. I don't know what the hell these leagues are. Crystal 5. I should be number 1 by the end of this, because who else is doing this on fucking New Year's? Whatever. Who are like the highest rated people on here? I always forget how you can check. You go to like news, social, puzzles. Top players on chess.com. Like Orange Ghost was always like a troll who would dick around with stuff. There's this hilarious clip of actually Hikaru being really pissed about Orange Ghost and saying something, but I could never find it again. I think they made sure everybody deleted it because it might have been like really like not a good moment. Hikaru 3219, 3186. Magnus is 3rd, but I don't know if he maybe plays as much as these other guys. I don't know who this is. Oh yeah, I think I know who it is. Chef's House, Ding Liren. Now, by real world standards, it would be Magnus, Ding Liren, and then Hikaru, or maybe, I don't know what his real life rating is, but you can't go by these fucking sites. Yeah, Orange. Oh, what happened to his profile picture? On a chair, flagging with the troll thing, verified. I just love this guy. This would be like me if I was really good, where I would just make a point to troll people, never mind actually trying to get better. He's an FM though, still. He just takes pride in doing that. Like, the point is, people would say, oh, his FIDE rating doesn't match this. Like, how the fuck do you do that? Right? He's the same rating as like super grandmasters on this, what, Justin Bullet maybe, or like Hyper Bullet, but he's nowhere near them in any other context. Which he can't even do in real life necessarily, but somehow he's just so good at clicking or whatever. I don't know how it even works, but lessons, I don't know what all this is. 20,000, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah, I love that. We're like, they were doing like a puzzle tournament, but they said this guy couldn't compete, and the reason why was like, oh, he's played too many puzzles. But it's like, yeah, so what? Like, he's memorized them all. But that's not fair, because anybody could theoretically do that. Like, I don't know, isn't that the point? Like, he trained his whole life for this moment, and now he can't compete, right? He's played more puzzles than anybody on the planet. Why did I log out? Oh, I'm using the other browser. Okay, let's do another one. So some of these games are not the best indication of anything. Like, some guys are, it's like everyone is on a technicality, like how they would do in hard mods. Oh, you only did that world's first thing that nobody's ever done before because of this. Insert this thing here. Like, oh, you only won that one because the guy didn't play too fast. He didn't use his time. You only won the other one because the guy, I don't know, like, just, there's always some reason for it. So you still can't get too sure of yourself here. So we are what, 38. So pace wise it's okay. I just have to, you gotta like just treat every game like its own thing. You can't, like, even if I just lost the last one and I'm tilted, just like don't even worry about it. Just I should have to do like fucking breathing exercises, meditation, just to concentrate. Yes, he's 1732. Ha ha ha. Just that means I must have made the account and won the first game at least, though, right? Otherwise, or you could have lost one, won one, and it would still give you that much. But yeah. Okay, white from India. Nice. Oh, sick. Look at his. He might be some online presence streamer or something. But here I always like to take the E5. I do always like to do that. The problem is you can't always guarantee that you're going to be able to cover it. And so I don't know. Why does it say it there that I'm about to abort? Shouldn't it say it here, like, based on the player? Okay, so you can come like this. You can bring the horse, but you almost want to do this too. Like, this is a very advanced thing to do that you wouldn't think you should do, because now your king is kind of open to other considerations, maybe. I don't know. This one seems to be right on point. The other horse is in a curious spot, though, because of it. And the reason why is because you can't bring it here because you want to connect this as much as possible. If you're going to commit to the pawn structure, just do it all the way. I missed a chance for... Oh, you know what? You could have just pinned down there rather than worry about the pawn, if that is really going to be an issue for you. I can't take this pawn no matter what. I mean, you could just keep doing these rather than... I might be jumping the gun, though. See, now I'm obsessing over something that doesn't need to be done. It just feels like if you can maintain it... Okay. It makes logical, consistent sense, but it doesn't make sense as far as the castle now. And I'm not going to do that either. It's just for this connection. And so now you bring the horse to cover here. This is like one of those fundamental type of things that you wouldn't normally do, like, naturally. Because even then, I still don't entirely know when to... Like, if he does this, do I take it? Do I not take it? I don't even know. Do I let him take and keep it? I guess I normally just try to keep it as long as possible, even if it doesn't serve, like, any purpose. I don't know what I'm trying to do with... Yeah. Stream sniper. Take. If I take, it doesn't really disrupt his pawns at all. He can just do whatever he wants. So there's no reason to take. Let's just keep reinforcing that, like, our life depends on it. He would take, I would take, and then he can't do anything. We still preserve it. You could actually keep going. Not yet, though, but at some point that might be a viable move. He could pin this down, but not for too long because we'll bring the bishop right behind. If he takes, there's no reason to take with the horse. Right, you want to preserve. Okay, all very predictable moves. I think this is fine. Now that cover still isn't so essential that, you know, it would still be a pawn covers a pawn. So for example, take, even if he takes this, he still can't take with the horse because the other pawn covers. I don't even have to worry about it on that basis. Now I could move the horse and then I could double take or just take for free. So is there some kind of cheeky unleash because that worked so well last time? Like, if I was to do it, he would take, I would take, but then he would just take, I would just take, and then I'd be covered. Wait. But okay, this move requires a little bit of overthinking, I guess. If I do this, he could just do it back. So it'd be horse for horse, and then I get this for free. If I do this, and he does this, then it's like, okay, he took a bishop, I took a bishop, he took a horse, I took a horse. And so I took a pawn extra. But it wouldn't even be extra because I would just take it now anyway. So it seems like needlessly elaborate and it doesn't do me any good. Take. He would still be able to take. I mean, why am I even overthinking it? Just do like this. Now he has no pawns to push it out, so that should be safe as long as you keep this connection there. Take. You definitely have to be aware of the queen's position for now because I don't have another cover. But that should be a good alpha pawn position right there. That alone gives you at least a minor, very minor advantage. That's how long ago it was that I played chess when I was a kid. Like when this show first came out, 2003 we're talking. Maybe even before that. So if I had kept playing for years, I would have been a fucking prodigy too. Haha. I mean, I could never compare because how could you know? Like if you played that long, I think I would just get bored out of my goddamn mind playing the same game every day, you know, that much. That's what I'm most impressed by. It's not their ability, it's their patience or their commitment to one thing. I would never want to even do that. So if you look at this, you're trying to develop a little more. The Dark Square Bishop is a question because these pawns, you know, you might even commit to it so much that you put the Dark Square Bishop here. So then it's like, it seems stupid, but for some reason I seem to recall some games like that where it was actually beneficial to do that. Like he's going to push it so hard, so far down, try to take these up. You eventually just make sure that you maintain that. But for now, I don't know where else I would put it. I could put it here. So you can't move this. I just don't know what else that would really do for me. Taking a sweet time here. Yeah, he was taking the beginning very casually. Now he's like, oh shit, now I have to actually take it seriously or something. But then again, he's not even down any material. It's just the positional. Because clearly 1100 games should come down to some nuanced positional advantage and not somebody just outright blundering a piece or something, right? So what could he do with this? The bishop can't move. The horse is restricted in its movement. That's okay. That doesn't bother me at all. I kind of want to do something with this. So he would take, but then I would take. You could block it with other pieces. See, I just don't know where I want the Dark Square Bishop to go. I think it's very stupid and premature to say that it should go here. Like, it would take him so long to do anything about these. So I could do this and let that connection sit. And then I don't know what to do with the horse. This one covers, but you don't need the cover. This one covers, but you would have the cover from the pawn. So this would need cover, but not yet. This is like a copy of a song, apparently, but I forgot what it is. And they never actually used this in the show. Take. This one and the Kira Task Force are both amazing songs, bangers that they never actually used. Even once. They use it in like one of the movies, I think. Take. He could come. No, he can't even come like that. I think this is fine, but now I might be overcommitting to the structure. This is a very tactical position. I don't know if I like to hear that. Oh, man. I should actually probably castle at some point, too. I kind of just forgot about that mechanic for a second. The queen comes in to allow him to castle queenside. Okay, that probably is a good decision on his part. And it also removes the ability of this to attack the queen. But he would come like this. It's just annoying because I can't really do anything with it. This would be fine, because then I could just take and, oh, well, take. Even if you were to do all that just to win one pawn, it would probably still be worth it. This would delay the castle for a second, and then I could take out his darks for a bishop. Maybe I should do it, because I can... It's like one of those decisions you have to make early in the game. I don't think my darks for a bishop is going to be that good, so I could just trade it. But then again, his probably wouldn't be that good either, so... Because I'm already blocking all the squares with my pawns. I could do the horse covers horse here. This is maybe one of those games where castling queenside could be good, but maybe not even for him. Do I want to trade the bishop? I don't know. I guess you ought to just trade something. And the thing is, he doesn't have a choice either. He might try to do this. And so he'll be like double attacking. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But I don't know if I want to leave this shit hanging that much. I could just move this, then he has to address both of those threats. I think I'll use this opportunity to castle. And then we'll see what he decides to do, because there are a number of... He could castle, he could bring out the bishop, he can't actually bring out the horse very comfortably. This would be a double stack, this would be a take. He could only really go here. I think if I was him, I would probably just castle. He brings the horse of all things. Okay. What you want to do is... And I want to bring out my pieces too. I'm very confused about the darks for bishop in this game, though. I'm the one who created this position, but I still don't know. I just don't get it. You know, this might even be a spot where the horses are better than the bishops, I could admit. The light square bishop at least has some legitimacy to it. I just want to do this move, but I think it accomplishes absolutely nothing. Other than to give it an excuse just to come out. Which I guess is fine. So where would he go with it? He comes like this. It's fine. It's fine. It's maybe not fine if he does that. That might actually be what he's up to. But he could still do it even if I moved it there. In fact, he'd be attacking that. So that might undo the whole development. Like, for example... Okay, we come here. He already decided to come there. It fucks up his castle a little bit, but then we can't escape to here because he'll just take. And then I'll just take. Or maybe that's what I want. Maybe I want to trade it for the horse. That's the hardest thing. Like, I don't even know what I want half the time. Or what I'm trying to do. I don't know how much e5 helps once he queenside castles, though that is a good way to kind of negate whatever benefit it might give you. I just don't see this bishop being very good, honestly. And you know I'm being objective because I'm already in favor of bishops naturally, so when I say that, you know it's got to be true. I kind of should have done it the other way, though, still. This could be a closed-ish position where the knights are good for once, maybe. So this is all fine. Right, the dark square diagonal is just completely negated anyway. I don't know what's happening with this. Like, he's just leaving it there forever. Okay, this kind of answers me something, though. He clearly wants to do this, I think. But couldn't I just take... But his queen, so like the horse will go here, the queen will go here. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. That would still only open the king though, and not much else. I almost don't even want to do this, but I could do the horse covers horse. That would solve some of maybe that concern, but it also is kind of... I can't really do anything on the other side. Now watch, after all this, he'll bait me by castling kingside still. That is the kind of thing I would do. You make it look like, okay, I've committed to the queenside castle now. It doesn't seem so bad. You've even staggered this pawn so it wouldn't be uncovered to start. Let's see. Bring out the horse would be a logical thing to do. You get the horse covers horse and you get the option to come out this way to potentially do something. So I don't see why that would be bad at all. This doesn't need the cover right now. All the potential horse moves are fine. His dark square bishop is pretty bad. So no, I did that on purpose. I wanted to trade the bishop for a horse because I know his bishop isn't going to be good. How about that? His dark square bishop. So I wanted him to keep it because I really thought that far ahead. Yeah, see, at least I can predict that much. So if you come in here, you get the fork. So all it would take to really stop that is just to move one of the pieces. I was so focused on this one though. I can't really cover that square though, can I? Huh. I mean, I can just move either the rook or the queen. Can't decide which. If he takes, I take. He doesn't even have another taker. This would be stupid because it forces you too much into the same spot. Like you have to go to F2, which is fine, but it'd be a weird way to actually create like a double stack. No, but you couldn't even because he would just go to he would be able to take the queen on F1 though still. Horse is always such a troublemaker. Let's see. You come like this. He comes like this. I could just move it. I feel like this is a bad spot for it. Then the bishop is somehow going to come in here. Like this horse is going to come here and it's going to just stay there forever. Like it's never going to move. This is the kind of shit. Even though it doesn't even have a cover. I can't go anywhere that would be... Like... I can't go anywhere that would be able to take it. I would have to go here. Pretty unbelievable. You have two horses right in the vicinity and neither of them can match him 1 for 1. So I guess what you could do is you could put the queen... No. You could put the rook here. You put the horse in. You move the queen 2. I just don't know why. I don't like that whole... I don't know what he's gonna do, but... Something's gonna go wrong with all these fucking clustered ass pieces. I could do like this and then pull it back, but then that blocks the back rank. I'm still interested in keeping a lot of covers on there. He's got the fork. He's got it, but not really. Obviously, I can stop it. I really don't like this position. So you could go here, and then it's pretending like you're double stacking. I want to be able to attack it next, though. I think this is the quickest way to try to attack. Or like I said, move this, and then you can move this, but you can't because... Where else would he be able to go? He'd be able to go from here in... Oh my god. Fork into a fork. The fake fork. How fantastic. How about this? We come here. You come there. I can move the rook. You can't do this. You can't do this. If you take, I could still take. See, the game of chess is not a game against your opponent. It's a game against yourself. Like, if you look at it long enough, you'll see all the options. The question is, do you actually want to sit there for like your whole fucking life doing this? And apparently, a lot of people do. You come in, you attack the thing. So it wasn't a question of, oh my goodness, he saw the fork after 10 minutes. It's actually only 4 minutes. It felt like more than that. But it's like, how is the best way to deal with it? Because it would have been a fork into a fork, or like a, whatever, an attack into a fork. The dark square consideration is there. Oh god. He's so sure of what he's doing. Fuck. I can't move a horse to cover that stupid ass square. You know what? The queen can do it, but then it can't because of this. But then it could, but then it can't. So he comes there, he tries to force the rook into there, which it doesn't have to be the case. I do also have the pawn here, so it's not like you would really lose material, but you would lose, I'm very confused by this. Like, I knew what he might do, but I still don't know exactly. I could move it here, but then he's already ahead of the curve. I could do this, but then you're kind of exposing yourself to the possibility of losing something with this. If I was to do it, he would take, I would take, he would come there, I would take, he would come there, and I could just move it. It blocks the dark square thing from being effective, but that's kind of too reactive of a thing that might not be good in the long run. Can I not just cover this square? Like, why is the best move might be move the king there? No, but then he'll give a check with the stupid thing. I don't know. The horse is just my mortal fucking enemy. You wouldn't want to do this if you wanted to block the dark square thing. I could do like... I want to do this even though it seems dumb, and it's okay because I can block with the pawn, but then again, see, now I'm getting a little bit, that was a long couple moves back to back, and I think they're justified, but he comes like this. He just knows. He just knows whatever he's doing. He's so practiced. He's studied the game his whole life, dude. Just some guys are just like that, man. He takes, I take, it's fine. Okay, at least I can react to the horse's thing by like doing this then. I don't want to do this though. I want to move actually the other horse. Right? There's no need for it to be there, but also it is also the horse. I forgot about that. In the sense that it literally just always has to get in the way. Now I'm going to back myself into a corner and get mated from this later. Just... No, but the intention is to do this. Then he... Wait. I don't know, man. This is too fucking annoying. I would take... What's he gonna do with it now? He can pin the horse down, but it's horse covers horse, but it's not true horse covers horse because one... Okay. Oh, look at him, dude. He actually did do the bait. The classic bait. Okay, I'll put the stupid ass horse here, and then I'll try to just clean this shit up. He comes there. Now the rook is looking a little bit scary. He takes, I take, fine. I come like this, he would take, I would take. I don't see why I would do it like that though. He comes like this. There's no fork. He comes like this. I think I just want that horse out of the way. The one way or another, that horse was there for too long, so let's just try to fix it. Even though that was kind of the piece I wanted to keep. Now, I could keep the horse active, though, by doing this, or I could take with the rook, which prevents the horse from coming in. But it's almost like I don't want to vacate the back rank like that. Like, he'll bring the thing, and then he'll force me to, but it's not like he's gonna come there with anything else. This would be a fork, but obviously you take. Okay, dude. All right, this guy's too good. Fucking stupid, man. See, this is a combination of both. He's too fast and he's too good. Like, I just have to accept this one. Even though I don't have time to accept it. He'll just see everything instantly when I'm looking at it for like 15 minutes. I don't get it, man. He'll bring the rook. Passed pawn. I just can't calculate that fast, that much. So this is going to be a problem too. If he brings the dark square thing, I'll just move it. He's only 1176. Like, he's not that different from most of the people we've been playing. Right? They've all been between 10 and 11 something. He comes, he attacks the queen. Like, basically what this demoralizes you into is that you know he's not going to make a mistake. Like, it's just not possible. So you'll have to beat him with some super advanced, crazy shit. Which I can still do, but then if he's this fast... I'm like this. Don't really have a whole lot of choice in the matter. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, this guy just kind of... It's just too much. I can't beat this guy. Damn it. That'll pretty much ruin the whole thing, because now that sets me back when I'm already... Yeah, it's just a psychological thing. Like, I can't do it. I would have lost on time. It's possible you can, like, trap the horse, so at least you get something back for it. If he takes the rook, I take the rook. He takes the rook, I take the horse. But it doesn't matter, because I don't have... I even had the e5 pawn. Well, there is no need to trap it. It's like it's dead anyway. In fact, the last thing you think I should want to do is to trade the rook when I have none left. But fuck it, let's just try it. We'll let the horses carry us. The rook, bishop versus two horses. +3, solid advantage. Yeah, this guy is like the best of both worlds. Like, I always say, oh, you should use all your time, but he doesn't even have to, and he still fucking plays so good. He's gonna have like 90 plus, watch. But he just wants to trade everything. I still should have tried a little bit harder for what time was left, but yeah, I even broke my thing. I said if I'm gonna lose, I'll lose on time, but I should have let it happen. I shouldn't have just gotten so tilted by his mere existence. You can do the horse covers horse, and then he just back ranks here, dumbass. Then he'll come here. He could fuck up something major. Would be like my only chance. So he preserves the attack. So he could trade queens, but the end result is going to be that he mates me with the thing. He would take, I would take, he would take, I wouldn't be able to take. I could come like this. Just get out of harm's way. Only a -3, but obviously plus 15 minutes too. But that was just a straight up blunder. Like, obviously that's one of those things you can easily just see if you just look. So that's what you can't do. So we still have that sacred e5 pawn that was so sexy the whole time. See, now we can kind of frustrate him because even though he knows he's going to win, this is kind of what happens to me a lot too. Is like, you just make it as difficult as possible. So he's doing this to be able to obviously just win there. So you should probably just do like this to give it an extra cover. And then you could take this, but you don't really have to because... Or he's just gonna probably push it, or what? You could take this if I move anywhere too far. What else is going on with this position? Let's see. I could try to double attack it. I don't really see much point. I don't want him to force his queen trade. Maybe this will give me just somewhere else to go with the king or with something else. I don't even know. He pushes it and he... Yeah, see, I've stopped looking for stuff too. Fuck. These are things that you can obviously just see. No, still play it out to a fucking, to a stalemate. You won't even be able to take it back. I just don't get some of these people. Like, first of all, what was the accuracy? Yeah, see, look at that, dude. I can't beat that while using, again, such a short amount of time. Which I guess proves that he's probably not cheating, right? Like, it would be hard to do it that quickly then, maybe, but it's just too much. And you could say, oh, I played badly, but I feel like I didn't. I played pretty much the same as I have been, which isn't great. Like 70 to 80 is fine, but it's just not... I don't know. Hey, Master Pig, how's it going? Pretty good, you? The 31, at least I didn't lose maybe as much from that. But see, it's not that I lost the 7, it's that I lose the +9. So it counts twice over. Yeah, I think that one pretty much does it. You can't lose a single game. Like, just... I pretty much can't do it now. It's already gonna take fucking forever without that shit. This guy just played like a literal fucking GM. In record pace. There's nothing even that bad. Like, oh, these are minor little mistakes which people make at this level. If you would like, I can teach you some tactics. Well, not today, but if I succeed at this, then... Currently 1456, nice. Was 1600. On this website or on Lichess? Because I'm 1600 on Lichess, but apparently it doesn't translate so well. This site is just jacked out. Yeah. What's your username though? I'll add you. Master Pig Zombie 2. Or maybe just with no number. 1600 rated opponent rising up with a sharp edge. Well, we better remember this guy because he would be the one responsible for sinking the whole thing. I just can't believe it. Those are the kind of opponents that I just accept my fate. Like, I can't beat that guy. Yeah, see, he has 70s too. It's just, I don't know. Like, who are these people, man? Closed fair play. Oh, wow. Or it doesn't even say fair play. It just says closed. We could play a game. I'm not tired, but I kind of have a challenge that I'm doing, so I have to, I don't really have time to, you know, do anything else, unfortunately, but we can play in the future. Like, I have to get 1200 today, so if I don't, I don't think I will anyway now. Think about how many games that would be. We're at 31. We just have to brush that one off, forget about it, and just keep trying to... See, now, that's one of those that you deserve something in return. Like the two pendulums of the universe, right? You get destroyed by a god-tier player like that. Now we should get an easy win in the first 5 minutes against some clown at the same rating. Like, there should be that sort of balance. But we just don't see those kind of players here for some reason. After you play a game, I might give you some suggestions to look out for in your next game. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, you can even say it during the game, but I tend not to read them during the game. Just so it's fair, you know, to my thing. So I'll be back in a second. 88 move game that ends in a draw. What is this, dude? What? Like, really? I'm not even being dramatic about this website, but like, it's so bizarre. These people are insane. If I was 1500, I wouldn't say that, right? You could expect it a little bit, but my god. You got to get high 80s to beat these guys. Which, of course, accuracy is all relative, but still. Like, I can live with 75. I don't even think I made a blunder, did I? I didn't even blunder. 0 blunders, 0 missed wins, 0 mistakes, but 10 inaccuracies. Of course, I can't make a single inaccuracy to beat this guy. 0, 0, 2 great moves. What, 8 to 12, 8 to 10, 4 to 7, 2 to 1, 10 to 0. That's the difference in the game right there. A weak move. Because 1100s don't make those. Okay. Take a sip of water. Yeah, I'll be back. Play 1510. Yeah, that I feel like that ends up being about the same as 30 though, but maybe it could be better too in the long run. I guess on the bright side of the majority of opponents we played today, they haven't been like this, but this is the kind of guy I fear who's just like, you don't belong here, dude. So we just gotta pretend like it's just gonna be somebody else. I'm not gonna even regret the e5 pawn decision there. Like, I'm okay with it, but you gotta know how to use it, and I still don't. Like, let me actually look at that in more detail. Like, forget about anything else. Like, what was I supposed to do there? So far, these are all tips I can give without knowing how you play. Well, maybe the way I play is just that bad, but another tip I give you, make sure you take 1 minute to make a move. Yeah, see, that's my rule, the 30-second rule from back in the day. I always used to say that. If you have increment, even if you don't, you can still kind of do that. Look for checks, captures, attacks. What checks do they have? What captures do I have? What attacks do I have? Yeah, but unfortunately, That is all basic. This guy was on another level. You have to look for like a 5-move, multi-move, crazy sequence. And it's still not enough. Like, look at this game, dude. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't make a blunder. Like, what the fuck is this game? I'm actually pissed about it. Like, it's fine. I'm sure everybody isn't going to play like this, but... like, these little minor inaccuracies are fine, but... the fuck up here was, like, the pawn. That I can accept. In fact, that should have been a blunder, but it still wasn't. Yeah, and then I... see, at that point, I just give up. This I would see 100 times out of 100. I just didn't even care. Although I did still take, like, 25 seconds to look at it. But yeah, let's look. Let's try to understand the e5 position. At the beginning, when you do the e5 pawn, what are you trying to do with it? First of all, I didn't like the e5 pawn. It said that was like an inaccuracy too. What are you trying to do with this position? That's right. Okay, now what? It wants me to push the other side pawn. But why? I just do that to bait out the whatever the right move is. Move the other horse. It's just going to be some long-winded, complicated thing. I guess just to make the structure like this. Like, would it like this move or... probably not. It's okay. Wants you to castle there. He ended up castling kingside though, which I thought was hilarious. Go back to the black playing d5. The idea is to gain space. Black playing d5. Where was d5? Why is it even splitting it up if it's just the game that we played anyway? Take the pawn is best after e4. Okay, so let's see this then. Yeah, I guess it disagreed with my whole e5 obsession, but I tend to do very well in those kind of games where I take it, or when I have that, but... it's like, whatever this is, I don't know what to do with it. I guess you do this. Sometimes it's just like a preferential thing, so he probably just goes back. And clearly he would know exactly how to play this too. Or maybe that is the issue. Maybe he just knew how to play that particular game super well, but other games might throw him off. It was to double push it. This is the Scandinavian thing. It does help that it tells you the name of the opening. So even if you don't know what it would be called, you would know how to react to it once you've seen it here, like in post. So now what? Let's just see how it plays out. I would try to castle queenside as white. Huh. I mean, I guess, yeah, you have developed. Yeah, see, I don't think I would do that, though, anyway. I hate doing that. That's one of my rules, like, just... I'd rather lose whatever games I have to castle queenside, which is going to be, like, 5%, versus doing it when I shouldn't do it, and then losing because of that. And if he gets an attack... and I'm also not the attacking kind of player, so I'm not going to take advantage of it, yeah. But in any case, next time I see that, I guess I can just take... maybe. I still like the e5 pawn, though. I mean, it's so good so many times. So many games I've won because of that, I don't know. It just looks good. Like, you're not losing in this position, right? You're plus 147. So that wasn't necessarily even the issue. So... this horse pressure that he put was incredible, though. Like, this was a great move. So how would you have stopped that somewhere along the line? You would have had to cover it with another piece, which is virtually impossible to do with the horse creeping around. maybe why you keep the Dark Sword Bishop around to anchor them all, but that still wouldn't even... I guess it would make a difference, but... It was just a very tough, complicated position, so... They keep changing who's on here. Or I guess I'm just streaming for so long I don't realize. 10 people will start and end their streams and go out for a New Year's party and get drunk before I'm done doing this shit. Go back to the position where you move the rook off the F file. This. So at this point, you're losing. You have Discord so I can properly show you. Yeah, we can do that another time. Just today I'm kind of under a certain amount of time pressure, so I don't know, but not this point. Okay. Do I do it again? Oh, a couple moves behind. When did I take it off the F file before that? It might have just been some hypothetical move that I didn't actually make in the game. I think it only comes off once. Rook F1 to E1 was a mistake. Oh, just moving it left to right. You're supposed to keep it there. And then let's see how that plays out then. As if I'm going to remember any of this shit too. Like I've probably seen every game in existence, although not really, but it's hard to retain anything. Especially when you don't like study or do anything. Well, what's it doing? What's the move? It's supposed to tell me whether that's good or not. What? Whatever, I don't care. Just take back with the rook. Okay, it's unlikely we're gonna see that same thing anyway, so let's not worry about it too much, but he could be gunning for his own 1200 challenge, and he certainly played on a mission. So let's just forget about that. Take a second. 75 accuracy is fine. The big mistake was that pawn there, so that was a little bit tricky. Kind of don't overcommit so much to one idea, but like the E5 is a good thing, but I kind of overdid it maybe a little bit. Hope you succeed, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna be here all day. Even if everything goes perfectly, I'll still be here all day, mathematically, because if you see a potential open file, keep your rook there. Yeah, that is the general consensus. And if you can double stack, you should probably typically double stack. Unless you're being attacked. See, that's the double-edged sword now. I would just do 10-minute games and try to shotgun it all the way, but I think that's against my better nature. The real point is, I thought it would benefit me like, oh, I can only play 30-minute games, and that's why I got so far, right, from 900 to here. But now you regret it a little bit, because now I'm not allowed to play 10-minute games as part of that as well. I didn't think it would come to that, but that's just my fault for taking so long to do this. I've had like the whole month. Who is this guy? Discord. Who are these people? Like, why are they just random people putting blog posts, I guess? King Sonic's blog. He is not very good. What the fuck? He's like 800. Who are these people? Minecraft. Oh yeah, didn't they do some kind of like Minecraft themed chess thing? I forget what it was. Like some kind of tournament, and they were all pissed about it because they said like, I don't know, there was like a tournament going on at the same time and they're trying to advertise for that or whatever. That level of handle should be reserved for 2,000 plus players. Oh man, he's just apprentice Sonic. Well, I can't change it now. That's just the challenge, but it does not help to look and dawdle on chess.com if you want to get shit done. I would go into a game, Well, I'm only playing 30-minute games, so I just have to pace myself for a second. I can't just do it back to back. That's also a bad thing with rapid, right? You just get tilted, or like blitz. It's easy to here we go. 12:39. Oh, here we go. This is what we're playing for. Let's see if we can beat somebody who is at the Holy Grail. Make sure to take your time, and if you get under 20 minutes, then pick up the pace. No, I don't even do that. When I get under 20 minutes, I still go slow. So I want to take that horse. See, I'm already doing dumb shit that probably isn't good. He would take, I could take back, but I'd rather he'll bring the queen and try to do like this. So the act of him doing that would be like, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know. I'm actually, this just shows you I'm not on the right mindset already. I'm already trying dumb shit. It's just like when I see stuff I'm not familiar with, how am I supposed to know what to do anyway? Now this is good because you open the king, so I don't give a shit about these stupid pawns. That in itself makes me fine. That is objectively good on the count of the... But little did I know, he probably planned a queenside castle. Queenside castle in terms of I would take, he would take, or I would take, and then he can't take, or he still could. Make sure to think. I mean, he can take either one of these. He can take this, it doesn't have a cover. He can take this, I would cover. And then he wouldn't be able to take. So it's almost like I should just let him take, but I have to cover both. If I come here, he would first of all just take. It's a very odd position. Take into take, and then if he takes, I can take and mess up the castle further, but that requires him to take. He would take this one, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, or I would take, he would take, I would take, wait, I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would just take. Okay, let's see. I would take this, he would take back with the queen, and then I would take, and then he would take the queen and fuck up my castle. I would take this. He wouldn't be able to take back, but he would be able to take this for free. But then I would take the queen. Wait. I do this, and then he does this, and then I do this. And if he doesn't do it, I feel like he's just going to take this back eventually anyway, though. Like, it's so isolated. You'd have to connect like this. Perfect after 2 minutes. Like, I could do that every move, but... So now this... lose by, like, move 10. So come like this, I would take. I would take... I could come like this, develop, and attack at the same time. And let's see if there's anything else. Give a check. He blocks. And develop and think. Just think. So now this is interesting because it's an awkward cover that you don't typically want. I still can't take it, but I want to continue to develop something. We give a check. Like, how would I push this bishop out? Even if I did it with the pawns, he would still just go back there. You almost want to go like this, this. And then if he goes back, I could still do... well, The point is that would be yet another attacker. If he pushes, I could take, but then he would take. No, he wouldn't be able to take back. Why are these positions so different than usual? Like, even at this level, I normally don't see. Like, this is so weird. I don't want to play this fucking whatever king spawn opening, but it's not the normal king spawn opening. So you go like this, and you both attack. He covers with the horse. So then, let's say I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. But it still doesn't work. Yeah, but it's too taxing. I need some easy wins to be able to keep the pace. We come like this. I don't get it though still, because even though you have the double attack, you still can't take it. I guess I could pin it down if he doesn't have the presence of mind. See, he should go like this, I should go like this. So let's see which one happens first. I can take the bishop, but he goes back, and then I can't do anything to it. Then you will never achieve. Well, 1200 is not exactly something that should be that fucking big of a deal, but I guess it is. Holy shit. Save the hard stuff for 1500, which I've already been. Okay, I didn't expect that. And that is unfortunate because it would allow a lot of trouble. I could bring the horse back. So it's like a horse covers horse scenario. If he pushes the pawn, I could still just take. I can't think of anything else because I don't want to push the pawn. That would just be awkward. Found the best move. Wait, what? I guess maybe that was inevitable. I guess I was already up, so yeah, I kind of expected that would happen eventually. The dark square thing is going. What I really was relying on it was being able to pin that down, which I can't do now. So if I do this, he would just take. If I do this, so where's he gonna go? That's fine. That's fine. I want to bring out the darks for bishop pretty badly. All you have to do is almost like wear them out and wait for them to make a mistake, but I can't do that. I could give a check, but I don't know if I want to be there. It prevents the horse from coming back to cover it, I guess, at least. And so if I castle, then I can... Wait, but he's going to trap me because my own horse is going to get in the way. I really don't know where I want this to go. I guess I can go here. If he pushes, I could still just take. This is the best I can come up with for that. Yeah, I got a castle for sure. This will also address the threat by the rook. Yeah, that would make the most sense. I'm trying to think about any other threats on here. He checks. Oh, wait, that would actually be bad. No, because it's only okay because of these covers, but ordinarily he could just check and I wouldn't be able to take. Well, but I have triple cover. If he takes, I take. Or I could take here. Be sure there's no cheeky kind of crazy threat here. He could come like this, actually. So that is a problem, actually. I don't think I can castle yet. Right, he would do this and then I'd be forced to move it. A6 was better. Get the bishop out of the way. Yeah, this one is kind of scary because then you either have to let him just take there, which is stupid. I can't even do that. I can't do that either. So what you would do here is you could like guarantee it with the horse. Wait, shit. But he won't do it. Why can you not go bishop f6? F6. Because the horse would take it, right? Oh, but then I guess the queen would still take it. Yeah, I guess you could do that. Pawn is hanging, so... But then he'd be giving up a bishop, so then I'd have to castle queenside. Yeah, that didn't go quite how I expected, but it should still be fine. Yeah, the queen could just take. This guy is at least a little better rating, so you can expect a tougher game. As if 150 to 100 makes that much of a difference. Most of these have been lower, so I have to appreciate that at least. Do not play the player, but you kind of have to sometimes. Because under that premise, then I couldn't beat anybody, because I would expect them all to be actually good and know what they're doing, which none of them do. They all make mistakes, and you win just because of that. Don't worry about the rating. Well, in this case, I'm very worried about the rating. Take like this. Ordinarily, you're right, but take becomes here. So the pawn is going to be hanging, and so he deliberately did that to great effect here. I guess what it would allow me to do is to take the pawn here, like for revenge. So like he would take, I would take. I don't even care so much about the castle. It's just like he would come in here. I could still take. Yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts menu music. Which I haven't even ever played Kingdom Hearts. But it's just a good song. I would take... I mean, I guess you can do this, but... I don't know. Now I'm just very confused. Now, would it be to his benefit, I wonder, to trade queens? We're both... Actually, both of our castles just got fucking decimated. It's very odd. Well, he's double attacking here, so that discourages me from queenside castling, because if I do that, then basically you're able to take this. At least if I played like this yesterday, I could have combined the two. I don't know if I can do this shit in one day. You give a check with the bishop. He blocks with the pawn. Doesn't change anything about the position. The pawn in question... oh, you know what you could do? He would take... I would take... Wait. He would... no, it'd still be the same. He would take... I would take... He would take... I check with the queen. He could do the same thing. He can't move the horse. Oh, okay. This is good. This is good, because then he goes for the thing, but I take. But he would check. Oh my god. I can't cover both of these pawns. It's impossible. The f7 and the h7. It's very risky to do this. Like, I'll do it and then he'll... Or rather, you could do like this. But you could still check. I would take, he would take, I would take. It forces it to move, and if it does move, but then see, no, but then I would take with this. I wouldn't take with this because then he would just mate or something. I don't know. He's gonna like attack with this. He'll take it with the queen though, just for nothing. So this one maybe works a little bit better. He takes, I take. He takes. No. He takes, but it's a check. He would take and check and fork, royal fork. Then I would take and then he would just take. So why does that work? It doesn't. It seems impossible not to lose a pawn here, one way or another. I can't cover it with anything else. Either place that I move it, he can still do the check, and then... What if you do it like... Well, the queen would take, and he wouldn't lose anything. Like, it'd come like this, and just let him take. If you could double attack the... If you could double attack the horse, it would be good, but you can't. Can't give any kind of checks here, like with the horse. Could I come back from one pawn deficit? It's just impossible. You can't save that pawn. Because anything you do is going to be worse. You go like this, you go like this. Now I get it for free. And then you take, and then I take. I'll go with that, right? I get it for free at least. If you go here, then he gets both. Never mind the fact that I would take back because I would be in check. I'm like this, he comes like this. And then... But he won't. He'll just take it. Oh my god. You could do this forever. You could do this against a GM, and it's like, you would eventually find their move if you really wanted to. Just calculate enough moves deep, but I'd have to be playing correspondence chess to do that. Chess.com, because that's my challenge. Like, I came back after deleting my account last time to try another challenge, and I might end up deleting my account this time too. Is it better? It's kind of similar. I can't do this move, so I have to accept that I'm going to lose something. I'll just let him do it, and then I'll castle. How about that? No, but I can't even do that, because then he'll take the bishop. I literally cannot do anything. I'll just give a check. I don't know. But then that just puts you under more threat. I just can't figure it out. But yeah, generally I was playing on the chess a lot. So I use this site as more like a way to do challenges because it's apparently just crazy how, like, way harder. You can get to like 1600 on... Now he'll just take this with the queen, first of all. That wasn't a very good... I just couldn't figure that move out. Maybe I made it worse, but... Take a look at the previous tips I've given for the move previous. Position like this, you want your king to be safe, put pressure on their king. How do you do that on one move? If you always think about smart to castle in this position, take 20 seconds to think about it. If it is a yes, then you castle. If you don't, look for a better move. It shouldn't even really take 20 seconds. I would never play on chess.com with the chess providing. Yeah, that's a fair point. And I didn't like the whole NFT thing either. For some reason, they thought that was a good idea. Okay, I give up on that pawn. Just take it, dude. There's nothing here. Like, I don't care. You just can't do it. I'm done. I don't have time. I actually do have time, but he could still do the check. Even though I said never queenside castle, at least this game is an equalizer, like where we both do it. Right, like we're both forced to do it. Now you're creating a threat, but not really. If he moves this, I could just take this, but he's not so stupid. To take the stupid pawn that you worked so hard for. Man, he's really not very interested in doing that, though. Obviously, he'll do some kind of uncovered cheeky shit. Although I don't exactly see what. It's not like you can give a check or something. You could maybe try to take this pawn. 30 seconds instead of a minute. Well, it depends on the move. Sometimes I'll have to. I'm not even worried about that. 13 is fine. He's refusing to take this pawn. I'm so confused. So I have the double stack. It's just a question of where does he unleash into? That would be so harmful, and what else am I trying to do? He comes here. It's fine. It's, I guess, this one, but I can still cover it. Amazing. Oh, maybe now I could do something with that still, but like he would just take. If he takes now, I could just take. How about that? But he doesn't have to. He could take the bishop. I mean, you could just say, okay, move the queen, but I don't see the point. It doesn't even seem like a big threat posed by that. Go ahead and take that stupid pawn. I don't know why he's not taking it. He's had it for like 5 moves. It must just not be that important. So I'm threatening another pawn myself. Not that it really matters. He'd be able to take the bishop too. Okay, dude. He just doesn't give a shit about it. I'd love to be able to attack this with something else, and in fact now I can do it. He could come with his own little cheeky little rook, which I could fork, but I can't fork. But I could at least attack it. Let's double check that. The pawn is gone. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. If we come there, he's worried because now we're double attacking this. The only way he can cover it is with the rook. That's all he can do. And if he does that, I can like try to do something here. He would still move it. I would take. He would move it here. I could threaten to take, and he can't move this. So maybe there's something to that. You could also just move the queen, but then at least I would check and take. He can move his own dark. Oh, he'll just take the. Well, no, but even if you take the pawn with the thing, I would still be able. With the queen, I would still be able to do it. So that is a little tricky spot. He has less cover than I would have thought available for that. So I would say, technically, I'm not down on any material, but I should be down the pawn. I don't know what he's doing. There's no way that's correct to just leave that hanging for like 10 moves like that. By either of us. Like, I should have found a way to cover it too, but I just accepted that it was gonna die, but it didn't die yet. What's interesting is you could also like, well, not really. It depends where he goes with the king. Winning, maybe. Let's not jinx it. I have no idea. So, I mean, the logical move is this, which leads to this, which leads to this, which leads to take. I wouldn't even have to bring the bishop, of course. The pawn is there, too. I mean, if I was him, I would still just take the pawn. Finally, just get it over with. We give a check. I would give a check and, like, trade queens, but... Or, like, he's going to somehow flip the script. Then I'll do this. But then my queen will be pinned to it, but not really, because the queen is covered by something here. At least we could give a check here if he moves the bishop. Block with the horse, but then I take. Still a very tactical position if they find one of a few moves. He gives a check to escape. This is not covered. This pawn is the biggest liability that I've ever seen in my life. I can move away and try like hide behind there. Now this doesn't change the fact. Oh shit. It does kind of change it. I could put the queen there and then trade queens. And so he would have to address the queen threat. And so then if you kind of string the two together, he would take with this one though instead, so I still wouldn't be able to take. Like, the pawn is there for the taking, so do this, but then he just checks again. I could, like, block it with something. He's gonna bring the pawn, so that is pretty much dead in the water. Just move the... No, what if I want to do this? We get a cover on there. We involve the thing a little bit. It breaks up my double stack. This threat seems pretty much garbage now. That was a pretty good way to recover from it. Yeah, either you move the king or you go like this, or you could try to trade queens. Normally it would be my instinct to try to trade. This pawn is down anyway. I didn't think of a scenario where I would still be able to take at the end of the sequence. Like, take and then he's still in check. Take, and then just push. I guess I can't do it. So this thing is very tough. So now, if you get rid of one, you lose the cover on the other, but not really, because you have... I could double stack, or now I could finally... No, I still can't save both. Apparently this one's not very good value though, so I shouldn't save the other. I could do like this, but it's not going to stay there necessarily. Pressure on the queen. This would be a fork if I ever was able to cover that. So actually that's kind of cute because he might go for the bait there. And so we save the pawn that we've so maligned, or that really he's the one who just didn't seem to care about it. It's too obvious though. It's never gonna work. It's not even gonna work though, because he's gonna have a double stacked open file. Like, I just lose. I mean, he won't do it yet, but he could just like move the queen literally anywhere. Like, just go to like h5. Then not only do you preserve the double threat, but you could also save the queen from the pin, and you could also attack the pawn, the other pawn on h7. If you say you have lost, then you have lost. Well, if I can see that I'm lost, if even I can see what he should do and that it's winning, then obviously he can see it because he's better. It's not about belief. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Heart of the Cards. Like it's an objective thing. Now he could still fuck up. That's what you gotta hope for, but Dark Square Bishop is just kind of sitting there doing nothing. The horse is sitting there doing nothing. I always create like what seems like it's going to be a winning spot, but then they do something miraculous to save it. Mental game against yourself. Yeah, that is a lot of it, but these people do a good job of demoralizing their opponents in the 30-minute format, though. Look at this. I'm like a normal human being, but they just are super fucking fast. It's just, they don't play 30-minute games because they actually want to play them. They do it just to troll people. So you can't do anything with this. Okay, I thought he might do that. He did that. You can still save this one, but you can't save both of them. This would be covered in a number of ways. He would just take that. This would be good. He would go like that. You can't take. Like a double stack. I would take. Look for something more complicated. I could bring the bishop out and check. Best he could do is block. If he moves the horse, it could maybe, I don't know. It's just an excuse to get it out of there, which would maybe allow me to push the pawn, but he'll still take this one. Like there's a -1 pawn here somewhere, and I feel like that will still be the difference in the game. He really didn't want this one though, so I'm almost playing to his hand with that. You could just move the king too. You don't even have to block. I would take, he would take. You create a double stack with the queen. But it wouldn't actually do anything. I don't know how much value that dark square really gives me. I guess I could do like this. The bishop is going to get caught out and just die though too, because the horse is there. The horse was still a liability for him, thereby proving my point about how bad they are still, but he just managed to save it. I can't do anything. I create a double stack, it does nothing. I could do this, or I could do this. No, I can't do that. He would take, I would take. The bishop is just dead too. Five minutes. Let's try to trade queens or something. I don't know. I just can't figure out a position like this. It's too much. There's at least one great idea here. If you had more time, this is where you should try to use it. Yeah, but I wouldn't have gotten here, I don't think, if I hadn't used my time. So that's the problem. Maybe he'll just maybe he would just pre-move because he's so confident and just leave the queen hanging or something. He would take, I would take. And then this is still gone. Like, his unwillingness to take these pawns is kind of unnerving. Because he has something even better up his sleeve, I guess. But no, I think at some point he was supposed to take them. There's no way it's correct to leave 2 pawns just like one or the other, at least vacillating which one you can take for free. He can't decide which one he really wants. That's just like a bailout kind of move. Like, I don't know what to do, so I just try to take the queen. This would be both easier and harder in a 10-minute context. Because it would be, you know, people would be making more mistakes too, but so would I. And possibly a lot more. But this is probably dead too because of that. So he gets both. This is covered. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Wait, he doesn't get it. I just don't know what to do with the rest of my pieces even right now. I would come like this, he would take. This bishop is so useless, like you can't do anything with it. Honestly, this is the best move in this position, objectively. You have to do that. You can't actually take the pawn, but he's going to bring the horse and then take it. So he'll go horse to g5. But then I can just take it. If he does do that, I still won't be able to take with the double stack. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. The horse is just doing nothing, which usually I don't mind. 4 minutes left. Yeah, let's at least make it uncomfortable for him. Maybe he'll mess something up, even though it doesn't make sense because he has 18 minutes to think about it. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take with that too. Maybe I should try to get the horse involved somehow, but there is no easy way to do that. But there's nowhere to go at all. You go like this. It's not doing anything though. Come like this, try to trade it out. He would do some crazy unleash. Take, then take. You kind of have to calculate all these hypothetical moves that people always get annoyed about, because how am I supposed to know it's not good or not? They just assume you would know that because you're just that good or that experienced or that quick with calculating. They do it maybe in a split second. But you have to see like, oh, this would just be losing a piece because that's how slow you are. I'm like this. This is not covered. You should always do these like it's a puzzle. Like, what would I do if I was him? And I don't know what I would do. Take into take is obviously trash. Do this, he would just take. I don't see anything very clear. Come like this, attack the rook now. Would be, wait, no, but you can't. I thought, first of all, the rook was, like, trapped earlier. Or no, but it was trapped only as it pertained to covering another piece. So he did a good job with the pawn there. You gotta get rid of the horse. You just have to do it, but I can't. Because then you would have the double stack proposition. He's gonna try to force my horse around. Almost doing me a favor because I don't even want to use it. I could do this in an odd turn of events, except I can't. I don't have much time. I might just want to move the horse. Everything else is pretty much locked in place. So let's put the pressure on him to actually do something. Where, yeah, that's kind of where I when I get really low, they end up taking 15 minutes, whereas I take like 3 or 4, because I just say, fuck it, I'm just gonna make like safe moves that, you know, I could play for a draw too if I wanted, like all these clowns do to me, but it's dishonorable. But that's literally the name of the game with chess. Over the majority of games which are played at a high level or correctly will end in a draw. Comes, he attacks the rook. We block with the stupid horse. Even if you push out with the pawn, it doesn't matter, just do it. So take and we're back to square one with this pawn. So it doesn't really open anything too special for me, but it might. But we'll see what he does. You just can't use this pawn at all either. If you do this, I take. And then if you keep going, then I can check. But yeah, I could still check. Or wait. No, because it's in the wrong order. Classical is more instructive. 30-minute is the best form of chess. Look at me now. But it's still true. It's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. These guys need to chill out. Take another sip of water. Take. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Yeah, let's just slow pace him. Win or lose, we're going to piss him the fuck off. Take. You can't bring the rook there, I just take. I can do a check there, though, which I'm so eager to do. I would love to get rid of the horse. That would be a great thing to do here. He could take this because he's going to force out the thing, but maybe not. I almost wouldn't want to take with this, but I would have to because he's double attacking. This should be a guess the elo in reverse, right? Like, if you covered up the elo now, I know in hindsight, oh, there are only 1100, 1200. I guarantee you people would not say this position looks like 11, 1200 kind of game. It's just not. None of these games feel like that. And it is because of the 30-minute thing, fine, but still. You could attack the rook, but it won't matter because he'll just take. Well, first of all, oh, that'd be an interesting way to do it. He attacks this instead. What? Well, it'd be like a double. But then he would take here. Certainly doing a good job throwing me off. I feel like I can't afford to lose that spot. So if you take... I don't know what I'm doing. Take, and then take, and then take. I can take and check. That was kind of a weird, actually, move by him. I didn't think he would do that at all. Oh, yeah, the queen. But see, that's just a time issue. That's just a time thing. Not that I'm really about to lose because of time, but I'm obviously aware of it. Well, if I hadn't done that, we were still in a reasonable spot. I mean, I can't complain about time because that's the whole reason why I'm playing 30-minute games. So that wasn't enough to get me to 12. But you can't take the pawn still. This pawn will live to tell the story, though. This pawn is fucking... Oh my god. He just never wanted to take it. He just never chose to take it. Unpleasant, but he's +4. Give a check. Probably just keep giving a whole bunch of random checks. Give a dark square check next. V spy. What is that? I literally just hung my rook. Losing your mind. But see, this is still effectively like losing on time, because if I didn't have to worry about that, but I guess that's why I can't use that as an excuse in a 30-minute game. You got the double take capacity there. You can't take though. Could have captured on H2. Let's keep giving random threats. Maybe he'll fuck up. Unlike this, he would just double take. We're kind of in the same line, but there's no light square bishop. Good move. Tricky for him. Of course, I'm mostly just making random moves in general, but let's see. What other checks could we give? We could check here. He would just take. He doesn't take a pawn again for the millionth time. I could just keep eating up these pawns for now. What else is here? I just don't have time. Coaching him into hanging mate, but I'm not even really reading it. Come like this, we secure the pawns. Although not really, because he can still take that one. I don't know, I would kind of stand by though that I played generally up to my normal level. So this side is just jacked out. It's just fucking nuts. So the double stack is protecting any kind of checks into takes on the rook. But look how much time he's drained. He's drained like 8 minutes and like 2 minutes for me. So something does happen towards the end where I just say, fuck it. If only I didn't give up that rook and we put the same amount of pressure, right? That would have been beautiful. And normally I would do that, but... I need like 10 opponents in a row who are all like 900, 900, and then I just get like 4 from each. I could do it like that. Right, like don't give me these fucking tryhards. But they'll still play like fucking gods, probably. No, pawn covers pawn, just do it. Don't even think about it. You can't take. Yeah, we'll beat this fucking guy on time, watch. He comes in, he attacks there, double attack, double covered. Can I not just give a check? That's all I want. I can take. Let's give like a lame, cheap little threat. You can't take because I would take. You're gonna double threat with that. Triple threat. Weird having the bishop on the back rank, but for now, there's nothing else I can do with it. He double. Oh, that's good. Come in like this. He can give a check on the light square. Doesn't really do a whole lot though. If he comes in, he gets the rarely seen triple stack, which is really odd actually. Wouldn't mind a move like this. We're almost gonna get a promote out of it. Look at him panicking. If you do the triple stack, I could just move the thing, but then actually you would have to, because then the act of letting him take would still mate me with the queen. So I would just have to save this. So you do it, I do it, I do this, you do something. Yeah. Kind of align with that too. Use their fucking time to calculate now when you don't have any yourself. What the fuck is this cheeky shit? Oh, now you'll be able to unleash check. What? Oh, I didn't even think. Okay, I thought he would do something like that. Oh, look at that. He doesn't want to win on time. He wants to do it the honorable way. That was actually good. Okay, maybe my complaints are unfounded a little bit. I thought that would be much higher. It just feels like it, dude. It just, most of these are much higher actually, but okay. Only 80 points. I mean, I could still theoretically do it, but I think I'm pretty much fed up. At least I tried. I mean, I got from 9 to 11, so that's at least some level of motivation, although that I could have done before if I just played 30-minute games. I think nothing's really changed. I don't think I've gotten that much better in like whatever months that I played. I don't like this site anyway. I prefer all the custom pieces. So if I hadn't done that though, just to be clear, we're in at least a drawable position, right? I didn't have to do that. So you come up like this, which I thought about doing, but I thought somehow it would get caught out or something stupid would happen. How does this progress at this point? Obviously you don't do that, but you come like this. At some point you're just gonna have to trade it, right? I don't even see what threat this poses. You can't give the check, so why does it even matter? Best, I mean, if you don't, he'll just take. Oh, so you go there just to come back. I see how the engine is. You go here knowing that he's gonna go here, knowing that you'll come back, then he'll come back, then you'll come back, or some dumb shit like that. Fucking, how is that a 60 accuracy game, dude? These blunder, now that blunder is a legitimate blunder. What was his blunder here? How is that a blunder? Why is that a blunder? Like, what do I do to punish it? Obviously not that. Oh shit, see, I'm not even looking at it. Damn, dude, even after all that, he would have given me a chance. I blunder my rook. Wow, that is actually unbelievable. Damn, dude. Fuck. That would be so clutch if I had done that, and I probably still would have lost, but that's only a -1 now. I can't believe he did that. He's like, you don't even expect them to make mistakes like that, so you don't look for them. But if my opponents did that, then they would never punish any of my mistakes. Yeah, that pretty much settles it. I don't think I have time even, but I'll still try. Get on like a 10-game good win streak. I fucking hate the self-hate you're giving yourself. I mean, I'm very self-critical. It's not hate, it's just self-awareness. Like, I'm obviously not good. But you take a minute, I'll do some more. I'll set some kind of like time barometer here. If I can hit 1150 by like 5 o'clock, I'll keep going. But if I can't, then it's kind of pointless. So all I would have to do is win like 3 or 4 games. I think I am getting a little bit, you know, you do get a little bit tired too, but I don't have a choice. Oh, you should just watch me in my hard modes. I could be setting a world first and I'll still be talking mad shit about myself. That is my fucking trademark, dude. But let alone here, it's justified because it's only 1100 chess. I would eat some chocolate. Yeah, I'll use the bathroom. Okay. Do another one. Let's say I do it for another 7 hours. I'd have to get an average of 10 rating per hour. We started off fine, but then this is what happens. What would be nice is give us like 3 easy weak opponents in a row. Even if they only give me like 4 or 5 each. If they're quick and they're smooth, right, that gets you back on the right track too. Even though it doesn't, because then you still play at a low level, because you only need to play at a low level for them. 5 or 1 or 2 hours. In 1 or 2 hours. Oh, for me it's like in 2 hours. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do that either. Get to 1150 by. Basically, I just can't do it. That's basically what it is. Oh, here we go. Easy opponent. By which I mean I'm about to get destroyed. I believe in you. I mean, all I can do is try. Okay, so he comes here. You could take... Already doing something I'm not particularly familiar with. You could just do another thing. That would be kind of awkward, though. You could do this one. I just don't know. This is like a gambit pawn that you don't have to take. See, this is where just the opening fundamentals would help you. It probably is right to take it, but I just don't know. You're taking an outer pawn with a center pawn, which is always a bad thing to do. Right, but somehow... And the goal is not even to try to save it, right? You just let it go, I think. This is how I would normally play it. You accept the fact that it's going to be taken. If you try to protect it, it ends up fucking you up later, I think. So the light square bishop is not going to be properly developed, but the real goal is to go with it here. So let's say we just do that. Give a check. He blocks. He blocks. Take. Yeah, this is the kind of game where the light square bishop goes here, I would say. But I won't worry about it yet. I could give a check and just let it sit here. I'm almost not even paying attention to what he's doing. Yeah, just give me like, how many opponents like that would it take? Like 20 opponents like this. Not that they're even going to be that bad. I bet some of them are still going to play like crazy, but who plays chess on fucking New Year's anyway, am I right? Online, of all things. At least go to a New Year's party and get drunk and do it. So, do I want that trade? I guess I don't mind it. You can put the horse here, which is always a good, annoying position for the horse. I guess I can't do it now. Let's just castle, get it over with. So, at some point you want to put this here. I can't figure out exactly how to do it. If you raise this, he comes here, but he can't. I guess I could just do it preemptively then. Not too sure about these pawns per se. Just don't do anything obviously wrong or like a blunder. That's the rule of this whole thing. And that usually should be enough just to carry you. The downside of this is it could take the full hour to beat this guy and then you only get 5 for it. But better than getting destroyed by some god tier player. Because I could play up to like a 13 or yeah, almost like a 1300 based on some of these things, right? Like 140 difference between us. So he comes like that. He double stacks the diagonal. Doesn't really matter. That's where I want it to be anyway. But he might try to compel a trade out of it. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. Don't really care about that. I could do this. And then if he trades, I maintain the diagonal. He would take. I kind of want to bring out the horse. If he takes, it's fine, but he can double take. This is usually always a good move, but this horse kind of stops it. Got to think about something to do with the horse. How and where do I want to develop it? I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. There's almost nowhere that you can go. And this double diagonal is actually kind of annoying. I could put it here just for the heck of it. But then it has no good follow-up moves. So I don't know what I'm trying to do with it. Just block my own open file there with the queen. Not half open. Queen's Gambit accepted. Yeah, see, I was right. That's always when they do this Gambit pawn here. So this is a double stack. I don't know what value that really has for a long time, but I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Even one more cover would be adequate because the queen's in front. Unlike this, he would take, I would just take. I'm perfectly comfortable with that outcome. Right, like I don't mind whether he pushes or not. You take, I take, or you push, I take, take. Probably would do it differently just to allow the... I don't know. Just to allow the bishop to survive. You can't come there at all. If you choose to push, then I could take, he could take. This would bring a horse inside. I think that's still probably worth doing. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I can't really worry about that. But he'll lose his cover if he chooses to come there. So you'd have to connect it later. I'm kind of fine with doing that either way. I really would just need another attacker on there, which now I could provide. Right, he brings the horse. It's the only option. Then we come like this, and if he pushes, I can't do anything. So that actually doesn't really work. This is the kind of move I don't get calculating. Even me. Like, you obviously just take it with the thing. But maybe he thinks there's some kind of trap or something. So this would be what I would want to do, but it doesn't actually work at all because he pushes it and then I can't take. I would take, he would take. Huh. It's kind of odd. I guess what I'm also doing is attacking the uncovered horse, though, so he has to address both of those. So the obvious way to deal with it would be to move the horse again, try to cover, but you can't. But then the act of me doing this, wait, wouldn't allow me to take. I would take. Oh, it would allow me to take. Push it. This is like so. I don't know. I feel like something happened to my. I don't know. Maybe it's not that these sites have changed. Maybe I just lost my fucking brain in all these years. It's not even about how much you play chess. It's like I never really played that much chess, but I could do what felt like the same thing with a lot less effort, right? Like when you get older, that's why there are no adult learners who become GMs. But I'm only 27 still. You got your wish about a 900. Yeah, that's true. Hasn't been too bad so far. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I wouldn't mind. Presumably, but he's still going to put up a good fight. Compared to at least what we just faced in the last two. 981. That's not really a bad gain. Like +5. So I'd only have to win like... what? Like 14? Wow. At 30-minute pace. Presuming they wouldn't end sooner, but these guys are pretty particular. Yeah, that seems to be the case. The higher rated players use their time less. Not just because they're better, but because they're maybe cocky. So here I could just take the horse. Oh, but then he would take it, but then I would take back. There'd be effectively an even trade. Let's see if there's not something better that you can get. I think I'd be fine with just doing it that way, though. And we have a nice, clean, open diagonal, too. See, this is where there might be something better, but I just don't take the time to look. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. You go ahead, you take, and then he takes, and then I take back. That was a good way to kind of save what looked like a pretty bad position for him. And, of course, they're going to find it. Now you want to get the queen here, and then you can do like the little whatever. Force him to push the pawn. I don't even win a pawn from it, do I? Or I do? Well, either way, it was at worst a trade. You know, one pawn like that should even just be the difference in the game, but it might not be. There are actually quite a few positions that we've seen where like somebody's up a pawn, but it's still a draw. Like in the very end game, like with just the kings left or something. Like you're +1 pawn with just 2 kings on the board, but it's still somehow a draw. I don't know exactly how that happens, but... And it's not even like because people mess up. I think it's just objectively one pawn sometimes isn't enough. You come here, he just moves it. You can't really do the other threat with this. You could come here, you're threatening, he'll just uncover. Try to figure out something to do with my horse, but I think maybe it's too soon. I like the bishop diagonal. I am a big fan of that. He can't cover back with anything except for his queen, but he can't even do that. So literally the only thing he could do, aside from maybe this, is to push the pawn. That's the only option. Which is fine, I guess. Predictable. Just don't blunder anything. Try to bring my rooks out, although I don't know exactly where. Or maybe I should try to push this pawn on the... I'm getting congested. This is how long I've fucking been going. Not that I always used to stream this long anyway, but... I guess chess is just more taxing. Push the F pawn. Like this. And then he takes, but then I take, but then he takes, but then I take. But then he takes. It's because chess takes a lot of your brain power. Very, very true. Although I would argue a lot of other things I do take a lot of brain power too, but I guess not like this. Or it's more like my style of play just relies on brain power so much. 2,000 plus calories just from a couple hours of chess. I actually haven't heard that before. Yeah, that's what some grandmasters should get pissed about. Is like they think, oh, you're just so good because you studied so long, but or like you played for so long, but maybe people underestimate the active experience of actually playing it. It's so difficult. I could actually do this. take, but like it doesn't actually matter. So this would open the king if you were to do it a little bit differently, like this. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I should bring a rook to the open file. That's probably pretty elementary here. I don't know which one to bring, though. This one doesn't even seem that needed over there. But then again, I don't know. You kind of don't want to block your mobility to a certain point. I really have no idea what's happening here, but it's pretty basic. It's always want like an easy answer, but it's never easy. He comes to attack the thing, which is fine. I could attack it. He'd be forced to cover. I mean, it kind of led to the same thing, didn't it? None of these pieces can really do anything to me. You could do this or you could do this. I don't see what the added benefit would be aside from if he chooses to move it back, then I could take. So I have to think, like, what would I rather have? Would I rather do that or would I rather have him do this? I'm not really opposed to this idea. Or he'll just bring the queen in somehow to cover. I would take, I would take, I would still take. do. This song plays so much when I'm playing chess, just on shuffle. There are certain songs that have like a trope like that. It's just by sheer chance, but this one and then Wind Waker songs, always. How many hours of Wind Waker music does it take to drive somebody insane in their life? Yeah, we'll get through the whole fucking playlist. That'll be the time. How far are we in that? That's kind of a cool way to measure it. Instead of just raw minutes. We're only 40 songs in out of like 300, but some of them are short. Like, they're not all extended 30-minute kinds. And obviously, if a game ends, I'll switch to the next one anyway. But you can see that that ends up being the opposite. It'll end up taking longer than the song itself. See, at least these ones don't break my brain as much. Like, no matter what happens, at least the pace is better. See, that's the main difference. He's slower, right? We're moving at the same pace. So I have the speed of a 900, but I have the calculation of a 1200. It's just I can't combine the two. So then towards the end, I'll choke. That's what's happened in the last few games. I'll play well all the way, and then right at the end, I'll fuck up because I can't. And I get so tilted, too, from that realization that, like, no matter how well I play, no matter how hard I try, I'll just lose on time in a 30-minute game against some of these people. So you come like this, I could take with the thing. So he chooses to move that instead. Now, if you go like this, it doesn't work. He would take, I would take, he would take. He would take, I would take, he would take. But that's good, at least. It fucks up his pawns a little bit. I mean, you could do something very straightforward like that to force the take on the pawn. But that's probably not correct. That seems a little bit awkward. I mean, at this point, you probably want to bring your horse in, but I wish I knew how. Like, it's just completely... Probably like this. Block the rook. Whatever move is most obstructive for the rest of your pieces, you know you made the right horse move by doing it. You have to pay a heavy toll for such a powerful piece. You go like this. I wouldn't want to do this in principle, but it is okay. Or just more to the point if he tries to move it, but he doesn't have to move it. I'd really expose my fucking king like that. Maybe that's what I have to get more comfortable at doing because I struggle so much to attack, or I don't even try to attack, and that might be a big component in why. You could have gone for some kind of potential fork, like this to try to, but even then the horse would get in the way of it. He attacks the horse. No reason to go to the edge of the board. And there's almost nowhere to go but that. We just go here. That shouldn't have any impact on what's happening. Right? None whatsoever. So the rook is on the open file, although there is another open file too. So you could either horizontally stack them or try to double stack them. I feel like horizontally stacking is almost never good unless you're like right in the other king's face. Like if you were to do it like on this file. Okay, he's doing a lot of crazy pawn push moves. Oh, he even knows that that's what I'm trying to do. Weird. Great minds think alike. 900s and 1100s think alike. If he pushes, I could take. He would take. The point would be if he takes and I take, then I'm still threatening in this direction. See, now it's almost where like you could say he fucked up his pawns enough so I can just get out of there and then try to mate him. But it won't be that simple. All right, you got this. No account deletion. Yeah, we'll see. It actually doesn't look too bleak. How's it going? So we go like this. We go like this. We go like this. I kind of had my mind set on that, but now I'm kind of not so sold on it. You could give a check and take this. Like, let's just go for something simple. That seems fine. He's got to address this threat, and he also has to worry about potential the mate from somewhere here. Believe in me, thanks. You were right about your theory. What theory is that? I have a lot of theories. Play a 15-minute, 10-second increment game, and it ends up taking about the same time. Ended with 19. Oh, shit. He's not going to let me check at all, even. Which could be... Is Goose Chess a new and improved version of Duck Chess? Yeah, that could be another variant. There was something else that it used to be called that wasn't Duck Chess that had the same idea. I forgot what it was. Like, it wasn't a duck, but it was the same mechanic. You could go like this, and then you could go like this, but do I really want to trade that so badly? He would take, I would take... I mean, moving the horse just seems to be a good thing to do, because... Actually, this is good because you're threatening two things. So how would that possibly not work? These are the kind of moves that make me mad if they don't work, because it's like, it's so obvious that this should be good, but it won't be. He'll somehow fuck it up. I couldn't explain how. No clue, only know the duck. I don't think I've seen that email before, actually. If he pushes, I take. If he moves this, I take. This should be objectively good. At least time-wise, we're more evens, right? So that makes me more comfortable with most of these people. Now I know how a lot of my opponents felt, though. I always used to say that, too. Like, when I would never resign, and even if I'm down, like, -5, I would still keep playing till the very end. Not because I'm trying to troll them, but in case they fuck up. And then the one game out of 100 that they do mess up and make it a draw or make it a loss is so rewarding, because it's like, normally you should just say, okay, you're going to resign, but never underestimate the power of these low-rated players to mess something up, especially me. This song was like a lot of people's introduction to Fire Emblem in a way. Like, in fact, this game was, because it had never been ported over like to the West. And so you saw Roy and you saw Marth and you heard the song and you're like, wow, this series must be badass. But we never got to play it because it was always only in Japan. So that is kind of what made a lot of people want to play the series. That is a good way for them to advertise, right, certain kind of games. So he attacks the horse, which I don't really care about. He could attack with this, but I could just move it. Doesn't really matter. Now, it's important not to make a move like this too fast, but it does seem to be okay. Okay. That's fine. I'm so scared by your speed. Come like this. You do the little yo-yo thing. I don't really think it's gonna work, but see, that's why you never know. Like, what if he just lets that happen? Then it was the right move. But if he doesn't, then I shouldn't have tried it against the mighty 981. Like, you never know with these people. So my general consensus would be you shouldn't do stuff like that, but it's also just not a bad move, period. He could block with the horse. He could bring the bishop precisely nowhere here. That would be impactful. But if he makes his next move as fast as he made his last move, you know, that could be... Sometimes they just never expect you to do that because it's either too obvious or it just never works or it's not good. That's why you should never pre-move, especially in this kind of time control. But even in 10-minute games, I would still say don't do that. Obviously, in Blitz and Bullet, people just go crazy with it. But yeah, see, I've beaten like super high-rated players in fast games like that just by doing that. Like they're so confident in the position, but they don't realize that I don't know what I'm doing in the position or that I would do something totally weird. So they would just hang their queen, and they're like, "What the fuck did you do? You did a move that nobody's ever done before because it sucks dog shit." But look, dude, how you play so well, but then you do that, right? Like how I almost don't believe my eyes, dude. Some of these people, what they put me through. Long diagonals, basic fundamental chess. If you already explained this, but why do you prefer the Queen's Gambit accepted over the QGD? I guess I've done both. I don't know that I really have a preference. 84-68. See, that's kind of a more comfortable game. I guess I am used to playing it though. It's like, what are you supposed to do instead? I'm not even sure how exactly to decline it. Like, you just cover like this? Thanks. Yeah, only like 15 more games like that, right? Math, if they give me 5. I'll take that kind of opponent any day though, over the mad shit we've had to deal with. These people getting 91 accuracy, just like 0 mistakes, 0 blunders, 0 inaccuracies, like... What the fuck? Let's actually watch the whole oh no, that's just you may get another 13 and get to 1200. I hope so. That I'll have to win on the technicality, but that technically counts. It's not like I can control the matchmaking. Yeah, let's take a second. It's a tradition to take a break after such a mind-bending game, but that one wasn't too bad. With e6, knight f6, and bishop e7. Yeah, I think I've done that before, but I think you can what? Isn't there a rating scale? Well, that would be like cheating though too. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. At least that is what I go for. Accepted. Yeah, I think they're both fine, but the one mistake that I always used to make was I did the Queen's Gambit accepted, but then I would try to protect the pawn, and then that would screw me over. You should just let it go, obviously, if you're going to do that. So up until that point, it must have been even, right? Or... Oh, wow. I'm only up 2 pawns, but look at how extreme the advantage is. It shouldn't be that much. I thought it would just be a little bit. So what really did it? It wasn't even the second pawn. It's just positionally... apparently it's better. Probably all these pawns are very awkward. While you're playing, I'm playing a game as well. Right now you're in a good position. Nice. What rating were you again, Master Pick? I keep forgetting we have all these good chess players in here. who are like, some of them are 2,000, some of them are fucking. I'm trying to think who's the highest person I ever met from doing this. 1436. That's good. Pendle is like 2,000, is very good. Take Notes is good, 2,000-ish. Riv is good. Wormius is good. They're all like 2,000 plus. It'd be hard to say actually who's the best because they're all very close. Blue Car is 2,000. Could do a whole tournament with all of them. And whoever's the best gets moderator sub for life. If I was a bigger channel, I could say that, but nobody would give a shit. I don't know what the rules are on like giving prize pools in terms of money, because I used to do stuff like that too. I did a WoW dueling tournament that was so fun back in the day with real money as a reward. I don't know if I don't see why that wouldn't be allowed, but what else did I do like that? I did a debate that had a cash prize. Got to do it with chess one day once I'm actually decent. And even if I don't participate, I would just for the fuck of it, but I would obviously not win. Everything's kind of changed. Okay, do another one in a second. Let's move on with the song. Oh, speaking of Wind Waker music, you gotta hope and pray now for these fucking 900s, but you can't really go into it like that. That'd be like Absolutist Tendency. We had a whole list of these that we made a compilation of. Absolutist Tendency number 75. If you were truly committed to this, you would have already done it by now. It wouldn't come down to the last minute, right? I had time. I could have done it yesterday. I could have done it whenever else. So it doesn't matter even if I do it now. I should have done it already. But whatever. Let's do another one. Why is it doing that? Oh, it wants to be friends. Okay, 1071. It's not the end of the world, I guess. Just not like 12s and stuff, but of course, it's only natural that we should face 12s because we're getting closer to 12, so yeah, just resign, dude. But see, the problem is even if they abort, it doesn't give you anything. We haven't had that happen too many times, though. Oh, come on, dude. I'm white, too. Whatever. We might get a 9 after this. At least give me 1 point for an abortion. Give me 1 point. Said everybody in America, am I right? In the year 2022. Give me... give me another one like that. Oh, see, now we're black. Dude. Should I abuse? I don't fucking know, dude. I should abuse it myself because I got nothing to lose. What's the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna ban me? I'm gonna get deleted anyway. What do I normally do with this? You could let him take and double stack. I actually forgot. I've seen this position so many times today, but I forget. How would you... You could maybe do this, but then you'd rather do this. But then you could also do this. Horse covers horse. Huh. That is odd. I guess you have to do horse covers horse because... I don't like this because it fucks up the bishop. You know, the bishop's not going to be able to get out there. So maybe it's okay to double stack the pawns. I don't know. Or like, what do I do? Or like, it's fine if he takes it. But if he doesn't take it, then it's going to make it impossible to... Damn it. I'm like this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know what else to do, man. These openings are so weird. Now he won't take it. He won't take it. Oh, God. See, you can just tell this is going to be an annoying game just from that alone. Here we go, dude. Why has it got to be like that? He comes like this, I could take. What else is he gonna do? He'll bring the dark square. Let's just get this out so we can castle. I'm not sure what's happening with these center pawns. I could actually pin down the sucker myself. Maybe that would be better. So now it's up to me what I want to do with it, and I don't think I want to take it yet. If he's really willing to overextend that much with the pawns, he still can't take it. Right, so I'm not even going to do it. This move is not good, right? G4 is not good. And so I'm happy if he wants to do it. It's not that bad either sometimes, but... then you're kind of getting your wish, like, to open the king. That's such an awkward pawn structure to have. So overextended. That's so unfair that people can just abort like that. That's so stupid. So it's almost like I should abort just to equalize that. I'm not trying to do it, but you could do this to allow, you know, the double take. He's threatening there, but he can't do it because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. He would take, I would take, he would take. Oh, he could do it the opposite way because the last one would be a check and... Oh, shit. Now, the only way to cover it really is to do this. Or you could just take it. I kind of don't want to take it. But he could just take this if he was so... I don't know. The point is this diagonal is going to cuck me from castling, probably. Maybe. So he could take. And then if I take, then he takes and checks. I don't like it, but I guess I'll do it. Like, the trade-off is the games take a lot longer and they're a lot harder, and you run the risk of losing, but you do gain 10 rating. So either way, it's a win-win. You just have to win every single one. Just that simple. He could come to a weird position like this that you normally wouldn't be able to do. Okay, he's gonna try to... I thought he would move the bishop first, though. Or he'll come like this. So if I come there, he would move up. I would take, but I wouldn't be able to take. Even, so... maybe I shouldn't do that. Nothing but wins to start the year. Come like this. He would take, but then I wouldn't be able to take back. Huh. This is kind of not what I expected him to do either. I kind of just want to move it out to castle, but this is going to end, I think, kind of badly. If he comes like this, I'll be forced to move it. I can't take it. He would take. I would take. And then he would be free. No, wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. What if I do it here instead? That technically does stop him from doing that. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Ah, but you... I want to get rid of this stupid bishop. And if he pushes the pawn, then I could do that for free. That's what the horse often is. Like, you just do... That's still fine. You save it until it's really the opportune moment. Now I don't have to worry about that diagonal stopping me from castling. And I'm double attacking this like I wanted to before. Now all we have to do is develop the dark square thing. Dark square bishop. what these games will do is they'll exhaust the shit out of me. That's what we saw before. Like, even when I win them, I can't. You gotta alternate. One game against the 1200, then one game against the 900. You can't just keep doing these kind of games. It does actually matter. I kept thinking rating doesn't matter either, but it really does, because some of these people are just crazy. So if we take here, he takes here, then I take here, then he takes here. So wait, but there'll be a check, or not really. He would take, I would take, like he could take, I could take, then he could take. I probably shouldn't do it. Take like this, take like this, take like this, take like this. So I would lose a bishop, but he would lose a horse and a rook. See, this is the kind of thing you don't have to do, but I would take and put the queen in check, kind of. He would take, and then I would take. So I would take a horse and lose a bishop and a queen. I think it would be still even, though, so, like, what's the point? I take a horse, he takes a queen, I take a queen, he takes a bishop. Like, why would I even do that? And it opens the possibility of something going wrong. I guess it double stacks a pawn, that's why you do it. Right, all that to double stack a pawn. Take, 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 take. I can't make up my mind. You shouldn't really do stuff like this unless there's really a benefit to it. Yeah, I just have that still mindset that, like, everything has to be, whenever you have a chance to trade, just do it. But this is what I would want him to do. Why don't we just preserve the position? He still can't move the horse, is kind of the point. If he pushes this, I take this. Oh, but there is no cover now on this, so if he goes like this, then take, 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 take. But I'll have time still to maybe do this, and then he wouldn't be able. Okay, that's good. I'm doing all this with my obsession just to try to open the king. That's all I want, which isn't even necessarily that good without the queen still on the board, but come on. Give me some kind of incremental little benefit here. You can't push the d pawn, otherwise I take the pawn here on c4. That would be an explosive mistake, am I right? I can't remember some of the ones, but I remember when Hikaru first started streaming, that's what all it was just like jokes about, fuck, he's gonna do this. Crap, I did not see that at all. I don't think anything with this is gonna change that. Like, you would have to make an active move that's actually going to make a difference. At least if there was something here you could take, and then if he takes, I take. Oh boy. You'd have to take with the queen. I'd open the king, but then it would open the wait. Oh shit. It would open the spot for it to go to. I got the open king thing that I wanted, but I can't save it. You know, it's hard to say how often I really do stuff like this, but certainly they don't catch it so well or so quickly. But that is just a big mistake. Big surprise that it involves the horse. I don't know. I could just let it be. I don't see a way out of it. Or wait. What? No wonder I didn't see it, because it's not even a thing that you can do. Okay, but I'll admit, if it was, why do your opponents like to give free pawns away? I don't know. I guess they think they're capable of making mistakes too. What a miracle. But he'll take with the horse. I don't necessarily want to play without a bishop, but that was kind of lucky. But it took me a while to figure it out. I still haven't castled. Let me try to think if there's any reason not to take here. That was quite the sequence. But yeah, that horse was in a very vulnerable spot, ordinarily. Should I take or shouldn't I take? I feel like my Dark Square Bishop is actually going to be pretty good here. Oh, but I don't have a choice, because if I move it, well, I could like cover it, and then it'd be fine, but like, I just feel like I want this for the final attack. The pawns are so cute. Can't imagine why someone wants to have less of them. He pushes. I could take. I couldn't take. I don't know, man. That horse cheated death once. Unless they need the juicer to make juice. Watch it get trapped again somehow. Okay, can we just castle, please? I want to move the queen for no reason other than just getting that horse out of there. Doesn't seem like a good kind of position for the horse, actually. This seems like a great position for the bishop, but I can't resist my bloodlust of just trading everything. You can come like this, attack the pawn. Even if he moves it, I can still come there and try to threaten it. Freshly squeezed pawns go great with a fine cheese. Come like this, come like this, come like this, come like this. Doesn't really change what I'm doing. I just want to give this a lifeline here. Take, fine, 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 fine. How does he even cover this pawn? I feel like he can't. Or no, I mean the king could just do it. See, this should even give me a positional advantage, just from the simple fact that the king is open. It's almost like you don't want to trade queens here as much. But now he will be more on edge because he made a mistake like that. So now the horse has somewhere to go. I don't have to do it yet, though. What I should do is maybe bring a rook now. If he pushes this, I could just take. That seems like an important spot. I could try to just keep going with this. Not sure exactly why I would want to do that. I think this is probably just a basic standard kind of move that you would make here. So I'm assuming he's going to activate his queen or something coming up here. So he moves it away. I'm enamored with moving this, but I probably shouldn't. I don't know. You double stack it. Oh, you know what I could just do? Never mind the fact that the queen can double take. This is what I talked about before too, but it didn't work out quite that way. Obviously, I can't take. He could take. I could take. I could actually leave the horse there for now, but I don't know if I want to. Like, it could cover back if he takes. So the pawns will be split a little bit awkwardly here. It can also come like that. Just probably just get my pawn back to safety. I shouldn't try to overdo it. I could just attack the queen, though. Where would he go? He'd come like this. I could take. Also be double attacking. The best defense is a good offense, but he'll push the pawn to attack the queen probably. And then I don't want to give it a pass pawn, although it presumably would be takeable there. You take like this. Although, did I take maybe with the rook? No, because then he'll take the thing. We're also attacking the rook in the process. He pushes, doesn't really have any impact on the immediate thing here. I could double stack. I almost don't want to though, because that's a bit of a bait maybe. I don't really need the cover right now. I could threaten another pawn, which doesn't really matter. He could come like this, but then I could still just move it, because even if he takes, I still take. Kind of a tough move to figure out. The rook threats don't really matter as much here. That doesn't seem to matter much either. The double stack is awkward. There's no need to do that. Basically, I just don't need to do anything. I can just get away. Gotta think ahead, though, to like, what do I want the horse to do? I'm like this. I think that's fine, maybe. The horse can just move. That pawn is kind of awkward because that would be kind of just free development-ish. I could just take this for free and then force a trade. He would be able to take mine. I guess I'll take it. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of that, but this is a passed pawn. So what if I just decide to what if I decide to just cover it? I feel like my horse is still gonna fuck me over somehow. Like, I just want to get it in a safe spot. You come like this, he'll just take it. I mean, I have to address this first. It looks so easy to trap it there, dude. You could come behind if I push it. I should come behind myself. I don't know what to do about the other one. If I come here, then he comes here. Then I can't come here, but I could just come there. So maybe it's fine. I'm giving up the open file to do it, but you do have a passed pawn. His pawn here is a little bit weak. The f5. f3 I wouldn't really say, because at least the king is there to cover. I just want to get that horse out of there, like, really badly. Get it out. We can figure something out for it later. That at least gives me a chance to escape. Something like this, attack. When it's the only option that I have. Something like that, threatening to give a check, but it doesn't really matter. Now, can I do something with this pawn? Possibly. Do I want to come inside here and trap myself again, or do I want to go the other way? Why is this so hard to use here, dude? Let's just think about the horse right now. He would take, he would take, he would take. He would eventually take because it's just not good. This would be fine. This would be fine. Only. So you have two choices. Which one is better? You come like this. He takes. You come like this. What the fuck? Like, horse is in an open position in a nutshell, I guess, dude. Like, I know they're not good, but my God. I could cover it and just ignore the pass pawn consideration, to which he would just double stack. There's one of these two moves. This one goes here, gets taken. This one goes here, is useless. I guess this one is good because it acts as like cover for this, but then I can't cover the horse itself. I'll just have to move it again. Like, I don't know. I won't even be able to put it there. I guess this discourages him from moving the rook, but it doesn't actually. That was a bit of a puzzle right there. He'll double stack. He'll try to maybe check on d8. Or he's just going backwards. Just let me get this fucking thing out of the way, please. Or you know what? You could use this. What is he going to do with this? He's going to try to come in. He'll try to double attack there. I'll open a little thing for the rook, I guess. Now we could create a double stack on here too. Okay, that's pretty predictable. I can do it like this. Should be good for... Oh, shit. Well, the act of moving the king... Wait. I mean, he just knows how to use the horse better than me, I guess. He would take, I would take, he would take. Not the end of the world, I guess, if he does that. So just let him do it. I guess. What? What does that even have to do with anything? Now I can come back and cover it. But then he'll just come and attack the... He'll come and he'll attack the rook. Or I mean the horse with the rook. The other rook. I gotta get rid of this stupid ass pawn. Huh? Well, even for whatever theoretical effect that would have, I could just do this. Right? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. So mathematically, it seemed like it would have been better for him before. This is actually beautiful because if he takes, I still take. If I come here, I'd be double attacking, but he'll take here instead. I'm actually kind of okay with this. Other than that, I don't know what that double stack does. I couldn't say. I'll try to keep pushing this, but I'm sure he's gonna be able to easily stop it. He might attack the horse. And if he does that, I could fork, but I couldn't really fork because he would take this. Or wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I get that one. You can come like this to try to take this. You could come like this to do the same thing, but actually not. Where's he gonna go with it beyond this point? I guess I'll do this. He'll just take the pawn, and there's nothing I can do about it. So that's fine. It's just what follows is the concern. Or I guess maybe not. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Oh no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. He checks there. No way. Dude. I give up. Just forget it. I give up. I'm done. Like, I can't fucking do this, man. I have 7 minutes left. He has 24 minutes left. Like, just forget about it. That's so fucking ridiculous, dude. How is it that low, dude? What the fuck are you smoking, dude? Whatever. We all just suck, and I just suck slightly more, I guess. That does not feel like a 59 accuracy game. Yeah, that pretty much does it. I still would want to keep trying, but just like mathematically, I just can't do it. I could win every game now, and I still wouldn't have time. At least at the pace that they're going. So I was winning that one pretty well, but he comes up with this crazy mating sequence that is maybe not that hard to... Why was that even a blunder? You could pin it down to the queen, I guess, and take it back, but it didn't matter because it worked. So what was the issue here? That I didn't like. I maybe got too greedy to try to advance the pawn. That was a missed win. Let me see how. That's a blunder. I guess it is unusual to leave the back rank open. It just didn't seem like that would happen. What was the missed win there? Bring the horse here. The lofty amount to climb. I like how they have to put that even here. They normally don't say that with everybody else. I don't know about that one, dude. I guess these accuracies don't particularly make sense to me. How is that a 51 versus... So I guess he played like garbage and I just should have beat him. Which, I mean, I was up at least a couple of pawns, but... Even the way that I was up in some of those cases... was apparently not right. So instructive, I guess a little bit, maybe. Like, just don't be so impatient with trying to promote, which I normally am not. That's like an unlosable. Even that, he could have done something crazy. That's like an unlosable spot. You should just play super safe. But then I feel like I do that, and then I end up losing some other way, even if not just on time. So apparently this this didn't work, but he let it work. One blunder cancels out another. Oh, you could take, because then you'd be attacking the queen. Sneaky, sneaky, tricky horse. The gray move, that it didn't like either. The black is winning all the way until I made like back-to-back blunders. I'm just not using as much time on each of these moves, but well, I guess I still use like a minute. It's just like, how do they know these things, but they play so badly the rest of the way? I guess they know openings and they know end games, and they suck in the middle game. And normally I'm better in the middle game, but not this time even. But I mean, still in effect I was. Even though those aren't objectively good moves, he let them happen. So what? You know, like all the pawns that I won. I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's gonna take like an eternity. Guess I'll still do a couple more just for the fuck of it, but I don't think it's gonna be mathematically possible now. Grind never stops, but it will stop now for fucking 6 months on here, at least. And then we'll get to fucking 2,000 on the chest before we can get to... I don't get it, man. These people are insane. But that one was not really excusable. All I had to do was play it super safe. And you well, I thought that's what I was doing too. Like by putting the rooks horizontally. That you'd be safe no matter what. But I don't know. I guess when he decides to uncommit one rook, I should just put the other rook back down. But then you're still gonna get a draw that way, like just by going back and forth. That one pawn that seemed so weak actually did pretty good for him at the end there. $11.59, fair enough. These are at least giving me good gain. So if I just win like 7 in a row, right, that would be fine. It's just, can I do that? And what makes it so annoying is that I technically can. It's just, I lose in such weird, stupid ways. Like even that last one was more decisive than usual. Like I normally don't just get mated like that or something that seems like an outright blunder. You could just castle, I guess. I could do the same thing, or I could open this, which also allows me to pin down the horse. If I did that, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I have to watch as to whether he might do the same to mine. I kind of want to go h3. I would say that means the site's actually better, though, because it would be more competitive and more meaningful, at least for a certain extent. I guess I'm surprised by exactly how much, but just at the low levels, I'm sure. You would come inside, you could develop the thing here. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. So he could technically do that. I don't know why, like, huh. Where do I want to go with the dark square bishop. I always want to go here. Like, just go like this, go like this. You would think as much as I don't learn openings that I should be a master of this one, right? I start on my terms, and I've done this one like a million times. It's the only one really that I ever do. But I still couldn't say exactly what to do in every case. If he takes, it's fine, but this loses its anchor, so that makes that kind of weak. Like, why not just take? Like, why is this not good? I guess he can take with the dark square bishop, that's fine. Like, there's nothing he's doing to me here that really bothers me. If he takes, I just take. Just the horse being there bothers me, but it doesn't have to be that big of a deal. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. The point is I could guarantee it coming there at the end of the sequence, but he doesn't even do it. Okay. Yeah, just move the horse. Just mess up. Can I get a few wins like that? I would if it was 10-minute, but then I'd get probably a lot more losses like that too, that I do. It's hard to decide the balance between the easier matchups and the higher gains, but either way, you just have to win. If you bring the dark square bishop to here, you should be in a pretty good spot. I think this is kind of the ideal bishop pair that I normally go for. He would take, I would take, he would still take. I would need like a rook to come to the center, which would be nice, but the horse is going to block it every step of the way. You would have that optimal diagonal, but actually you wouldn't still, because he would still take it. Even if this was here, I go like this, he goes like this, I go like this, he goes like this, I go like this. It doesn't matter because I lost the bishop. Can I cover this with like the horse? That would be good. So don't worry about the fact that you're blocking the bishop for the time being. Just try to do this. Take, 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 take. But then he'll like push it out with this, but then he can't. But then I don't know. Trying to pin that down to stop it from moving. He sees what I'm up to at least. It's going to be hard to push the, the bishop out from there. If not impossible. So I might have to accept the trade at this point. Right, because if I ever want to move the horse, I guess I can be patient with it. He would just take. I mean, I guess this is fine. But it doesn't really seem necessary. He comes like this, I just go back, or I could just take. He could just take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I mean, this seems fine, but I don't know what it's going to do in the long run. I can just accept the fact that he's going to take it. He might bring another cover to the D file to try to push his own pawn. I face time pressure in the most abstract and literal sense. Like, even though I try to escape it by playing 30-minute games, I still have to do it right in the bigger picture. That's why it's good to do challenges like that, because otherwise I could just do it forever and eventually, you know, but it's the best way to motivate yourself to do something. It doesn't really matter, like, who really cares about the rating? But no matter what rating you're at, you could be at 2,000, but you should still do the same thing. If I don't get to 21 by whenever, right, like, you should always do that in everything, but obviously it shouldn't require it at this low level. So what could I do? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna lose the thing anyway, so I could just leave it there. Oh, he'll do that to the same effect. So how would I stop that? I would take, he would take. I don't actually know how you would stop that. I guess I could put this pawn in. Here, I'll just threaten the thing. You would take, I would take, he would still come here. So I probably shouldn't have done that because I wanted the dark square diagonal so badly, but I just feel like when it's inevitable, this is actually a really interesting spot for the bishop because it's almost impossible to stop it at that point. Just from trading, not really from doing anything better, but if he lets me take, I can double take. Now you can still do this, but he doesn't. He wants to get rid of the bishops entirely. Isn't there kind of an... Oh, he can like unleash... But none of those unleashes are really that good. I guess I'll play into his hands by doing that. Not really my ideal kind of game. Nice little center pawn structure, I guess. I might have to connect this, is the realization that I'm coming to. I could do this, but it doesn't really matter for now. Yeah, you would have to, you would have to... I would take, he would take... No, I would go here. He would take, I would take, he wouldn't be able to take. So that would be the simple way to solve the center pawn movement. Just cover it with the F pawn now. An E4 instead of an E5. Comes with a very cheeky, simple attack. Now, if he comes back, I could take there, is what I was thinking. Other than that, I'm not too sure. If he still presents that same old threat, I could do exactly what we just talked about. I kind of want to bring my own horse in, although this inverted pawn thing is kind of awkward. It's just like, it is what it is. I don't know. If he comes there, I could take. If he comes there, I could still take. If he comes, he's gonna have to cover this to let the horse be the liability that it is. I'm sure he'll find some perfect way to save this, though. There's never a winning position like this. You always find a way out of it. No, actually, that doesn't even work, though, still. Because if I take, he takes, I take. Or he'll take with the... He'll take with the rook. But actually, it doesn't matter because I'll take and check, but I can't because he'll... How do they find these things every time, dude? I guess once I find something that seems like it works, I just kind of stop looking, though. I would take, he would take, and then I would still take. Right, like, doesn't it work no matter what? I would take, he would take, I would take. I would take, he would take, I would take. I would take. I just can't, dude, beyond this point. Like, if this doesn't work, you just forget it. That should be as much as you have to do for just a mere pawn. And now even this pawn should be relatively weak. Maybe. He pins it down, okay. Doesn't really matter a whole lot, but I should just back off. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. I should try to attack this with a rook, but it's very hard to do that. Or maybe I could even just do this. That kind of cements the e4 that I wanted to do before. You can't really win anything as a result of the pin down. In this case, you would need the rooks to be much more active. This is actually one of those rare cases where, like, there is no open file, so the rooks are kind of just looking weird, right? Like, obviously they'll be good later, but you have to find a place to break through. So for example, you could do this, and then, but you almost don't even want to cover back with a pawn. You want to just let it be something else, and that would be fine. Let's not try to rush it. Let's just do some slow, long-winded sequence. Comes like that. I would take, he would take. It'll sound like a drunk stream, but I'm just gonna get tired. That could be my excuse for not for not getting 1200. I just don't even give a shit, dude. Take. There's no reason to take. Just take back. You could try to take this, but you can't really ever take it because he's going to cover with the thing, and there's nothing else you can attack with. I wouldn't really want to do that. It seems like an easy target, but you don't have to force it. He's not gonna be able to trap the queen or anything ever. If you're patient with this, you should be fine. Right, just the pawn structure does seem fine. If he puts it like this, I could still take. It does seem like I could get trapped though somehow. It's weird, but if he puts enough effort into it, it's kind of hard for me to figure it out. This inverted inverse pawn structure is so stupid. Comes like this, I could just take. I mean, I'll do it, but worst case, I could push one of these other pawns. Or maybe he could just force the trade. What's funny is I could probably get higher though through attrition in 10-minute games, right? So it actually, well, I'm not going to use that though, because it would be, that's what I blame not getting to 1,000 on last time, was playing 10-minute games. So how can I say that? That's stupid. I'm just trying to make excuses as a fucking beaten loser does. I just couldn't do it, period. Let's just play this one safe. From this point, he's going to target this. I can cover this. He's gonna come up with some god tier, just fucking 2900 mating sequence. Getting to 1200 is tough. Not a phrase I ever thought would be uttered, and even more so, I would not think it would be believed, but I guess it is. I'm just shocked. You could pin the thing down, but it doesn't actually do anything. It's not even that I couldn't do it, but it's like, you know, I would just keep trying over and over for a very long time. And that's not the way I like to do things. Well, sometimes it comes to that in hard modes too, but you have to put some kind of pressure sometimes. Otherwise, it's too comfortable. Let's see, he double stacks there. But if I did this, it's like I don't want to do that, but I don't know what to do with any of these pawns. Like, whatever the engine would tell you to do now would not be good, right? Or like not be intuitive. It'd be some weird thing like this, or just, I don't know. I kind of want to involve my rooks. In a certain sense, this kind of move wouldn't be bad. But you know what you could do? You could turn this into a passed pawn, seemingly whenever you want, right? Like, you're guaranteed a passed pawn, but somehow it's still not going to be enough. I don't see why I wouldn't just take that, though. With no open files, you have a passed pawn, so that's weird. I feel like he's just gonna still be able to take it. Like, he'll come like this, I'll come like this, but then I won't have another cover for it. He'll come like this, but then I can come like this. And more to the point, I could just take one of his pawns anyway, but it could be a mistake. Passed pawns are good in 99% of cases, except for maybe this one. The other rook is in a really stupid spot too, the B2. Like, it was necessary at that point, but oh, here we go, dude. All part of his master plan. But let him take it. I would take the rook. Or I'm threatening a deep pawn take too, and it would take in check, but it wouldn't because he would take the thing first. The weird way to create a threat, but it could be more of a danger even if I push, right? But not really. So you could check on the back rank and take a pawn. He would take one of these, which is going to ruin kind of everything. Doing this wouldn't really matter. This seems fine. I would take, he would take, I wouldn't be able to take, or he would take. Oh, shit. Okay. They always make moves that are not... If it's not obvious to me, why should it be obvious to them, man? Especially when we're taking, like, the same amount of time. But he'll win a pawn no matter what. And I don't think I'll be guaranteed to. I could just threaten the rook. But then he'll turn that into a threat the other way. There's really no pawn that I can win here. I'll just try to create some rudimentary threat. They always beat me in the end game. Like, that actually has become more of a factor than openings. Right, because you would think those would be the two obvious advantages they should have. But, man. It's not like I don't even understand that too, because it's like they don't study like this exact position, or they don't study just saying that as a general statement, like, oh, haha, we study end games, but like, which end game, dude? This is not a typical normal fucking thing, is it? They all feel like such weird. I don't know. If I come like this, you check like this, he comes like this, it's still not going to be anything. He's going to have a passed pawn situation here. You could push it, it wouldn't really matter. If you chose to take this instead of this, I guess I'll just do this anyway, but... Or rather, what I probably was trying to do was more like this. It seems cute, but... It's like it doesn't mate. Here, what if we do like a silly mind trick bait? And then if he lets me take, I could double take. If you take, I take. If you take, I take, take. Not the sort of thing that's you should probably ever try, but sometimes you'll get the right engine move just by doing something wild like that. I don't think that would be the best move, but why not just give it a shot? What could you really do to stop this? Because you can't take it. I obviously am just doing this for the fuck of it. I can't. I would take an extra pawn, but he's probably still comfortable. He's comfortable losing a pawn that way. But he still isn't really losing. But he probably wants to keep this one, or I guess it wouldn't matter. Just take like literally anyone that you want. Take an attack. It'll be a difference of one pawn here. In fact, it won't even be a difference of one, but it'll just be the fact that it's passed. He would take, I would take. Because like this one doesn't even seem to matter a whole lot. Or maybe it would later, but I think these three pretty much just cancel each other out. Take. I mean, it's just too direct, too obvious. There could be still some way to do this, but you'd be just playing for a draw or something stupid. This would be cute. I would have to get this there, though. What could be the point in doing that? You could give a check. Let's just give some annoying, stupid checks. You're threatening this. If he blocks, I take, so he has to go back. You could block like that. Couldn't this just be a draw? It'd be a +1. Just do like 80, 76 more of those. Because even if you block here, I'll just keep giving more checks. I hate to do it to you. It almost doesn't serve a purpose, but... Check. Yeah. If you block, I still open up more checks. I mean, he has the passed pawn. Check now. Oh, now he'll go to like the... He'll go to like the dark square. Huh. I don't know. You could come like this, and then you could try to Chess.com has some awesome. Well, we won't be using chess.com, so that's not really awesome endgame lessons that would certainly help you in positions quite like this one. I particularly enjoyed pawn endings, beginner to expert, and other endgames. So at about June 1st, we might just consider that. Or would it be June 1st or July 1st? January, February, March, April, May, June. No, it would be July 1st. What the fuck? I really didn't think I would fail this time. I thought it wouldn't. I didn't think it'd be easy, but man, I didn't think it'd be this hard either. Yeah, this time I'll actually just study. Imagine doing that. Imagine actually doing puzzles and actually studying. What kind of madman would do that? So you could put the rook down, and the real point is to do it like this. Or wait, I forgot what I was even trying to do. Come like this and take, and then if he takes, you can check on the back rank, which doesn't really matter too much. Because yeah, those are the only two parts of the game that you can truly study, are openings and endgames, because you know the middle game is way too complex. And it's too dependent on the opening in the first place. That's why white can always kind of dictate what the opening is more so than black. That's why they always say, oh, just do, or they used to before they said, oh, it was refuted. Like, thanks for the follow, Jerty. Like, oh, King's Indians refuted. But before they said that, they would say like, oh, you know, just always do that because white can't prevent it despite whatever opening they do. You could come behind like this. I mean, if you won this pawn somehow, I don't know. There are certain concepts that you'll just learn somewhere along the line that'll make it much easier for you. Like there's a low and high threshold for calculation being fun when you rely on it completely, or when your fundamentals even each other out to where that's the deciding factor, which would mean you're actually good at the game, which of course is a long ways away. But either of those scenarios is fun, and everything in between is not so much. You could check and take. Check. Wait. Oh, even my vision's becoming uncertain. I thought the queen would somehow be aligned with that. He'll go to the dark square, which doesn't allow me to check. You come like this. If he blocks, I check. And that's actually mate. But he'll just come back. Are you quitting? Well, I'm failing my challenge, so when I fail one of these, I have to wait 6 months before I play a game. Whether it be like a first playthrough permadeath of like any other game, or like a challenge like this. That's the punishment for failing. Is 6 months, which isn't even that bad in the big picture, but it can't just be like, oh, I have to delete my account and then I'll just make a new one tomorrow. So it doesn't feel like a very big deal. Wait. Oh, shit. Well, whatever. Oh no, my queen. Why did I think I could check and take the queen like this? Yeah, I'm totally... Look, he must think it's a bait. Because otherwise, why would I do it? It's not really that brutal, considering it's only 1200. It's not a very high bar. And the standard is the same too. Like, I only play 30-minute games rated, or at least they're separate on the chess. So regardless of what I say about, oh, it's because they're 30-minute games, the fact is that means I'm 1100 here and I'm 1600 there. Legitimate. Because, because yeah, I can't fucking do it. I seem to be able to stay at 1100 pretty comfortably, though. It's not like, oh, I'll just tank and go to, you know, I've been at 1100 for a while now. So I guess that specifically is my ceiling. What are the chances that it would be exactly that? Why couldn't it be 12? Why couldn't it be 10? No, it has to be exactly 11 something. The chess has pretty horsey. The chess has just everything you could want in a piece set, because you have all those other options. Although, see, in a sense, the site deserves credit, but it also doesn't. Like, it's just like a third-party app, but it doesn't work on this site. Getting 12 for the first time is so hard. Well, I've gotten it before. I have an old 1500 account, or I had, that was not provisional, that I played like hundreds of games on. So it's definitely not the first time. 83 when you just hang your queen, though. So it would have been much higher otherwise. I wonder what it thinks of that last position. Yeah, that's good. Like I said, if I got to like 1150 by now, I would have still kept going, because I feel like there's always a chance, but that is an epic fail. Let's review some of my insights from this. So it'll just be from my return in this month. So it won't include all the other shit. Blunder with the queen, blunder with the queen. Basically, the point is a lot of these games were winnable. Like, they weren't blowouts, or it's like some minor mistake or some just single blunder. It's me almost getting fatigued in the end game and just getting pissed at their resilience, which is kind of impressive how much they're able to do that. Like, is this fun gameplay? Is this really what you want to go back and forth? It still pretty much should be a draw. Like, it's pretty close to it. Blunder. Like, there is a certain standard where it just starts to get boring at the end or at the beginning if you study too much. Or I guess the very act of studying. Right, that's the thing. Like, I'd be the type of person where, like, if I did do that and I would get better, then I would just want to stop playing. I wouldn't enjoy it. Like, okay, fine, I got to 15 or like 2000, but then it's just not fun anymore, right? At some point, you can't really go back to playing improvisationally. That's why they create all these weird things, like, oh, I'll play blindfolded, or oh, I'll play with like time odds. They try to invent new ways to make it hard, because once you know a certain amount and once you're experienced to a certain level, you can't make it fun anymore improvisationally, or, you know, it has to just be an ongoing thing. Let's see, what kind of shit does it say? It was certainly better than last time, but again, that's all explainable by the 30 minutes factor. So maybe next time I'll play only 60-minute games, and then we'll really come into our own. I'm surprised she's that high, actually. I don't get that. It must only be in Blitz, right? Like, how the fuck are you 2300, but you're not even that good? Like, you're, you know, real life standard. It must really in Rapid, too. I thought it was in Blitz. It's only over 120. She's still provisional, that's why. What is she in these? This is wait, where does it even say the rating? 11,000 games played. What's the rating? It doesn't even say, does it? Am I just blind? What the fuck? I guess it really doesn't say it. 7,000. But this is still impressive. 2,300 is not bad. Provisional as it might be. Okay, last 30 days. So I won 33. I lost 20. Which is not terrible, but you're not going to make too much progress by doing that, or it would have to be stretched out over a longer period of time. 7 draws. Look, my accuracy is higher than some of these, but obviously it's relative to who you're playing. 78 is not too bad. I mean, I always say you should be 80 plus. 85, really. When you win, 80. When you lose, 73. When you draw, I love that. It's higher when you draw, but that's because you inflate your moves like at the end and stuff, I guess, but you kind of do that even when you win too. Past performance. It doesn't make it look like it's that bad in the end game, but there'll be some where it's definitely the deciding factor. You versus similar players. But how similar? It must mean 11, not 12, am I right? It must not have that range. Oh yeah, but see, here's where I tank it. Like one of these moves, 60, you just fucking die. Right, if this is... Yeah. By piece color. Man. This is kind of wildly different. As white as black. Overall, I don't see really how that helps you too much, though. I guess just like which. Yeah, even I can't fuck up. And even that's so redundant to say move too. Like, yes, but that means that it wants you to only play one opening, right? That means no matter what opening you did, it's just the wrong opening objectively. Just do the same one, because you can't say that on move 2. How would you know? Right? Like, it's so, that is one of those elitist engine things. Results by opening rating. That's really what it would do, right? If you watch like the highs, they would just both do the same exact opening every single time. 8 to 890. So I don't think I even beat 1200. That's kind of surprising. I beat a 1300, but I didn't beat a 1200. So clearly I don't belong there. 0 and 5. That is fair. Like, huh? What happens at 1200 specifically? But this is where we've played most of the games. 15, 4, and 5, which is good. 15 and 5 would be enough to carry you the way. 8, 3, and 8. That is a good indication that you're kind of like at your level. Like, you're not gonna get kicked out of it, but you're not gonna make progress. You'll just be stuck there for a while. But rather than be stuck, let's just die. 13. You gotta put some like RP rationale in it, right? Like you're fucking this was like the short story, like equating Space Jam. Instead of playing basketball to save the planet or whatever, you're playing chess to save the planet. So the point is, like in a game, I would say like, oh, all my Pokemon got knocked out in Pokemon. Now we go back, we faint, and we end up back at the Pokemon Center to try again. No, you fucking get torn apart by the opposing Pokemon and die. That would be the implication. So it'd be the same thing here. Like, I actually just... I don't know how you would explain it in terms of playing chess, but aside from some elaborate scenario like that, but... 1 is by repetition. Yeah, I don't really like draws. I win by checkmate or resignation. Very rarely by only 1 by timeout. This is also a pretty small sample size of games, but I think it's good enough to see, like, and it's not really provisional, although I felt like at the beginning it kind of gave me a little boost to rating gains and losses, maybe because I had just reactivated my account, but it's not like it was a new account because I had played hundreds of games on it before. 3 by resignation. Yeah, I normally don't do that unless I'm really tilted. I mean, it's got to be one or the other. How would you lose by something else? Like, either you get mated or you resign. Well, I guess you could lose on time. Duh. Games by shape. Intense, smooth, giveaway, sharp, sudden, wild. Game shape. I lose when it's smooth. None of them are balanced. It's pretty even when it's sharp. Usually it's a draw. Actually, all the draws pretty much came in sharp. So if we both play at a good level consistently, obviously it just balances out. Intense, I win almost every single one. See, that even tells me, that validates my improvisational style. Like, the most interesting games are wins. Sudden, I obviously fuck up. Wild. This is my category. Look at how lopsided that is. 19-2. So whatever makes a game intense, it could just mean that they fuck up. But no, because that would mean somebody gave it away. What exactly does intense mean? Let's look at it. That was a serious game. By me, at least. But it means that it must be evenly matched, right? Ish. Smooth. But see, that's a pretty high accuracy, but I lost the only one there. Balanced. So we just played 0 balanced games. That's pretty odd. That must involve some kind of fundamentals that I just don't possess. 81, 82. So, I mean, obviously that's just one game, so you can't really go by that. But so intense is my best category for whatever that's worth. Opening, middle game, end game. Middle game, end game. Accuracy by game phase. 87. So I'm better in... What the fuck, dude? The guy who doesn't study openings is better in the opening. What the fuck is that? It should be the opposite. 76 versus 71. So I'm better in every category, but yet I can't beat these people. How does that make any fucking sense at all? What is this based on? Similar player. I guess it's close enough where, again, you would be better, but just it would take forever. Like, you'd be making very slow. Every 10 games, you're gaining like 10 rating because you win one, lose one, win one, lose one. Something stupid like that. Hard stuck at 1100. Wins? What does that mean? What does that have to do with me? It's just showing you similar players. I don't know what this says. It doesn't show me my opening one. Oh, because it didn't end there at all. So you're comparing this to nothing. Opening. Wait. So you're telling me 52%? Oh, of the ones that do end in the opening end in wins. Let's compare these. Okay, I win in the middle game. They don't. Which I favor that because I love the middle game. That's the only fun part of the game. So it is true to my whole philosophy. I wouldn't want to win in the end game or the opening because it's boring. It's either too quick or it's too drawn out with this stupid back and forth dumb shit. Found versus missed forks. 1 pawn fork, I found it. 3 knight forks, I found them. No bishop forks. 2 rook forks. Wait, so I found all of them? Huh. Okay, that's good. I would think I would have missed at least one of them. How does that even show it? Past performance? I mean, there is no past performance. It's not going to show me from like 8 months ago. Found versus missed pins. 100%. How could there be that few in all of these games? That doesn't even, it must be more than just a pin. It must be like a winning pin, because I get a pin like every game. I pin the horse to the queen, right? But it must mean pin to win. I guess you could even look at what they mean, but mate in 1. That's not my strength, I guess. I missed. That's pretty unbelievable. Mate in 2 I got. Mate in 3. So I'm better at the longer mates than the shorter mates. Mate in 4 there weren't any. Mate in 5 plus, but come on, dude, there was only 1 actually. Let me actually look at these. Like, what were these, like really high stakes games? I mean, they were all kind of high stakes. Or wait, are these old? No, these are all from now. That'd be pretty fun to look at. Let's see. What was the missed mate? You have forced checkmate after this move, or have I? But I think a lot of these don't matter. Yeah, see, like, okay, I missed it, but then what did I do? Wait. Like, I won anyway. It's not like I lost the game because of it. But what was the missed mate? I don't even get it. It doesn't say. What? What is the missed mate? I go here. He's in check. But you're supposed to go here. Oh, okay. You could just do it with the pawn. Okay, that one doesn't matter because you would have won anyway, and you're almost not thinking. Let's see if any of these actually cost us the game. Is forced. So where's the missed mate though? I don't get it. Is it this? It couldn't be him that has a missed mate, is it? I don't even get what it's talking about. Why would it say found? Who the fuck had a missed mate and when? I don't even understand. This is a blunder. Whatever, who cares? The point is, I apparently missed mate in 1 more than I missed the other mates. In fact, I didn't miss any of the other ones except for the mate in 5. Pieces you left hanging. Probably the horses most of all. Wait, what is this now? Why is it showing me? Huh? 8 and 6 found versus missed. These seem like different numbers than before. Oh, we don't want to see all time. We want to see last 30 days. Because that would kind of obscure it too much. Okay, so the point is that's fine. Pieces you left hanging. 12 pawns. 4 knights. 2 rooks and 3 queens. And these are usually just like... Obviously, you just fuck up at the end because of time. Pawn, opponent left hanging. A lot of pawns, but I missed some of them. A lot of knights, but I missed some of them. Not too many bishops. I only missed 1. I didn't miss any rooks. I didn't miss any queens. Thank God. Queen is the worst one to miss. 1 brilliant move. But here's where it doesn't tell you. It was actually a castle. Can you believe that? Thankfully, we have it all on video. But like, it shouldn't it show you? Like, click on it to see the move. What the fuck? I understand for some of these there's too many, but at least for... Wait, why doesn't it show great moves? I had, obviously, a lot of them. Because we just saw that. That's weird. It only shows brilliant, but it doesn't show great. Huh. Whatever. Pieces, move quality. Apparently... I would say, wait, what is this even judging? Like, just how many moves you made? That doesn't even mean anything, because that would just be natural through the course of the game. You move the most with the pawn. You move the second most with the rook, or no, with the king. then the rook, then the knight, then the bishop, then the queen. It's possible there'd be some people who would move a lot more with the queen because they do it at the beginning in sort of frivolous ways, as I used to many ages ago. Accuracy. Oh, you know what? I looked at this the other day, and it was actually higher with the knight. So the pawn overtook the knight in the recent debacle. But I was kind of shocked to see that. My best piece, apparently, is the one that I hate the most. Maybe it's because I try to trade it off the earliest, right? And the other ones actually get exposure later, whereas they're just dead and just sitting there. So, like, less is more with the horse. Castle in the opening, I win. Lost or draw. And so... if you castle in the middle game, I guess I still win the majority because I won the majority period right off the games played. So these kind of don't seem that bad. 11-8 versus 22. It's a better ratio though. A lot of draws. Time of day. None at night. Accuracy is the same, so I can't use that as an excuse. Morning, afternoon, evening. Results. This could just have something to do with like the quality of the players that you're playing. But in the end, it'll even out if you play enough of them. Games by day of the week. Monday. So there are some days in all this that I didn't play at all, huh? Monday, Thursday. Or no, wait. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, never mind. That is kind of weird because I didn't play every single day. Right? There were like I played on the 7th, then I played on the 13th. It was possible I could have missed a day. So I played the most on Friday. I played Friday, so it's pretty much like the most towards the end of the week, the least towards the beginning and the middle of the week. Accuracy by day of the week. This is like superstitious bullshit that doesn't actually matter for anything. Yeah, that doesn't matter, dude. That's like saying, oh, if you're born under Capricorn, accuracy by astrology sign. Like, come on, dude. Results by day of the week. Just arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything. But better, I guess, in the middle of the week. But it could just be that I'm playing less. I don't know. And it could just be like, that's so stupid because that was the day that I was, let's say, 900. And this was the day that I was, 1200. So it's stupid. That doesn't mean jack shit. World map. Let's just look at it like this. 25 games in the US, 60% won. So let's see, which country did we pick on and which country did we get owned by? We picked on Germany, 4-0. The UK balanced us out. We got destroyed by India a little bit by Italy. Canada, I'm 2-0, undefeated. France is 2-0. Yeah, the biggest challenge was India. 3-0, or no, it was 2-1. I'm only looking at the 0. I mean, I lost the most there, but I also won the most there, so that doesn't really matter. So India's just farming draws on us. So nothing left to do but concede. Verified. Oh, it's nothing to do with me. Suspended as we evaluate the program and all of the great feedback. Just by Twitter, am I right? Do I want to close it? No. Do I have to close it? Yes. We are sorry to see you go. So am I. Please consider using the button above to contact support and tell us how we can help. Yeah, help. Just give me 100 rating. Just pad my shit. Hack it for me. You know, if I was a big streamer, they would probably do something like that too. They'd say, you know what, we'll just give you some ratings so because we don't want you to stop playing on our site. But that would be very inauthentic. Like, I just have to type in my password. I can't even read the captcha. It's so like grayed out. The text is gray on a gray background, or like silver on a, what the fuck? Manage my data. Let's look at this. Restart your premium membership. How would that work? So they'd give me like a free year of premium membership if I don't know what that means. I guess you could like pause it if you feel like you're not gonna play for a period of time. You have a problem or question about premium membership. Maybe that's why they reactivated my account so quickly and effortlessly, because I had a premium account. If it was just some random account, I feel like they wouldn't have been so good about it. Would you like to restart? Concerned about the data we store. Do you want to close? I'm too busy. I'm less interested. I am. We could say all of them. I'm not necessarily too busy because I'll still continue to play chess. I'm too busy to get adequately good and study, or rather, I don't really like to. Less interested. I will be using another app. Let's be honest. Don't like something that has changed. Upset about something and other. This site is too good. Everybody on here is jacked up. I used to be a lot better. Well, I shouldn't say that because then I'll be on an old account. Keep up the good work. Permadeath challenge. You know the drill. Be back in 6 months. They might get pissed at the constant frivolous, but it's not frivolous. It's a meaningful psychological ideation. Be back in 6 months. Probably. Okay. Oh my god. I won't say I'm too busy though. I'm certainly not that, because I always make time to do something. The site is too good. Everyone on here is jacked up. Keep up the good work. That is the goal. This is the most authentic site. Like if you said like, what's the closest to FIDE rating? It would have to be this. Chess24 is dog shit. FIDE Online Arena is garbage. Dead. Nobody uses it. The chess is way inflated. So this is it, dude. So how does it show it? And I like how it does that, because then you know it's not like, oh, they got banned or they cheat. You know, some people would say like close fair play. Close their own account on December 31st. So we started last... Wait. Yeah, we started last like October. I think it even tells you, doesn't it? Or that would kind of tell you because it's provisional based. We started October 7th to April 1st. So from October 7th to April 1st, I failed the 1,000 challenge. I tried to stay at 1,000. And then here we started in December, like December 7th. And we had till January 1st to get to from 9, like what was it? Let's actually check. From like 9... Yes, sorry to all the people who I added as a friend. I guess it's not gonna matter much now. I could add them, I guess, on like a dummy account that I use just to play viewers and stuff, just in case they don't have a Lichess account. But that doesn't count for rating, right? Like I only play unrated games and I only play variants, which I almost don't deserve to do. But I like to say variants as like a reward, right? Whenever I hit a threshold. So just to show my Lichess account by comparison, this is a pretty objective measurement to show the inflation. You're looking at 1603 in classical over 400 games. Man, I'm kind of just in disbelief though. I'm not even saying that's good. I'm saying that's garbage, but it would be just as garbage if I was 1600 on chess.com. 1600 isn't good. It would be just as garbage if I was 1600 in FIDE. 1600 isn't good. But what the fuck is this, dude? I don't get it. Just study, just do puzzles, just try hard. That's the thing. Holy shit, dude. That was, though, in a certain level, just at least compared to my last failure, it's a certain form of validation, right? Oh, haha, you can't get to 1,000. I could easily get to 1,000. Right, that was not the issue. My problem before was I played too many viewers in rated games and they just kept farming me. And I also played too many 10-minute games, almost exclusively 10 minutes. So the act of playing 10 versus 30 gave me a plus 200 point boost, roughly, right? What did I start at? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and I can't find it now. Oh, fuck, it won't let me see. It was like 958, something like that. In fact, this would kind of tell you, wouldn't it? Like, what is 1117 minus 158? 1017, and then whatever, it's 9 something. Yeah, we won't be using that except for, like I said, some of those exceptional things, which is pretty rare. Unless someone specifically said, oh, I want to play you and I'm on chess.com, which a number of people just did, but that's going to be a different account. So that's kind of admitting that if they don't let you have 2 accounts, I'm breaking the TOS actively, but not really, because I don't use it unless I'm, unless this happens. In fact, I didn't even make it until it happened the first time. So I guess I could close that one when I'm using this one, and then I could close this one when I'm using that one, but I think most of the time this one's closed anyway, so who gives a shit? Yeah, I have no excuse for that either. That's just dog shit. Aside from just an admission that these players are just too good. They're just too good, dude. And clearly this is a far more popular site. So now we get banished to Lichess again, which is fine, but I kind of want to have the option to play on both, but I guess not. So here the permadeath condition's a little bit different. Well, not really. If I had made... So this site would have an absolute failure state of 1500. If I ever fell below 15 once we got through the provisional whatever, we would have to delete the account. But then every increment of 50, which would have been the same on chess.com if I had succeeded there, every increment of 50, then it bumps up. So I got to 16, so the failure state is still 15. But if I get to 1650, now the failure state becomes 16. It wouldn't be fair to say, oh, every 100 is a failure state, because that's like saying, oh, now if I lose the next game to fall below 16, then I have to delete it. That's kind of retarded. Every 100 you get, you just have to not ever lose it. That's too much pressure. So I think the 50 increment is fair. And that even works for higher rated players. Like, even if I was 2000, I would still say that. If I get to 2050 and then I go on a bad streak, which can happen, and fall below 2000, then that goes by 2. But this at least feels more secure. What is the likelihood that I would go from 16 to 1599 or 1499, right? It's never going to happen. No matter how bad of a streak you get on, you're not going to lose that many games. Let's actually look at this, like how the progression went here. I don't know why I'm doing this logged out like I'm in the same spot that I just deleted my account. So 1475, but that doesn't matter. That's just like somehow what I started at, which doesn't make sense. Why would you start at 1475? You should start at 15 and then fall to 1475. But yeah, this was all like provisional stuff, so it doesn't count. But there was a point that, like, let's say starting here, right? You get to 15, 20, and then you stay. And look at some of these epic moments. This is what makes it so exciting. There are those clutch moments, like you're on a win streak, lose streak, and it's like at any point here, if I fell below, right, I would delete the account. So look at how close I came. Look at this. Look at this. 1506. Like, that was so close, but then I didn't do it. And then we fell 1508, but then we didn't do it. And then 1503, but then we didn't do it. Then 1502, like, I was obviously having trouble, but I didn't let it happen. 1501, just get all the 1 through 10s out of the fucking way, dude. And then we had it again. We went on a good streak. We got an all-time high, and then look, we tanked it. We tanked it hard. 1505, but then we still pulled it out. Look at this clutchness that I couldn't translate to fucking chess.com at all. That is epic, dude. And now we're on a smooth sailing path. So now we'll always have this secure, but this site is apparently garbage. If you're 18 on here, you're like 800 on there. You just suck dick, I guess. For me. Isn't that his username? Or like, who else is on here that's really good? Like Riv. I guess Riv is only a 1200 player because the inflation is so through the roof. Obviously, it levels out once you get to a certain extent. This is still provisional, but it's obviously... Why is it provisional? He's played 100, 180, 181 rated games. Like, that's not enough to tell you that he's obviously belongs there. Oh yeah, 180 games were just a fluke. Ha ha ha. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, 147 to 38. He's clearly just getting lucky. I wonder if his old account name on some other place was like just Riv, and then one day he decided to update to Riv HD. This is the high definition version of himself. So, that fucking sucked. Oh boy. I guess you can kind of admit when you reach your limit. Like, it didn't feel like I could have done it. Although it, at the same time, I would say I certainly could have done it, so I don't know what that means. I just would have had to exert myself to a level that I can't do, I guess. You know what I did do was I surpassed a lot of my viewers. Right, like Gerardo, Master, he was always higher than me. I forgot exactly how you spell it. What is Simply, though? Simply is much higher. Was it this one, or I forgot? It must be. He's gotten off to quite a start here. 15, 16. It's still maybe like semi-provisional, but that is still quite good. He's somebody who went from like my level or below my level when we first started playing, like in January of this year, and now he's here, so that's good. October, obviously he made a new account maybe to sort of cheese it with the provisional stuff, but still I think it's somewhat validated, because like he fell down. Oh, he doesn't play that though, really. Or like Nightmare is always a good one to see. Like, he was 1800. His username is super long too. Nightmare everywhere he sees. That's only applies when he's watching my stream, am I right? Especially with the knights that I hate so much. Yeah, so I'm not very impressed with the chess right now. The chess inflation. It's even a search. Very different and inflated. 1000 rated would be 7 to 8. I would take that if a 16 is a 14. Different becomes smaller and soon evens out. Does it now? Almost as disturbing an inflation rate as the United States right now, as the US dollar, am I right? One thumbs down, thumbs down. I love that on my videos. Like my videos will get like no views, but they'll just get like a random dislike, and they won't say why. Like I don't mind. I could give less of a shit. I even make fun of people who like, oh, disable dislikes because it hurts our feelings. But at least like say why, or I can only guess. It's like a 10-hour video. Like, did you dislike the first part, or did you like this one part in the one? Like, that's my long form postulate, right? If you have like a 10-hour discussion with somebody, they might like certain parts, they might dislike certain parts, but like, how can they just categorically, I love the whole conversation? No, you didn't. I guarantee there was a moment you disliked, and then I liked the whole conversation. No, there must have been a part you disliked. So like, it just renders such sort of criteria redundant. The long form postulate protects me from your petty labels, was the great line from one of the debates, taken from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a long story, but it was a great moment. Kind of like the factually, objectively catchphrase that I would pull out only at the best moments, best prepared. Noam Chomsky method. Yeah, am I a chess tourist? You're silly tourist with your weird customs. After 12 days of tough competition, blah, 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 blah. I'm the 177th ranked player in the world with a rating of 2. This is how you gotta, the way I'm talking represents like the level of enthusiasm you would have once you become good at chess, because it's so fucking repetitive and boring, isn't it? 26-12. He's bragging about 800 euros and he's 2600. This is what chess has come to. 800 euros. Alex makes that in fucking half an hour of streaming. Am I right? Dumb shit game with low top end fucking aspiration. Chess is the worst ratio of time spent and effort spent for money made. That's why they started streaming on Twitch. And that's why they're not making money from playing chess. They're making money from cult of personality and memes and the whole fucking vibe. Not purely chess ability, clearly. Because you could say, oh, Hikaru does that, but Hikaru could have done that anyway, just like, playing in tournaments and stuff. But obviously it's about something else too. Because then there are people who aren't as good at chess who would still get, or even close to as good at chess, who would still get a certain amount of rating. There's only really been like a year of me actually playing. The amount that I played when I was younger was, first of all, not that much. And second of all, it doesn't count because it's like, I clearly didn't retain that much from it, obviously. And I would say I was still better, obviously, then than I am now, but maybe not. Maybe everyone else has just gotten better because it's hard to measure. Right, like I didn't play in FIDE tournaments, or I had online accounts, but it's, it's changed. Maybe we should play the chess game just to pick on somebody and show how easy it'll be by comparison, but I won't do that. I just don't know why I even, I don't know. Yeah, so now I won't play chess as much, though. That was just like one of those special, like with Hearthstone. I like doing that occasionally, right? I have all these secondary games ongoing, like, Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering and chess and Pokemon Online TCG and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links or Master Duel. And I'll just play them as a background thing next to my hard modes and after my story games and stuff, my Xbox Gauntlet and stuff. And then eventually I'll say, you know what? Now's the time for a Permadeath challenge or like some kind of challenge. If I don't get Legend by the end of this month, I have to delete my Hearthstone account. Or I have to, if I don't get to 1200, I have to delete my, that's what I'm equating. Getting Legend in Hearthstone is equal to getting 1200 in chess. Look at that, dude. Or in any card game, really, whatever. Peter Shaw. Not much has happened here with this activity. But yeah, I haven't played on here in a little bit. Time spent playing 12 days, 22 hours, and 58 minutes. Time on TV. I don't know what that means. Like, why would I ever deserve to do that? With Chess Swiss, I don't remember doing that. February 11th, but I didn't really use it until April 1st, right? Why does it say you start at 1475? That doesn't even make sense. How could you just start there randomly? Or maybe it doesn't start counting it right away. 1312 to 1475, but that obviously I just made it to like play viewers and stuff. I think simply wanted me to do it. What is that one that's so high? Oh, correspondence. Yeah, chess, it's one of those things that psychologically and philosophically is represented in how I play a lot of games. It's like, I wouldn't want to get good in the conventional way, and I think if I did, I would stop enjoying it. Right? It has to be my own experience of just like a first blind playthrough of chess is like a lifestyle choice. Just you come in and you try to figure things out, and every situation is fresh and everything is just, wait, has it been that long? November 30th? What the fuck? That can't be right. Was it really that long ago? Where would it say the exact date? Really? Well, I know that I came back to chess.com on December 7th, and I can barely talk even. I'm used to doing these long streams, but I think it's just something mentally that the fucking game of chess takes out of you. It's like, so I must have gone a week without playing at all in anticipation of it has fucking voice chat. Look at that. Yeah, beating a provisional player to get to 1600. That's really something to brag about. These people all suck, dude. Yeah, imagine being 1,000 on here. Dumbass. Fucking loser. Now I have to pick on somebody else because of how bad I did there. But I mean, damn, dude, I feel like a loser being 12. No, but see, I'm an elitist, but I normally don't pick on other people. I always pick on myself. That's okay if you talk shit about yourself. Whenever it's somebody else, I'm just being funny or whatever. But on a serious level, I am very self-critical, which is good. You should be. And if you're not, you suck. So that would apply to everybody but me. Classical number 29 out of how many people? 30? Performance. These are always annoying because you have to win so many games. Like, even if you win every game, you have to do them quickly, or it's like oh yeah, shit. 29 out of 30. Nice, dude. But I barely even took part. Like, imagine playing that many games back to back. That's what I would hate about the tournament setting. So it's like, what you might realize is like, you can play games at your leisure and like, oh, you'll get to 2,000, right? Let's say. But then you go into tournament setting and you have to play them back to back under pressure, and you'll be like a lot worse. You'll go from 2,000 to like 1,500 because you can't keep it up. That's the element that people don't realize. If you have to play like back to back games or something like that. Average opponent 1923, win rate 0%. Didn't I beat like a couple 1900s though back to back? This guy was 16 provisional. This guy was 19 legit. Oh, but I lost. Wait, but who is black and who is white? Oh, the green must be me, right? Because I'm looking at my thing. I thought I beat some of these guys who were 18 and stuff. Huh? I swear And why is there no rating change then? Or these must be like all just like unrated viewer games. I guess this guy was almost 17, but it's obviously provisional. It just means like he just made his account and he just won one game to... What is that icon? Maybe like somebody who donated? Or like I would play these people to a standstill. It could just be like a psychological thing. Like I was underestimating people so much because they were 1100s and stuff. So it's just, this is just cosmetic rating to make you take them more seriously and to play better. Look at this dude, he's 1850. In how many games though? 18... What the fuck? In 443 games. He's just good. He's just legitimately good. Worst rated defeats. Oh, look at him, dude. Losing to this clown, though. That was all in April, though. I'm sure I can still beat him, but it's like that's what happens when you play the same people over and over. I'll get lucky once. I own his fucking account, dude. 11. When was I 11? Because it always said I was 13, 14. I guess in Rapid, it's a different story. Okay, see you tomorrow. Not playing chess. See you next year. Ha ha ha.